Chapter 1, Get Tensagan at the beginning. Fuzu, Yakushi Temple. The super-large barrier has completely blocked this place, and even a fly cannot fly out of the airtight barrier. It's just that Shay Gongzhen was outside the barrier, looking at the scene in front of her. She couldn't help showing a nervous look. Why, there is a god of disobedience here. Anger, fear, anxiety, all kinds of emotions appeared in Shay Gongzhen's mind. She scolded the subordinates beside her. As the head of the Tokyo branch of the Official History Compilation Committee, Sayaka Miyako can be said to have supreme authority. However, in the face of such a catastrophic moment of never appearing, her mood couldn't help showing a rush of unease. The situation is not clear for the time being. Amaku Satoma wiped the sweat on his face and replied to Sayaka Gongzhen in front of him. The appearance of the god of disobedience in this land of Fuzang is an incredible thing in itself. Even Amaku Satoma himself felt his hair go numb. Obviously he is only a small staff member on the Official History Compilation Committee. Why would he put up such a thing? It is possible that the magician arranged some ritual at Yakushi Temple, which attracted the coming of the god of disobedience. Amaku Satoma's words made Shay Gongzhen look furious. These magicians simply don't know how to live or die. Do you really think it's that easy to become a god's lair? Anyone who can become a god's lair, without exception, is a great miracle that can only be achieved with a 1 in a million chance. Ordinary people, as long as they see the appearance of the god of disobedience, will be completely destroyed by the majesty of the god of disobedience. Otherwise, there would not be only 6 gods' lairs who have survived in the world for 200 years. The most recent success in slaying gods is nothing more than the new king 2 years ago, the King of Swords, Salvatore Toni. What are we going to do now, Chief? Amaku Satoma wiped the sweat on his face and asked Sayaka Gongzhen. Now, we can only wait for the battle in the barrier to end. Shay Gongzhen sighed, although it is unclear how long the battle will last, but Shay Gongzhen can be sure that the people inside will not last long. If the god of disobedience was caused by a magician to appear, the biggest possibility is that the person has been destroyed by the coercion of the god of disobedience and has become dementia. And the god of disobedience that appears will always return to the myth after trouble. Go and contact the people of King Kaiyuan's family, so that they can bring the sky over from the clouds. In the case of Yakushi Temple, it is possible that the gods related to Buddhism appear. The words of the gods related to Buddhism are still very easy for Shay Gongzhen to deal with. However, as soon as Shay Gongzhen finished speaking, strong energy fluctuations escaped from the enchantment, and the powerful energy field directly impacted the entire enchantment. The super-large barrier arranged by the monks of Tiantai sect suddenly became fragmented in front of this powerful energy field. Boom! A strong airflow rose into the sky at this moment from the Yakushi Temple. Not good, the enchantment can't hold it anymore. The monks who maintained the barrier exclaimed in surprise. The shattering of the barrier caused 2 powerful energies to rise into the sky. The next moment, countless people seemed to see the appearance of 2 gods. Shay Gongzhen lowered her head, her body trembling quite violently. She saw the god of disobedience, and the respected face of the god of disobedience did not look like a god related to Buddhism at all. That posture is clearly the posture of Shiva, the myth of Tianzu. Why does Shiva appear here? Her face was pale, and the heavy pressure brought by the god of disobedience made her whole body become extremely heavy, and her whole body seemed to have become a lead. The inner self-fear is constantly magnifying at this moment. Amaku Satoma felt the pressure even more, because Shiva was not an ordinary god. Unless the royal husband came forward, how could it be possible to deal with this god by relying on the power of Tiankong Yunjian? Are you sure that the god of summoning disobedience is a magician? Shay Gongzhen gritted her teeth and looked at another figure fighting Shiva. Although that posture is not like a god, it seems to be much more terrifying than a god. The sky blue light enveloped the figure. The deep eyes showed a magnificent sapphire blue, and the entire sky seemed to be reflected in the eyes of the figure, like two bright gems. Sayaka Gongzin can feel that it is not the power of the god of disobedience, it is completely different from the power of the god of disobedience. It seems that it is much more terrifying than the power of the god of disobedience. Sayaka Gongzin guessed right, it was a more terrifying power than the power of the god of disobedience, the power of Tensagen. Likewise, it is also Luoxia's greatest support in this world. With the life game system, Luoxia successfully traveled to the world of God's layers. You completed the Yakushi Temple sign-in task, and Shiva, the god of disobedience, summoned and appeared. Your novice package Tensagen has been checked, and you have unlocked Tensagen-related skills. The system's voice resounded in Luoxia's mind, about Tensagen's related skills, which was completely mastered by Luoxia during the battle. Relying on the strength of Tensagen, Shiva has been disgraced by Luoxia, and he looks embarrassed. With the strengthening of the system, Luoxia's power of Tensagen, from the initial disadvantage to completely suppressing Shiva, only took half an hour. The power of Tensagen itself can cut through the moon, and it is very easy to deal with the god of disobedience that only appeared on the surface. Chapter 2 Power, Shiva Karma Dance. Boom! There was a muffled sound in the air. Luoxia, who had mastered Tensagen ability, was doing his best to confront Shiva. Damn it, are you a human or a god? Shiva roared angrily, feeling the difficulty of the human beings in front of him. Me? Human, of course. So God, are you ready to be my power? Luoxia's words, Shiva thoroughly angered. Humans, if you want to take the power of this god, then see if you have that ability. Shiva snorted angrily, and Shiva's destruction god, his third eye, was aimed in Luoxia's direction. Destroy it, in the name of Dhamma. The divine eyes of destruction radiated terrifying divine light. Truth-seeking ball. The truth-seeking ball turned, blocking Shiva's divine light of destruction, and then Luoxia aimed in Shiva's direction. The silver wheel is reborn. The tornado storm formed by the truth-seeking ball hit Shiva in just a split second. If you're just this level, I'm so disappointed, human. Shiva sneered, and the storm of equal power met the reincarnation explosion of the silver wheel. The collision of the two forces caused the energy to spread instantly, causing a shock to the atmosphere. Shiva was about to sneer when Luoxia's second wave of attacks arrived at this moment. God, be my strength and meet your death. The golden wheel is reborn. Looking for a quick solution, he immediately unleashed what could be called the strongest strike of his Tensagen skill, locking on the gods in the distance. The truth-seeking ball behind him was gathered in his hand, and then turned into a golden lightsaber. The lightsaber cut through the sky at this moment, and suddenly slashed towards the god in front of him. The golden lightsaber cut through the void, making the atmosphere tremble at this moment. The lightsaber pierced the sky. That's it. Just trying to block Luoxia's attack, Shiva's expression changed. Luoxia's poised attack made Shiva feel unstoppable, and the second wave of attacks was much more powerful than the original. This power is enough to destroy an asteroid. In Yakushi Temple, Luoxia borrowed the power of Buddha's faith and vows and turned it into a golden wheel that was enough to destroy Shiva. It's just that the golden wheel's reincarnation attack has already landed on his body, and the dazzling golden lightsaber directly pierced through Shiva's body, causing a turbulent air current in the air, spreading in all directions. Shiva was completely unstoppable, and his body disintegrated little by little at this moment. At the same time, the realm of life and immortality. Hey, another child, did he kill the god himself? Pandora hasn't recovered yet, but suddenly feels the operation of the ring of divine tool usurping. Wait, what's going on? Before Pandora started the ceremony, the ring of usurpation started the ceremony on its own, and the authority and magic power belonging to the gods were transferred to Luoxia, who had just succeeded in killing the god. Ding! Congratulations on successfully beheading the god of disobedience, completing the construction of power, and obtaining the power of Shiva Karma Dance. The magic power of the gods was transferred to Luo Xia's body at this moment. The powerful mantra almost filled his body at this moment, making Luo Xia feel extremely happy. And his cheat was successfully opened and credited at this time. The transfer of the magical power of the gods allowed Luo Xia to successfully obtain a huge source of power. Moreover, the huge magical power that exists in the body of the god of disobedience is equivalent to a perpetual motion machine for Luo Xia, which can allow him to maintain Tensagen Chakram mode for a long time. Because you successfully defeated the god of disobedience, the second gift package will be opened for you, Dimensional Forum. Luo Xia was overwhelmed by the second forum. Compared with the first package, the second package is the most important for Luo Xia. He looked at the relevant information and rules of the next dimensional forum a little, and he already had his own ideas on how to use the dimensional forum. As for the detailed application in the future, Luo Xia still needs to ponder carefully. After receiving the 2 gift packs she had obtained, Luo Xia opened her eyes in surprise and looked at the panicked crowd on the ground. Now, he has to solve the troubles facing the god of rebellion. Luo Xia landed on the ground, as if it fell into the flat ground like a breeze, and his eyes fell on the beauty in men's clothing in front of him. It looks like it should be Fuzhang here. Luo Xia murmured softly, and quickly became aware of the place she was in. In the world of gods' layers, it was the only country that did not have the appearance of a god of disobedience. Golem. Sayaka Gongzhen swallowed, feeling a little nervous. She couldn't help lowering her head, feeling the heavy pressure approaching. Amaku Satoma and the surrounding monks turned pale at this time. Because they may be facing a demon king who can kill the god-killing demon king in one fell swoop. What is a demon king? That is a terrifying existence that kills gods with the body of a mortal. Head up! Luo Xia looked at Saya Gongzhen, who was kneeling, and said commandingly. If I guess correctly, you should be members of the Official History Compilation Committee. Reporting to the king, we are indeed members of the Official History Compilation Committee. The little girl, Sei Gongzhen, is the head of the Official History Committee's Tokyo branch. Sei Gongzhen said seriously, her tone didn't seem to be nervous at all, but the sweat on her face betrayed her. Luo Xia's direct gaze put a lot of pressure on Sei Gongzhen. More importantly, Luo Xia's language is actually Xia Koyu. Could it be that Luo Xia is from Xia? Through the language Saya Gongzhen can analyze a lot of information. I don't know if it comes from the Holy Church of the 5 prisons. Don't think about it, I was born in Xia, but it has nothing to do with the holy sect of the 5 prisons. The only relationship is that I and the leader of the 5 prisons sect are our own family. The only thing that is similar is that Luo Xia has the same surname as Luo. My name is Luo Xia. From today onwards, the country of Fuzhang will be under my command. You will regard me as your king, as my subjects, and be loyal to me. Luo Xia's words made everyone dare not breathe at this moment. Sei Gongzhen's face was bitter. How could she have the courage to refuse, because the man in front of her was the one who really killed the god who couldn't obey. Moreover, Shiva, one of the 3 gods, was killed. Even if the husband Yu came forward, facing the 7th demon king who was incapable of killing the god in front of him, he could only surrender tremblingly. That's right. Since the 6th devil Salvatore Toni became a god's lair, the 7th devil in the world, Luo Xia, was born in the land of Fuzhang. However, this demon king was not born in the holy sect of the 5 prisons. The origin and identity are also a mystery. On the day Luo Xia succeeded in killing the gods, information about Luo Xia quickly spread all over the world along with the intelligence sharing of the Official History Compilation Committee. Chapter 3 Influence Diffusion. Europe, Britain. The Green Niji Sage Council also received news about the birth of the 7th demon king at this time. The 7th king was born in Fuzhang, and it seems that he was born in the Xia kingdom. Can you know more about this demon king? It's just that the information is correct. How could Shiva, one of the 3 gods, be summoned? It is impossible for an omniscient and almighty god to appear on the ground. Shiva, the all-knowing and all-powerful deity. The three gods of Tianzu, the god of cross religion, the Jade Emperor of Eastern mythology, Zeus of Greek mythology. How could the Almighty God be summoned to appear? The old pedant and the magician were arguing, showing disbelief at the news they got. But the seventh king did defeat Shiva. The surrounding words suddenly became silent at this moment. If it's really Shiva, what kind of authority is that demon lord most likely to gain? The eyes of the others could not help but fall on Princess Alice beside her. Princess Alice, who has served as the speaker of the Green Niji Sage Council since the age of 16, is a witch princess famous in the magic world, and is also the daughter of the Duke of Goding. The girl who has the white maiden princess in front of her has the ability to see through the authority of the god's lair. However, when facing our seventh king, Princess Alice had to shake her head. No, my abilities can't be used on that king. The girl's brows furrowed, a little uneasy. However, Princess Alice could see the changes that the seventh demon king would bring to the whole world. That king will be the Kun Emperor of the world. Emperor of the world, how is this possible? Princess Alice shook her head, then dismissed the thoughts in her mind, thinking that she must be crazy. I hope that king will not be a nonsense character like other kings. Princess Alice pondered for a while, and muttered with some worry. Xia State, Lushan Mountain. This is the base of the 5 prisons, and on the top of Mount Lu, there is a small nunnery. On this, there is a key figure for the Holy Church of the 5 prisons, and that is the leader of Luo Hao. The holy sect of the 5 prisons is truly in control. From the reign of Qianlong, he became the demon king of slaying gods, and the great leader who has controlled the holy sect of the 5 prisons for more than 100 years. Usually, Luo Hao is closed to the Lushan nunnery and does not manage anything in the outside world. However, this does not mean that she is ignorant of external affairs. Because she is also the ruler of the 5 prisons sacred sect. The holy sect of the 5 prisons can continue to this day, and it can still rely on Luo Hao's powerful force as a god's lair. And god's lairs are people who stand at the top of the world. What's the matter, so flustered? As my apprentice, how can I act like a little girl? Luo Hao's voice came from the nunnery, and she hummed softly, clearly revealing her dissatisfaction with her stupid apprentice. Liu Yinghua, a contemporary descendant of the Liu family of the martial arts family, was also Luo Hao's chosen disciple. However, this disciple's performance did not satisfy Luo Hao very much. Master Qi, the disciple has something important to report, so he ran to Lushan nunnery. In the kingdom of the extreme east, it is rumored that a 7th king has appeared, and he is also a member of our Xia kingdom. It is said that he is the master's home. Liu Yinghua spoke, and the beauty leader of the nunnery immediately became interested. People from the Xia kingdom become the 7th king in Fuzhang? That's interesting. Luo Hao made a brisk voice, showing a little more interest in the 7th demon king. Yinger, let you run for your teacher and go to Fuzhang to invite the king to have a small gathering on Mount Lu. Luo Hao immediately ordered that our beauty leader immediately handed over a problem to his apprentice. Liu Yinghua's expression was bitter, but he didn't dare to obey. Under the training of Luo Hao since he was a child, Liu Yinghua is naturally obedient to Luo Hao, for fear that some place will offend our beauty leader, and then be beaten repeatedly. When Liu Yinghua retreated, Luo Hao in Lushan nunnery came out. It's really interesting to be with my family, the 7th king today. Now, Luo Hao is looking forward to meeting Luo Xia. Except for the Xia country, it is far away in the beautiful country in the Atlantic Ocean. The 6th king of the world today, Salvatore Toni, known as the King of Swords, received accurate news of the birth of the 7th king. My new compatriot. It's too powerful to be able to kill such a god. Shiva, the god of disobedience, is not an ordinary god. It is incredible that such a god can appear in the world, but I never thought that it would actually appear. Moreover, they will also be defeated and killed, usurping the relevant powers. Andre, I've decided to go to Fuzu now. Salvatore Tony, who can't wait, has aroused an endless desire to challenge in his heart. My king, don't you plan to stay in the beautiful country? André suddenly said nervously, as the deacon of Wangji and Tony's friend, he sometimes seemed helpless about the character of a child like Tony. The god of disobedience has not appeared, and I have not met a challenger who can satisfy me. Why don't I go to Fuzhang and meet the seventh king, my compatriot? The corners of Tony's mouth rose, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I understand, I will arrange a plane for you as soon as possible. André said he knew what Tony decided, and he couldn't dissuade him no matter what. Then, we can only follow Tony's wishes. I hope that Demon King can make Tony suffer more. André couldn't help but think that Tony, who became king, was too reckless. To be precise, he has never suffered a defeat. Perhaps, after experiencing a real failure, Tony's heart will be calmer. Chapter 4 Question and Answer Space, Dimensional Forum. Meanwhile, Luoxia's influence continues. Not knowing how much influence he has had on the outside world, Luoxia is resting in the hotel where he is staying, and is familiar with the power he has obtained and the second gift package he has obtained. The power of 10 Sagan should be included in the novice gift package that the system gave me, as well as the complete power of the gods. Luoxia murmured, and was naturally quite satisfied with the achievement of this time travel. Needless to say, 10 Sagan's ability has completely stolen the authority of the gods. Luoxia obtained Shiva's ability Shiva Karma Dance. This ability has a huge effect on Luoxia, and it can greatly improve Luoxia's ability. Shiva is an important god in Tianzhu mythology, the god of destruction among the three gods. Its prototype Rudra belongs to the god of storms and has authority related to thunder and lightning. In the legend of the three gods, as long as Shiva dances, the world will usher in a disaster of destruction. Luoxia's ability Shiva Karma Dance comes from this, triggering a storm that destroys the world, summoning endless karmic fire, and burning everything in the world. It can also strengthen its own state. When launching the Shiva Karma Dance, Luoxia's overall stats will increase exponentially at this time. However, the bigger gain is the Dimensional Forum. The corresponding rules about the Dimensional Forum were quickly presented in Luoxia's mind. Complete the answers of the forum members to get the corresponding reward points. Forum owners can exchange equivalents with forum members through answers. These are the basic forum rules, and as a forum holder, Luoxia's abilities won't have any effect in any world. Moreover, as the level of the Dimensional Forum increases, the authority of the Dimensional Forum will also be increased accordingly. The Dimension Forum will regularly accept Q&A invitations from different worlds. As a forum holder, if you change the established plot that affects different worlds, you will receive corresponding forum rewards. As for how to change, it naturally depends on how the forum owner judges. Accepting the Q&A invitation will form a special Q&A space. Note, you will get the camouflage ability of the Dimension Forum. You can freely set your own identity. Do you want to continue? The prompt sound appeared in Luoxia's mind. Can't wait. Luoxia soon started his own experiment. There was a strange brilliance in his eyes. The question and answer space has been shaped, and it has begun to shape success, and has received a question and answer invitation for you. Shape success for you, Destiny Questioner. The questioner pays the equivalent to get the future provided by the questioner. The prompt sounded, and a misty space appeared in Luoxia's field of vision. At this moment, a high platform rose up on the ground, and on the high platform, a large chair appeared not far from Luoxia. Luoxia walked up one step at a time, and then slowly sat on the large chair above the high platform. The mist surrounds Luoxia, and a supreme, divine aura emerges from Luoxia's body. Sitting on that chair, Luoxia's eyes showed a sapphire blue light, as if a pair of eyes could see through everything in the world. The fate of the characters in the endless dimension seems to be in the hands of Luoxia. The world of Hokage, where the land of fire and the land of water meet. Somewhere in the cave, Uchiha Madara has grown old, and the heroic demeanor of the ninja world in the past has to surrender in the face of the power of the years. He is old and no longer the Uchiha Madara he used to be. With his grey hair now, he has lost the brilliance of his youth, and his current body can only be limited to this cave. If it weren't for him, he would still be able to rely on the power of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, coupled with the ability of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan to control the Foggy Village, and regularly let Mizukage of Foggy Village report external affairs. Uchiha Madara would have no idea what happened in the ninja world today. No matter how high-spirited he used to be, Uchiha Madara seemed helpless in the face of the natural aging faced by human beings. Even though he possesses superhuman strength, Uchiha Madara is not an immortal god. Damn it, I'm running out of time. How can I accomplish my ideals if it goes on like this? He clenched his fists, his face showing unwillingness. The third ninja war has begun. I must find a suitable successor from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered, and a clear plan emerged from his mind. Just as he was about to call Black Zetsu and think about how to execute his plan, a strange reminder sounded in his mind. You have joined the Dimension Forum. Here is the intersection of endless destiny, where you can know the future of your own in distant time. Propose a transaction, the Master of Fate will give you future information, and you can witness the wider otherworld through the Dimensional Forum. The indifferent Uchiha Madara immediately became suspicious. Illusion? No, this is not an illusion. The surrounding scenery, in Uchiha Madara's eyes, immediately changed. An alien space wrapped in mist appeared in front of Uchiha Madara's eyes. And his body, at this moment, seems to have returned to its youthful state, and the original aging body has returned to the peak of his youth. Illusion. He stood up and felt the vitality of the whole body, showing a surprise color. Chapter 5 The Exchange of Uchiha Madara. He was so old that the old forgot the vitality that the body once had when it was young. Uchiha Madara's mood can be described as joyful that her former youthful state has been restored again. Just this made Uchiha Madara a little more confused about the people sitting on the high platform and the space shrouded in mist. Do you want to know your future? Luo Xia just replied indifferently, and continued to maintain a high and cold state. He knew that Uchiha Madara was in this space, and it was only a temporary restoration of youthful vitality. The power of the Dimensional Forum affected Uchiha Madara. For him, Luo Xia doesn't think Uchiha Madara can bring him any threat. Future. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly became suspicious. However, his face turned calm and he decided to test Luo Xia first. Here, can I know my future? In his heart, he still had doubts about Luo Xia. If you don't believe me, just witness it with your own eyes. Luo Xia chuckled, and immediately used the ability brought by the question and answer space, and the fragmented Hokage memory was presented in front of Uchiha Madara's eyes. And what Uchiha Madara saw happened to be Ten Tails Jinchuriki himself, Master of Sage of Six Paths level power. Is my plan a success? Infinite Tsukuyomi, it's already coming true. Feeling stronger than ever, Uchiha Madara was pleasantly surprised. It was just his surprise that he soon fell into the abyss in hell, and suddenly a big hole was opened in his chest, and he was killed. Then, Uchiha Madara returned to the misty space. How? Luo Xia pursed her lips and looked at Uchiha Madara, who was sweating coldly, showing an old playful look. How can I believe that what you say is true or false? He took a deep breath and asked Luo Xia in front of him. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you want to know more, then take out more equivalent things in exchange. Luo Xia's words made Uchiha Madara fall into contemplation immediately. Rule presentation. To trade future information, the corresponding ability of the current questioner needs to be paid. The ability will generate a skill card in exchange. The exchange will not affect the questioner's own ability, but will be analyzed and copied through the questioner's existing ability. Your own skill card has been generated for you. The golden card suddenly appeared in the air. Uchihamadara took the card, and unexpectedly found that the card contained all the abilities Uchihamadara himself possessed. Can the skill card be able to completely duplicate my own abilities? Uchihamadara looked at his own skill card. The skill card can be copied from Uchihamadara, and there is no loss of Uchihamadara's own power. And the skill card he generated has a total of 4 skill cards. Chakra Refinement, Rinnegan, Hashirama Cell, S-Class Fire Style Ninjutsu. Because of that, Uchihamadara made the old trade choice. Then let me see my future. Rinnegan Skill Card, S-Level Fire Style and Hashirama Cells, Chakra Refining Method, 4 skill cards were traded by Uchihamadara. If this question and answer space can really answer his doubts, there is nothing wrong with exchanging his own skill cards. You complete the skill card exchange and get 3000 Q&A points. With the Q&A points, you can exchange the required items through the Q&A forum. The prompt sounded in Uchihamadara's mind. Due to Uchihamadara's successful transaction, the Dimension Forum also opened a new function at the same time. Successful exchange of skill cards. You have checked the questioner's skill card. Do you want to start paying for the question and answer? The new function Dimensional Mall has been unlocked for you and forum members. Since you are the owner of the forum, the Dimensional Mall has the right to purchase. The system's voice sounded from Luosia's mind. He also did not expect that Uchihamadara would be so willing. And Uchihamadara's transaction has also opened up a new function for the Dimensional Forum, which is the Dimensional Mall. Yes, it's so good. Uchihamadara is so straightforward, so Luosia will not be a black-hearted businessman. Since it is a spoiler, let's spoil it to the end. At this moment, Luosia did not hesitate to show the entire future of the Hokage world, including Uchihamadara's own future, in front of Uchihamadara's eyes. Uchihamadara, who was originally calm, suddenly became gloomy at this moment. Then, it became painful. My infinite Tsukuyomi plan is actually unforgivable. Uchihamadara's anger at the moment can be imagined. The infinite Tsukuyomi that he has worked so hard to plan for half his life is just a deception by some guy. He deceived Uchihamadara for half his life and lured Uchihamadara into the abyss. Black Zetsu, damn you! Uchihamadara gritted his teeth. He thought that Black Zetsu came from his own creation and belonged to his own shadow. Unexpectedly, Black Zetsu is actually the third son of the so-called goddess of, a contemporary of Sage of Six Paths. He was deceived by that guy until he became Black Zetsu's tool for resurrecting his mother. Relying on the future revealed by Luosia, Uchihamadara can now know everything. It was because he knew everything that Uchihamadara seemed quite painful. Because, he felt that for half his life, he was living like a joke. Chapter 6 The Great Dark Sky and Eternal Tribulation Reincarnation. Infinite Tsukuyomi is Uchihamadara's action plan to realize his vision. To achieve this action plan, Uchihamadara has paid too much. Telling him this plan now is just what a guy has in order to revive his old mother who has been sealed for thousands of years. His ideal peaceful world is completely impossible to achieve. No doubt he was dying of anger. For Black Zetsu, there is more anger inside. It was only because of anger that Uchihamadara felt helpless. He had so much to do now that he needed the power of Black Zetsu. Whether it is the realization of the plan, or the resurrection of himself in the future, the power of Black Zetsu is needed. By the way, this question and answer space, and this so-called dimensional forum. The distressed Uchihamadara immediately placed her hope on Luosia. Unknown existence, is the future I see real? Can your power restore my youthful state? Uchihamadara lowered his head, maintaining a considerable degree of respect for the unknown existence of the master with mysterious and powerful power. Seeing Uchihamadara's appearance, Luosia couldn't help but feel a little funny. However, he still maintained a high level of force and did not reply directly to Uchihamadara. With forum points, you can exchange anything you want. Whether it is immortality, or gaining power from the other world, the dimensional mall can be achieved for Uchiha Madara. The relevant information is presented in front of Uchiha Madara. Before Uchiha Madara came back to his senses, Uchiha Madara returned directly to the world of Hokage from the question and answer space. Dream. He murmured softly, then shook his head. No, this is not a dream, what I see is real. Looking at the list of dimensional mall that appeared in his field of vision, Uchiha Madara's eyes became hot. So many goodies that Uchiha Madara wants to buy it all at once. However, looking at his only 3,000 points, Uchiha Madara fell into a painful choice. For the first time, Uchiha Madara felt poor. At the same time, the God's Lair world. At the end of the Q&A, Luoxia returned to reality. At this moment, he also received a new reward. You successfully opened the dimensional mall, completed a forum member answering task, and received 30,000 points as a reward. Forum points can be exchanged for any desired items through the Dimension Mall. Luoxia took a look and saw that 30,000 points can be exchanged for a lot of things: Marine 6 Styles, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Shinigami Zanpakuto, Kamen Rider Belt, etc. However, the 30,000 points obtained are just the basics. More high-end, such as the power of the magic god of the Forbidden, the simulated star creation map of the small garden, the infinite gems, the source of fire, the power of destruction, etc., all require hundreds of millions of points. In addition, it also includes special weapons from other worlds, the noble phantasms of the Moon World, and the artifacts of the Demon High School, all within these ranges. As long as Luoxia has enough points, he can exchange anything he wants through the Dimension Mall. And strengthen Luoxia's existing power through the Dimension Mall. Luoxia glanced at it. He didn't plan to use his only points immediately, but set his eyes on the 4 skill cards he had obtained. The chakra extraction method is not very useful for Luoxia. With the magical power of the gods, the power of chakra is insignificant to Luoxia. Rinnegan, Hashirama Cell, and S-Class Fire Style are what Luoxia needs most. Let me try Rinnegan first. Holding the skill card, the moment he decided to try to gain Rinnegan's power, the skill card instantly shattered, and the golden glow turned into a spot of light, blending into Luoxia's eyes. The next moment, a vertical line appeared on his forehead. The vertical stripe split in the blink of an eye, and a red Rinnegan appeared on Luoxia's forehead. The blood-red Rinnegan presents an eerie beauty. Not only does the forehead show a red Rinnegan, Luoxia's eyes also show a Rinnegan attitude. With the power of Tensagen, Luoxia now has more power from Rinnegan. If Tensagen is the eye of destruction, destroying everything, then Rinnegan is the eye of creation, the master's power of life and death. Luoxia has completely mastered the pupil skills that Rinnegan should have. At the same time, Luoxia also obtained a unique Rinnegan pupil technique, Eternal Tribulation Reincarnation. The power of Rinnegan, combined with the magical power of the gods in Luoxia's body, seemed to produce a wonderful change that Luoxia didn't even understand. The power of this pupil technique is that it can reverse time and change the future in an instant. Faced with death, one can ignore any restrictions to erase the future of death, return oneself to the past before dying, and be able to return to any time period from birth to death. However, the premise of this pupil technique is that Luoxia has met the condition of death, otherwise the function of this pupil technique is to erase other people's attacks. Secondly, the power of Susanoo brought by Rinnegan's ability seems to have become a special kind of pupil technique, that is, Daikokyuten. Activate the state of the black sky, Luoxia can manifest the mighty black sky, use the big black sky to launch a storm that destroys everything, create a wind gun that runs through everything, has molecular level wind manipulation, and has terrifying power and speed. Moreover, Luoxia activates the black sky state. Luoxia also has the relevant weapons that Shiva can possess. Shoot the Ajagava bow, the god of love, and the trident Bainika, the symbol of lightning. P.S. The new book is open. I am looking for flowers. I am looking for collections, I am looking for a very good evaluation ticket, I am very grateful, I have carefully considered all the questions that I said, this book has been prepared for a long time, and I can rest assured that it will be well written. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Official History Committee. Luo Xia's ability can be said to be cheating. It is only a part of the ability that needs to be activated, and the magic power that needs to be consumed can be called an astronomical level. The magic power of the gods cannot be used as a perpetual motion machine. Luo Xia is quite clear about this. If Luo Xia wants to improve to a stronger state, the 5 laws of the moon world, the star cup of the game life, or the simulated star creation map of the small garden world can be provided to Luo Xia to choose. However, these seem too far away for the current Luo Xia. The current strength is only enough for the current Luo Xia. God Killer is strong, but not enough for the future Luo Xia. I have to think about how to plan to use the power of the dimensional forum. Luo Xia's eyes were a little more expectant. With the power of the dimensional forum, Luo Xia doesn't have to worry about improving her own strength. Moreover, Luo Xia is the owner of the dimensional forum, and has more authority than forum members. All he has to do is continue to hide his true identity and pretend to be an omnipotent existence to fool around. Speaking of which, the power of Rinnegan and Tensagen is quite suitable for me, hahaha. Luo Xia pursed her lips and couldn't help thinking. His master's is Shiva's authority, and the power of the 2 pupil techniques is a huge improvement for Luo Xia. Then, how to continue to strengthen and improve his own strength is the key for Luo Xia. After all, the improvement of ability is also proportional to energy consumption. Looking for a chance, you can go to the world of Hokage. Just to go to the Hokage world, Luo Xia needs to be invited by Uchiha Madara, or the Dimension Forum can open the forum task. The current Luo Xia has not been able to take the initiative to cross, because the level of the Dimension Forum is not enough. If you can get the power of 10 Tails Chakra, or get the tree itself. Relying on Tensagen's ability, Luo Xia can find a primitive planet and plant a divine tree to turn a planet into its own energy source. The chakra fruit of the divine tree itself is a special fruit formed by the power of the planet. Satsuki Kagaya ate the chakra fruit before it was fully ripe. So how terrifying is the energy of a fully ripe chakra fruit? Meanwhile, the official history committee is here. In the land of Fuzhou, the 7th Demon King was born, which undoubtedly put enormous pressure on the official history committee. Among them, the most stressful is Saya Gongzin. Everyone, haven't you made a decision yet? Take an oath of allegiance like that Demon King. Sai Gongzin said, and the head of the Zhufazhong family immediately said, allegiance to the Demon King, this is what the official history committee has been doing for thousands of years. Things that have never been done. What's more, this land has the protection of the royal husband, and we are afraid that the 7th devil will fail. His words made Sai Gongzin angry. Could it be that you don't understand the so-called terror of the Demon King? How could a mortal magician have the authority to challenge the Demon King, not to mention that the god that the Demon King killed was Shiva, the god of destruction of Brahmanism? If your Jufazu family wants to face it head-on, then don't pull the entire official history committee into the water. Sai Gongzin's words made the face of the head of the Jufazhong family turn blue and white. Husband you, has King Kaiyuan got an accurate reply? The head of the Liancheng family turned his attention to the King Kaiyuan family. The King Kaiyuan family is the descendant of Yu's husband, and has a blood relationship with Yu's husband who is also Susanoo. Through the King Kaiyuan family, Susanoo has been indirectly controlling Fuzhou. Husband Yu said, let's be patient with that Demon King, otherwise if he has an accident, he won't help me wait. The head of the King Kaiyuan family sighed, the expression on his face was a little complicated, and his tone became a little unsteady when facing the crowd. He's a god of disobedience, he's just a mere god-killer Demon King, is your husband scared? Yeah, then what's the point of me waiting to obey the one? This Fuzang is my waiting Fuzang, not his. The senior officials of the official history committee present were furious at Susanoo. No matter how angry they are, these high-level leaders cannot have any courage to challenge the authority of the god of disobedience. What's more, there is now another god-killing demon king. Why don't we pretend to obey? God-killing demon kings are nothing more than simple-minded guys. For us, it's also an opportunity to get rid of the god of disobedience. Compared with the demon king who killed the gods, the senior officials of the Official History Committee hated the god of disobedience even more. If I can win over that demon king and let him stand by me and wait until... For thousands of years, the families have endured enough of Suzanu's finger-pointing. P.S. In the second update, the new book is open, asking for flowers, asking for collections, and asking for very good comments. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Panic and Challenge. What do we use to win over that demon king? The head of the Liancheng family quickly raised a key issue. Facing the god's lair, they face only surrender or destruction, otherwise there is no other way. In itself, the Official History Committee has no bargaining power to win over that demon king. Beauty plan. The head of the King Kaiyuan family opened his mouth and said, "If the devil likes women's s*x, I can use this aspect to start." Woman, are you joking? The head of the King Kaiyuan family. The head of the Zhu Fazhong family snorted lightly, and immediately showed an unpleasant color. If the so-called demon king can be drawn in so easily, wouldn't it be as ridiculous as a joke? Moreover, that king is not a good guy to get along with. In case, it is a brutal kun like the Marquis of Vauban or the leader of Luo Hao, so what should they do? Chief Shaigongzin, why don't you lead me to test that demon king? The eyes of the rest of the high-level executives fell on Shaigongzin, and the head of the King Kaiyu courtyard opened his mouth, making Shaigongzin not knowing what to say for a while. Yes, Chief Sayagongzin, if you take off your men's clothes and put on a kimono, you are also a beautiful woman. For the sake of Fuzang, I have to trouble the director of Shaigongzin to sacrifice. Shaigongzin never expected that she would be involved in how to deal with that demon king. Moreover, you have to become the demon king of the beauty plot? These guys are using themselves as cannon fodder. Shaigongzin gritted her teeth, but did not dare to say anything more, because they were the real high-level officials of the Official History Committee. I understand, so please, everyone, how should I answer the seventh devil? She took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing, and asked the higher UPS present. As long as it is what the king wants, I will satisfy the king. Satisfying that demon king's vanity, that demon king should have no trouble. Next, it would be the most cost-effective for the Official History Committee if a conflict between the god-killing demon king and the royal husband could be brought about. At best, the two can lose both. It's just that the senior officials of the Official History Committee thought very well, but they didn't understand the meaning of the god's lair. The demon king is the tyrant, the king of Kun, who transcends worldly principles and is above all life. At the same time, Fuzang Yushi. This is the realm of life and immortality that the living cannot touch, and it is also the place where Suzanu lives in seclusion. Usually, Suzanu lives in seclusion in the secluded world, and only in rare cases will he come out of the secluded world and come to the mortal world. Master Yu, what are your plans for the god-killing demon king? The black-clothed mage asked. He knew that Susanoo had rejected the request of the King Kaiyuan family, and was unwilling to go out of the world to face the god-killing demon king. However, if the god-killing demon king had an accident, it would be troublesome for Fuzang. Moreover, the black-clothed mage is also very worried that the god-killing demon king will miss the seal of the monkey god Kun. What's more, if there is a problem with the seal of the monkey god Kun, it will affect the fate of the world. Born in the Xia kingdom, but also from the head of Luo Hao's family. People have to wonder what relationship Luo Xia has with the head of Luo Hao. The god's lair who can kill Shiva, the god of destruction, is not something I can deal with. Suzanu sighed, and couldn't help but fall into worry. As long as he doesn't move the monkey god Kun seal, the devil in the land of Fuzang can do whatever he wants. Now, he is not sure that he will win the king. If he touches the seal of the monkey god Kun and tries to liberate the power of the monkey god Kun, that can only be, take one step at a time. Suzanu's face seemed to become a little gloomy. If possible, he would still be reluctant to have any conflict with the god's lair. It's just that he couldn't understand why there were gods from foreign countries who refused to obey on the land under his jurisdiction. If it was a myth of his own country, Suzano would be able to contain the appearance of the god's lair with certainty. However, the birth of a god's lair on this land was a challenge in itself to Suzano's authority. Besides, the god Luoxia killed was not an ordinary god. Suzano had a lot of pressure on Luoxia. The turmoil in this land did not affect Luoxia. To be precise, the storm itself was brought about by Luoxia. Luoxia, who was at the center of the storm, could be said to have obtained the supreme real authority in this land. However, Luoxia is about to usher in a new challenger. Eastern Europe, Marquis Estate. This information is very interesting. Marquis Vauban smiled, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. My new compatriot, beheaded Shiva, the god of destruction of Brahmanism, and ruled Fuzhang in one fell swoop. He is indeed my compatriot. He stood up and became interested in the god's lair he had never met. Exactly, after collecting the new artifacts, I have to prepare again for the ceremony of summoning the god of disobedience. The god of disobedience summoning ceremony that was screwed up by the Sword King Tony 2 years ago. The Marquis of Vauban intends to start the summoning of the god of disobedience again. In addition to the artifacts related to the gods, the Marquis of Vauban also needs a witch who presides over the ceremony. It is a pity that none of the witches of Europa survived in the ceremony held by the Marquis of Vauban 2 years ago. The ceremony damaged a lot of witches and summoned the heroic god of steel in Norse mythology. However, he was preempted by Tony and achieved the authority of his blessing of steel. Therefore, the unwilling Marquis of Vauban intends to reproduce the ritual of the god of disobedience. Klanika, you gave a nice gift. The Marquis of Vauban's gaze was on the old man of the Klanika family who was half kneeling at the bottom of the steps. P.S. This chapter is relatively late, the update has been sent, the third update, asking for flowers, asking for collections, asking for very evaluation tickets, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 9 The Witch of Nanao Shrine. The Kranica family, the Bronze Black Cross is actually the real leader. In Italy and even in Western Europe, the Bronze Black Cross is a magical association comparable to the Bronze Black Cross. Klanika III was the previous commander-in-chief of the Bronze Black Cross. But now, he is not in charge of any affairs, but offloads the responsibilities to Diana, his apprentice. And Diana, who is now his apprentice and the commander of the Bronze Black Cross, is also instructing his granddaughter, Liliana Kranica. That's the job of the Kranikas. Klanika's words made the Marquis of Vauban nodded with satisfaction. Then, don't forget to send the prepared gift. Marquis Vauban smiled and said to Klanika. Don't worry, I won't kill your poor granddaughter this time. I'm fully prepared for the new summoning ceremony. The indifferent words of the Marquis of Vauban made Klanika feel like an ice cellar. This time, when he came to Marquis Vauban's manor and castle, Klanika originally asked Marquis Vauban to look at his old face and let the Klanika family go. He is just such a granddaughter, and is the future heir of the Bronze Black Cross. If anything happens, then the Bronze Black Cross will collapse completely. In the summoning ceremony 2 years ago, the Marquis of Vauban forced the witches of Europa, resulting in the direct death of hundreds of witches. The magic associations in Europa also suffered heavy losses as a result, forming the European Seven Sisters Alliance and the establishment of the Southern European Magic Association Alliance. If it wasn't for the Kranikas family who had followed the Marquis of Vauban since the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the growth of the Bronze Black Cross relied on the prestige of the Marquis of Vauban in the early days. Coupled with the brutality and terror of the Marquis of Vauban, Kranika would not have to go to Eastern Europe to seek the Marquis of Vauban. But now, I see. Klanika bowed his head, without any courage to resist the Marquis of Vauban. Because he knew what kind of terrifying authority the god-killing Demon King had. And in this Europa, the Marquis of Vauban is the most feared terrifying existence. He is the earliest god-slayer, the most powerful Demon King in 200 years. The rain is about to come, and the land of Fuzang is expected to usher in a huge storm. Among them, Luo Xia did not know that at this moment he had left the Tokyo hotel arranged by the official history committee. Amakusa Dongma, who was with Luo Xia, couldn't help showing a nervous look, and she had no idea why Luo Xia suddenly left the Tokyo hotel. "Well, Your Majesty the Demon King, do you think we were not well received at that hotel?" Dongma Amakasuo asked cautiously, for fear that Luo Xia might be offended in his words. "We can adjust to your preferred hotel accommodation for you, and the service staff will be further improved." Before Gongkai Dongma finished speaking, Luo Xia interrupted Gongkai Dongma directly. "No need." He shook his head and chuckled at Dongma Amakasuo, "It's up to you to decide where I plan to live." "Don't dare!" Amakusa Toma said quickly, wiping the cold sweat off his face. "Then you are." Before Amazuki Toma could finish speaking, he suddenly seemed to realize something and raised his head to look at the torii in front of him. "Isn't this Nanao Shrine? Luo Xia is here for what?" At this moment, he suddenly thought of something terrible. "Looks like it's here." A smile appeared on Luo Xia's face. "The key to the liberation of the monkey god Kun, the priestess is in this Nangxiang shrine, and she is also one of the original heroines of the God's Lair world, Yuri Wanligu. There is no interest to her, but her sister is able to assist Luo Xia in unlocking the seal of the monkey god Kun. Only when the seal of the monkey god Kun is lifted will the last king have a chance to appear." Without hesitation, Luo Xia stepped into the Seven Heroes Shrine. At the same time, in the shrine, in the heart of Banligu Yuri, there was suddenly a little more uneasiness. As a shrine maiden, she always has a bad premonition when danger comes. It feels like it was 2 years ago. It was under this strong premonition that Wanligu Yuri saw Marquis Vauban, and it was also the biggest fear in his heart now. What happened? The comb broke suddenly. Could it be possible? She turned around, intending to walk outside the shrine. However, the girl directly bumped into the oncoming Luo Xia. "It's beautiful." The girl was wearing a plain white top and a long red priestess dress covering her slender legs. Although she is young, she has grown into a little beauty, with brown hair hanging down her shoulders and looking very beautiful in the sun. "You are?" Wanligu Yuri was stunned for a moment, then quickly lowered his head, the boundless fear magnified at this moment. The dull expression turned into panic. She recognized the man in front of her, a god's lair like Marquis Vauban. Today's seventh devil, an extraordinary person who transcends the world, a tyrant with supreme authority. "Tisk, so clever, it seems you already know who I am." Luo Xia nodded with satisfaction, not knowing whether she was satisfied with Wanligu Yuri or her ability. "Now, you, including this shrine, have been requisitioned by me." Luo Xia's next words made Wanligu Yuri suddenly look shocked. "P.S. The new book is open, ask for flowers, ask for collection, ask for a very good evaluation ticket, thank you very much, the second and third more will be delivered after 7 p.m. *. Chapter 10 Saya Gongzhen's decision. Yuri Wanligu seemed to think he had hallucinated. "That, Lord Demon King, why are you?" The girl was about to cry in a hurry, and the only thing left in her heart was the fear of the man in front of her. "I don't know why Luo Xia suddenly had to requisition this place, and he also requisitioned himself." Amakusa Toma, the next meeting will be at Nanao Shrine. Here is Luo Xia's palace. "You mean, the place where you meet the various families is at this Nanao Shrine?" Amakusa Toma's lips became a little dry. "Wouldn't it be inappropriate to meet you here, Lord Demon?" Amakusa Toma said quickly, "This shrine is too small, if you want, I will arrange a better palace for you." If you want the maiden in front of you to serve, I will dedicate it to the Demon King later. He thought that Luoxia was interested in Wan Li Guyuri, so he sold the girl in front of him without hesitation. Are you questioning me? Luoxia's indifferent words made Amakusa Dongma speechless. The terrifying majesty brought by the Demon King made Amakusa Toma have to bow his head and submit to Luoxia in front of him. I understand, the minister will arrange it immediately, and inform the director of Sheigongzan and the official history committee. The Demon King's decision, Amakusa Toma only executes it, and has no right to question it. Because that is the authority of the Demon King. The authority of the Demon King is unequivocal. Gollum. Wan Liguyuri listened to the conversation between the two, and couldn't help but feel extremely frightened, because the man in front of him was a Demon King like Marquis Vauban. Lord Demon King, you can do whatever you want to me, but please don't hurt anyone. The girl closed her eyes and took the initiative to stand in front of Luoxia, making Luoxia's expression a little ridiculous. Why should I listen to you? Luoxia raised her hand and looked at the girl's beautiful face. Although you are indeed a beauty, I don't have any interest in my little sister. There is only one purpose for requisitioning you here. Are you being selfish? It's just that what Luoxia is going to do, Wan Li Guyuli's eyes reveal doubts. Because, you are the best maiden in this land. At that time, there will naturally be a time when Yuri Wan Ligu comes in handy. Luoxia, the monkey god Kun, is the great sage of the Xia kingdom, and Luoxia is going to kill it. It's not to wash away the shame of the myth of the Xia kingdom like Master Luo Hao, but to let the last king appear as soon as possible. Relying on the power of the Forum, plus the power of Tensagen and Rinnegan that Luoxia now possesses, the king of the end is as simple as grabbing the king for Luoxia. Rather than waiting for the final boss to show himself, Luoxia might as well take the initiative to reveal the final boss to the world. After the palace was settled, Luoxia moved from the Tokyo Hotel to the Nanao Shrine. Even if Wan Liguyali is unwilling, then Luoxia can only stay there and serve as Luoxia's servant witch. As long as Luoxia is willing, Wan Liguyali can be eaten. It's a pity that Luoxia has no interest in the Virgin Mother, and the people of Kongwo still prefer Bai Mao. If it was Liliana here, Luoxia might be fascinated. However, who let Luoxia cross the location is Fuzhang, not Europa. When Sheigongzan knew that Luoxia had moved in, her expression was astonished. And then she asked Toma Amekasu, why didn't you dissuade that Demon King, but you actually succumbed to that little shrine as a palace? I have already persuaded me, but Lord Demon King insisted on going his own way. It seems that he has identified Nanao Shrine, and appointed the elders of the official history committee to meet at Nanao Shrine. Toma Kanika wiped the cold sweat on his face, and answered Sheigongzan in front of him, making Sheigongzan sigh lightly. That's it. The authority of the Demon King cannot be resisted by anyone. Compared to Tony, the King of Swords, Sheigongzan felt that the Demon King was more unpredictable. She looked at the information obtained from the Green Niji Sage meeting and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Grim Niji Council of Sages, an excerpt from the report on the investigation of the 7th Demon King slaying the gods. There are 3 god tiers of Brahmin gods, and Shiva is the god of destruction in Brahmanism. As the god of destruction, Shiva actually possesses the authority of reproduction, creation, destruction, and time, as well as a certain degree of omniscience and omnipotence, and occupies an extremely important position in Brahmanism. Brahma created the world, Vishnu maintained the world, and Shiva is the ruler of its destruction. Its predecessor came from Rudra, the Vedic era belonged to the god of storms, and the Ganges civilization era belonged to the reproductive god Beast Lord. According to the rules of the appearance of gods, omniscient and omnipotent gods cannot appear in the world, and the strength of gods depends on self-knowledge. It is speculated that Shiva, who does not obey, appears to belong to the god of destruction. The 7th Demon King induces the gods to descend at the Yakushi temple in Fuzhang, and defeats Shiva who does not obey with unknown power. It is speculated that the authority obtained is related to destruction. Treating the seventh devil needs to be cautious, his origin is mysterious, and his personality is more unpredictable than the Sword King Tony. Don't provoke the Demon King, choose to be hostile to him. A beauty plan. Back at the residence, Xia Gongzhen thought about the words of the senior officials of the Official History Committee, and couldn't help but make up her mind. She gritted her teeth, opened her wardrobe, and looked at her only Japanese-style kimono that could be called women's clothing. Try it. She took off her suit jacket and gently unbuttoned her white shirt, revealing a hint of blush in the mirror. P.S. The second update, asking for flowers, asking for collections, asking for very good evaluation votes, I am grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Xiaomian joins the forum. Nanao Shrine. Completely unaware of the situation, Luo Xia, who enjoys living in Nangxiang Shrine, gradually mastered the rules related to the Dimensional Forum. The number of invitees to the Dimension Forum question and answer is not fixed, and it is a random selection. In the fog of the question and answer space, only Luo Xia can see the identity information of each person in the fog, and the rest have no permission. Because, this is the power of the forum owner. High-value items require more than 10,000 forum points to purchase, and are only limited to the basic power of each world. Such as Pirate World Haki, Devil Fruit, Swordsmanship, or Skill, Hokage World Chakra, Simple Ninjutsu, Shinigami's Had, Zanpakuto, Moon World's Magic, or the power of the Dead Apostles, etc. If you want to strengthen your exercise, you can exercise by yourself, or you can rely on the forum points to strengthen the exchange. The starting point for strengthening is 5,000 points. To obtain points, in addition to exchanging their own abilities through the Dimensional Forum, forum members can also exchange for the most valuable things in the world they belong to. Generally, you can get points by signing into the forum every week. Whether you can get more points depends on your luck. In terms of mall exchange, Luo Xia can use the Dimension Mall to exchange, only in the world of Hokage, the world of Pirates and Shinigami, and the world of Godkiller where he is located. The forum level is the initial level, and more forum functions will be unlocked when the authority is upgraded. Currently, the enhanced functions are open, exchange in the Dimension Mall, and sign-in points to obtain. Luo Xia looked at the information flashing in front of her eyes could not help thinking. The current development is the ability exchange of these four worlds. Is it because the initial level of the Dimensional Forum is too low? How to upgrade the initial level of the Dimensional Forum? The curious Luo Xia sent out her own question to him. The initial level of the forum is a first-level forum, and the forum owner can upgrade the relevant forum level by completing the corresponding forum tasks, or taking the initiative to invite questions and answers. A Q&A invitation is made every other week, and the forum owner can also make an active invitation once a week. With the level upgrade, the third-level forum level starts unlimited times. Forum members who have completed a Q&A, actively invite the forum owner to conduct a Q&A and accept it again. Detailed rules are presented in front of Luo Xia's eyes. Forum level, the highest is level 7. The number of worlds that can be observed in different levels of forums will be different. The higher the level of the Dimensional Forum, the more high-end worlds can be observed and invited to ask questions. What is the high-end world? If you have the power to destroy the star, it can be classified as a high-end world. Or like the world of Doraemon, a world with the ability to change planets and change the universe can also be classified as a high-end world. Due to the improvement of observation ability, the exchangeable items released by the Dimension Mall will be more and more abundant. Although there are a lot of good things in the Dimensional Mall now, there are only 4 worlds that can be opened and exchanged. Like Inuyasha World Demon Power, On Mayajutsu, and Kamen Rider World Belt, they are all non-exchangeable gray states. I see. Luo Xia nodded lightly, feeling a little more curious about the initiative to invite. Let me try it out and make an active invitation to see it. Luo Xia began to choose the active invitation from the Dimension Forum with a hint of anticipation. The active invitation is successful, and the observation world is being searched for you. The next moment, the new invitation was sent successfully. Magical Girl Madoka World. See Long Yuan Hospital, in a ward. Little Round. Xiao Mian woke up from the nightmare, thinking of the scene of Madoka's death. A tear appeared in her eyes. Am I going back to the past now? Her memory stayed at the moment Madoka sacrificed, and this time she was rescued by Madoka. However, Xiao Mian is really not reconciled anyway. Obviously, she rescued Madoka, but Madoka sacrificed every time. If only Madoka hadn't become a magical girl. The girl couldn't help muttering, and at the same time, a strong hatred in her heart, thinking of a certain white fluffy guy. Kyuubi, as long as I kill you, Madoka won't become a magical girl. The original source of magical girls is Kyuubi. For humans, Kyuubi is a cute and mysterious creature with the ability to fulfill the wishes of others. If you just want to fulfill other people's wishes, then you have to sign a contract with it to become a magical girl. According to the contract signed, the girl's ability is determined according to the wish. For Xiao Mian, Kyuubi is a demon among demons. Becoming a magical girl was the biggest mistake in her life, and now she can't wait to cut Kyuubi into pieces. Detecting that you have a strong desire to change your destiny, the destiny questioner has initiated an invitation to you. Do you accept it? Propose a transaction. The fate questioner will fulfill your related wishes. You can know your future destiny, and gain the ability to change the future. The reminder that suddenly sounded in her mind made Xiao Mian almost think it was an illusion. Change the future. Xiao Mian murmured softly, her eyes gradually becoming firmer. No matter what the cost, as long as Madoka can be prevented from becoming a magical girl and Kyuubi can be eliminated, I can pay anything. Xiao Mian didn't hesitate and chose to confirm. At the same time, she was also quite curious about whether the so-called fate questioner was a god or a demon. The questioner found success, and the questioner, Magical Girl Madoka World, and Xiao Mian joined the Dimension Forum. The question and answer space was formed. Luo Xia sat on the high platform and was stunned when she saw the prompts presented in front of her. It's so interesting. Luo Xia never imagined that this time, the one who joined the dimensional forum was actually the world of the magical girl Madoka, and she was also the most crucial heroine, Xiao Mian. I don't know, what timeline is Xiao Mian? If it was Xiao Mian in the timeline before magical girl Madoka started, Luo Xia would have to think about how to fool Xiao Mian. In that world, the biggest specialty is magical girls. The formation of the magical girl was based on the power of the incubator family, Kyuubi, at the cost of extracting the girl's soul and making it into a soul gem. The magical girl's ability comes from the miracle distortion produced by the soul gem. The realization of the wish. With the help of the strong emotional power of human beings. P.S. The third update, asking for flowers, asking for collections, asking for very evaluation votes, thank you very much, asterisk. Chapter 12 Xiao Mian's Transaction. Luo Xia is naturally very interested in the world of magical girl Madoka. Not only because of the magical girl, but also because of curiosity about how Kyuubi can help human beings to fulfill their wishes. As long as he pays enough equivalents, as the incubator family, Kyuubi can create the ultimate god that affects the order of the universe. How could Luo Xia not be curious? If you can catch Chubby, find out his ability to make wishes come true, and control him, Luo Xia is equivalent to having 7 Dragon Ball dragons that can make wishes at any time. Although the idea is good, Luo Xia does not have permission to go to Xiao Mian's world. Unless the forum members actively invite, Luo Xia cannot reach the magical girl Madoka world at present. However, this does not prevent Luo Xia from flicking Xiao Mian. In the question and answer space, Xiao Mian's eyes looked around. Everything around at this moment was surrounded by fog. And she raised her head and looked at the figure on the high platform. Covered by a layer of fog, Luo Xia's face could not be clearly seen, and the boundless fear in her heart seemed to be magnified at this moment. Xiao Mian seemed to see something terrifying. This kind of terror was stronger than when she faced the stage witch. Are you a god or a demon? After recovering, the sense of terror that was so heavy that it was impossible to breathe gradually faded away. Xiao Mian lowered her head and did not continue to look at the figure on the high platform. God? Demon? I'm neither a god nor a demon, just an answerer. Luo Xia smiled and did not give Xiao Mian a clear answer, leaving everything to Xiao Mian's imagination. Here, you can know your future destiny and get the power you want. As long as you pay the corresponding value, you can get everything you want. A strong flow of information hit Xiao Mian's mind at this moment. After a long time, Xiao Mian came back to her senses and realized what kind of space she was in, and what kind of unknown existence was in front of her. You are the so-called evil god. Seeing that Luo Xia didn't answer, Xiao Mian already had some guesses in her heart. The unknown existence in front of her might be a more terrifying guy than Kuobai. She took a deep breath and seemed to make up her mind. Can you tell me, can I stop Madoka from becoming a magical girl? Xiao Mian asked, and a prompt from the dimensional forum sounded in her mind for a moment. Propose that the exchange is successful, you need to pay your own skill card, you can learn the future from the fate questioner. Empowering a skill card. A trace of doubt appeared in Xiao Mian's mind. Skill cards, the embodiment of one's own abilities. To trade future information, the corresponding ability of the current questioner needs to be paid. The ability will generate a skill card in exchange. The exchange will not affect the questioner's own ability, but will be analyzed and copied through the questioner's existing ability. Active trading, you will get special dimension forum points, you can get related items through the open dimension mall to optimize your abilities. Looking at the dazzling array of special abilities in the dimension mall, Xiao Mian knew for the first time that there were other worlds. Can you actually purify the soul gem? Xiao Mian looked at what the dimensional mall could provide, and immediately showed an incredible expression. The magical girl consumes her own miracle power, and the realization of magical ability requires a price. This price is due to the consumption of the soul gem, which will make the core of the soul gem cloudy. Without the power of the lamentation seed, a magical girl cannot cleanse the filth of her soul gem. However, when she knew that the witch was the fallen form of a magical girl, Xiaomei Homura became disgusted with being a magical girl and refused to use the seed of lamentation. Now, if you can use the power of the dimensional forum to purify the soul gem, then Xiao Mian doesn't have to worry about the loss of the soul gem. Generate. Xiao Mian did not hesitate, and directly chose to confirm. Skill card generation, you have obtained a skill card. Soul gem generate. Time travel generate. Time is still generation. You get 5,000 forum reward points. Looking at the 3 skill cards presented in front of her eyes, Xiao Mian was stunned. Among them, time travel and the ability to stop time can still be understood by Xiao Mian, but can soul gems also be generated as skill cards? You have completed the transaction, and the fate questioner will answer it for you. The huge flow of information quickly entered Xiao Mian's mind. At the same time, it's amazing, I didn't expect such a big gain in one go. Luo Xia's eyes lit up. Of the 3 skill cards he obtained, the most rewarded was Xiao Mian's soul gem. Because the skill card of the soul gem contains the accumulation of Xiao Mian's desperation to save Shikaimyuan again and again as she travels through different timelines of reincarnation. The ability to time travel and time still is only secondary to Luo Xia. The most important thing is the despair formed by the accumulation of soul gems. This despair can be exchanged for a lot of good things through the dimensional mall. Let me tell you the future you want. Luo Xia raised her hand, and the future belonging to the magical girl Madoka Xiao Mian was displayed in her own mind. Xiao Mian, whose face was calm originally, burst into tears at this moment. Have I failed again? Madoka. There were tears in Xiao Mian's eyes. When she saw Madoka sacrifice herself, she became Ryu of the Ring, a god who saves all magical girls. And everyone has forgotten her who once existed, and the former Shikame Yuan disappeared. In this world, there is only one god named Shikame Yuan. However, this is not what she wants to accept. All she wants is for Madoka to live a peaceful and happy life. Why did she become a magical girl again? Could it be that she really couldn't change her destiny? P.S. The first update, the new book is looking for flowers, collections, and very evaluation tickets. Asterisk. Chapter 13, Time and Space Drive. In addition to being sad, Xiao Mian seemed to realize something. The future she saw was when she had never seen the dimensional forum. You can know your future destiny and gain the ability to change the future. Xiao Mian suddenly realized the meaning of this sentence, and when she came to this dimensional forum, she could truly have the power to change the future. In this case, even defeating the stage which will not be a problem. Xiao Mian couldn't help taking a deep breath when she looked at the dimensional mall in front of her. What she could actually use was the function of purifying the soul gem, and each purification of the soul gem only cost 100 points. To completely erase the negative effects of the soul gem, it takes 5,000 points, just like strengthening. It's just that if the 5,000 points are used up, Xiao Mian doesn't know how long it will take to get so many points again. In her heart, she couldn't help but hesitate a little more. While hesitating, he was full of curiosity about everything in front of him. If the points are exhausted, how can I get more points? Can this space really connect different dimension worlds? Xiao Mian couldn't help but said, "Why did you create this world? This space connects different dimension worlds, and Xiao Mian believes that not only one person has arrived here." Xiao Mian was actually a little skeptical about the identity of the dimensional forum and Luoxia. Tisk, she really asked about the key point. Luoxia was at a loss for words. To be honest, Luoxia hadn't thought of how to make better use of the dimensional forum when he obtained this dimension forum. This time, Xiao Mian's words seemed to wake up Luoxia. He seemed to be blessed with soul, seemed to understand something, and said, "Observation, game. If you want to get more, then take out the most valuable thing in your world and come to exchange it." Luoxia's words made Xiao Mian look shocked. Before Xiao Mian could react, she returned to the reality of the magic circle world from the question and answer space. Magical Girl Madoka World. In the ward, Xiao Mian woke up. Entering the question and answer space makes Xiao Mian feel like she is in a dream. She covered her head, and the intense mental pain made Xiao Mian's face pale. Thinking of Luoxia's words, she couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Is it just a game? Observation is observation. Xiao Mian pondered for a while, and suddenly thought of something. Is it possible? Is it observing a different otherworld? If this is the case, Xiao Mian somewhat understands the meaning of Luoxia's words. Haha. She smiled lightly and shook her head involuntarily. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me, all I need is the power to save Miao Yuan. Only when she becomes stronger herself, can Xiao Mian be able to defeat the stage witch, so that Madoka will not become a magical girl. Anyway, I will never let you sacrifice, Madoka. No matter what the future she saw, she would never allow Madoka to disappear from everyone's memory this time. After making up her mind, Xiao Mian became familiar with the functions of the dimensional forum. At this time, her eyes fell on the sign-in. Can you get points by signing in? Subconsciously, Xiao Mian chose to sign in, and the prompt tone of the forum sounded in Xiao Mian's mind. Sign in successfully. You get forum points, 5,000. The huge surprise made Xiao Mian widen her eyes, feeling like she was dreaming. Actually got 5,000 points at one time. In addition to the points obtained by trading skill cards, Xiao Mian's points have reached 10,000 points, which is the condition for being able to purchase high-value products in the Dimension Mall. When she wanted to click to sign in again, a new prompt appeared in front of Xiao Mian's eyes. Please sign in 7 days later. Damn it, is there a time limit? Xiao Mian gritted her teeth. Although she was a little unwilling, she was instantly satisfied when she saw the 5,000 extra points she had gained. In this case, as long as I don't use the magical girl's ability, I can ensure that the soul gem will not fall into turbidity so quickly. What's the ability to quickly become stronger here? Her eyes fell on the dimensional mall, chakra in the Hokage world, ninjutsu, haki in the pirate world, devil fruit, head in Shinigami, the power of the Quincy, and the magic of the god-killing world. These spend 10,000 points and get the basic entry level. Relying on these abilities to deal with witches is definitely not enough for Xiaomei Homura. Kamen Rider Time King Belt. After looking at it for a while, Xiao Mian's eyes stayed on the options of Kamen Rider World, and in the purchasable list provided by the Dimensional Mall, there happened to be one item called Shiwang Belt, which came from Kamen Rider Shiwang World. Time King Belt, from the world of Kamen Rider Shiwang, through the time-space driver and the control watch head to transform. Purchase points, 10,000. That's fine then. The points required for the Shiwang belt are exactly 10,000 points, which is completely enough for Xiao Mian. Moreover, the power of the Master Kamen Rider Tokiwang seems to have an effect on destroying the witch. However, the follow-up promotion will be a little embarrassing, and I hope to earn more points in the future. After all, a dial requires 100,000 points, let alone upgrading to the second level. What she sees is that Kamen Rider Toki King has the ability to erase the history of knights, so can Toki King's power erase the history of witches. Successful purchase, you have obtained the King of Time belt. Following the prompt of the Dimension Forum, Kamen Rider Shiwang's belt and Shiwang dial appeared on Xiao Mian's hospital bed. Holding the Shiwang belt and dial in her hand, Jian Xiao Mian suddenly understood how to use Shiwang's power. Should be like that. She got off the bed, looked at the mirror beside the bed, and slowly put on the space-time drive. Time and space drive. Xiao Mian installed the control head next to the driver. She tilted the time-space drive slightly, and behind the girl, a huge dial appeared. P.S. I sweated when I saw the flowers. I will try my best to make up for the update today. There are 3 updates and 2 more. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for very evaluation tickets, thank you very much. As for the questions that everyone said, I will have a plan, thank you for your support, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Activation of the Replacement Function. Kamen Rider, Toki King's transformation is complete. Xiao Mian looked at herself in the mirror, showing an incredible appearance. When she put on the Shiwang driver, Xiao Mian suddenly understood something. This force can change the past, as well as the present and the future. She clenched her fists and looked at herself in the mirror. From today onwards, I am Wang Xiao Mian when I was Kamen Rider, and the history of the witch will be erased by myself. Xiao Mian felt good. When wearing the Shiwang driver, Xiao Mian became the only Shiwang in the magical girl Madoka world, and the first Kamen Rider. Because of her status as a magical girl, Shiwang's power has an additional effect, that is, as long as Xiao Mian defeats the witch, she can erase the witch's history of becoming a magical girl. In other words, witches have never existed, and the so-called witches will revert to normal human beings. This power was exactly what Xiao Mian wanted. God's Lair World. Increase the world of observation, increase the world of One Punch, increase the world of Xingyu, increase the world of Kamen Rider Shiwang, increase the world of game life, and develop the exchange function of the relevant Dimension Mall. Forum member Xiao Mian completed one purchase, Time King Belt. The history of magical girl Madoka has undergone major changes. You have successfully rewritten the fate of Xiao Mian's character and received 10,000 bonus points. Since you actively invited the question and answer, no question and answer points will be awarded for this question and answer. The Dimensional Forum has been upgraded to a second-level forum, and the owner of the form is also invited to make persistent efforts. Luoxia was stunned when she saw the message that popped out in front of her. In addition to the original 4 worlds, are there 4 more worlds with exchangeability? However, what was the condition that triggered the promotion of the dimensional form to the 2nd level form, which made Luoxia suddenly show a puzzled expression? Could it be, this is it? Luoxia looked at the news presented in front of him and found the news of the sale of Shi Wang's belt. The corner of his mouth could not help twitching. Xiaomian, from a magical girl to a king of Kamen Rider. It seems that this is not impossible. Did this cause a major change in the history of magical girl Madoka's world? In this case, the principle of the ring should not appear. The power of Kamen Rider appeared in the world of the magical girl Madoka, and Toshio himself has the ability to erase the history of knights. In the world of magical girl Madoka, it is estimated that the ability to erase the history of magical girls or witches will increase. The level upgrade of the dimension form is based on various judgments. Active invitations have triggered the behavior of forum members that may cause major changes in the history of the original world. The forum will complete the world observation and end, and record the coordinates to upgrade the corresponding level. If the 2nd level forum continues to improve, it is necessary to carry out corresponding question and answer invitations, or to trigger major behaviors of multiple forum members that may change the history of the original world. Only after judgment will the forum level continue to be upgraded. The prompt presented in front of him immediately answered Luoxia's doubts. Alright, I got it. The promotion of the level of the dimensional forum is not a coincidence for Luoxia. Realizing this, Luoxia didn't go down with the ultimate meaningless thing, but set his sights on the reward he got from Xiaomian. The time still and time travel skill cards can be used directly to accommodate Luoxia's body, but what about the soul gem skill card Luoxia? You can exchange the corresponding points, or exchange equivalent products through the Dimension Mall. This is the special authority of the forum owner. The forum's tips made Luoxia's eyes shine. Is it a replacement for an equivalent item? If so, then give it a try. Putting the skill card on it, Luoxia put 3 skill cards, a soul gem, and 2 timeline abilities of Xiaomian. Permutable list selections. Model Moon World Jewel Wing, the 2nd method. Dating Battle Shizaki Kwangsan, Angel Kakiti. Game Life World Dragon Essence, Time and Space Ability. Kamen Rider, the King of Demons, the Power of Demons. Looking at the replaceable ability presented in the list, Luoxia immediately fell into a tangle. There are 4 replaceable abilities presented in the Dimensional Mall, the most special of which are the Time and Space Magic of the Dragon Spirit species, and the Power of the King of the Time of the Devil. Jewel Wang's 2nd method, as well as Tokisaki Kurumi's Angel Keek Emperor, all have certain limitations to some extent. Needless to say, the 2nd method of Jewel Wang can interfere with the parallel world and obtain infinite magic power from the parallel world, but all it does is observe the parallel world, extract the magic power of the atmosphere from the parallel world and share it with the original world itself. The Angel Kakiti possesses 12 kinds of time interference abilities. Using abilities will reveal a giant clock. The long needles and short needles of the huge clock are ancient rifles and pistols, respectively. The ability of Kakiti is fired as bullets. The numbers on the clock have various powerful abilities, but they consume their own lifetime. Luoxia was a little hesitant between the 2 abilities, the time and space ability of the dragon essence and the ability of the king to meet the devil. Needless to say, the king's power to meet the devil has all the power of knights, manipulating time, psychic power, shock waves, and manipulating the law of causality. The time and space ability of the dragon essence species is even more powerful, centering itself on the now, coexisting at the past and future time points, ensuring that they are immortal, and at the same time gaining invincible power. In all fairness, Luoxia prefers the time and space ability of the dragon essence, but the disadvantage of the dragon essence is obvious. Because the essence of the dragon essence is a container that contains a special space, its past and future are reflected and echoed in this space, bringing infinite power. But as long as the container is damaged a little, and the force from the outside invades the body, the dragon will respond infinitely to the small injury, the attack that erodes the body, and eventually turns it into a huge body that devours itself. Trauma and then self-destruction. P.S. The third update, 2 updates will be added tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Today, the breakthrough of 4,000 flowers will be completed. The rest of the updates will be finished tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 15, The Power to Take Time and History. In the game life world, the dragon essence is said to be strong, but the weakness is so obvious. The premise is that no one finds the weakness of the dragon spirit species, otherwise it will not create the impression that the dragon spirit species can rival the god species. If the dragon spirits don't consider it, then for Luoxia, there is only the power of the king of the devil. The power of the king of time is the power of time and the power of all nights. Destroying time and space, creating time and space, this is the king of the devil. In fact, the power of time happens to be what Luoxia lacks the most at the moment, and Shi Wang's ability just comes in handy. Let's just use the power of the king in the devil's time. Luoxia's eyes stayed on the magic power in front of him. The power of the god killer, coupled with the time-related ability of the demon king, I don't know what interesting changes will occur. With only the power to kill gods, how could Luoxia be called a qualified demon king? The power that belongs to the king of the time of the devil, Luoxia soon became greedy. With Luoxia's choice, the magic power of the king of demons was replaced successfully, and the 3 skill cards Luoxia obtained were replaced and consumed. The replacement is successful, you get the power of the king and the devil when you meet the devil. The power belonging to the king of time is displayed on Luoxia's body, and his eyes are as bright as gold. Amazing, that's the power. He nodded, feeling very satisfied with Feng Mo's power. The main reason for choosing Feng Mo is his power to change the world and reset the timeline. As for his ability planning, Luoxia has a clear direction. Moreover, this ability also has a miraculous effect for Luoxia to travel to other worlds. As long as this ability defeats the opponent, it can take the opponent's power. In other words, Luoxia can take away the time and history of others. This ability is enough to match Luoxia, so Luoxia can be called the Demon King. Just when Luoxia experienced the power of magic. In the girl's room. However, Wan Li Guyuri looked nervous. Luoxia had been living in this Kiksheng shrine for 3 days, and he had completely regarded it as his residence. The aggrieved Yuri Wanligu had to acquiesce to the fact that his shrine was occupied by the Demon King of Dammit, and he had to take the initiative to lure and gain the favor of the Demon King under the conscious or unintentional hint of Ameko Toma. It's just, how did Yuri Banrigu do such a shameful thing? Even if she did that, is the Demon King really interested in him? In this regard, Banligu Yuri is deeply suspicious. Compared to the Demon King she had seen, Luoxia was not as brutal as she imagined, but the level of trickery was at the level of a Demon King. What should I do? A simple girl can't help but fall into one-sided worries. Wan Li Guyali actually guessed right, Luoxia didn't actually have much interest in her. If Wan Li Guyuli hadn't been useful, Luoxia would not have come here to let her stay by his side. After all, Luoxia still needs Yuri Wanligu's sister to break the seal of the monkey god Kun, because she still has time to come in handy. With a suitable shrine maiden, it can also be used in the ritual summoning of the god of disobedience. Otherwise, Luoxia would not have any interest in women with the same heart as the Virgin. For Wan Li Guyuri's idea, Luoxia regarded it as a wonderful misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the world of Hokage. New members join the Dimensional Forum, the level of the Dimensional Forum is upgraded to the 2nd level forum, and the Dimensional Mall opens the exchange of new observation world abilities. The prompt of the forum was presented in front of Uchiha Madara. 2nd level forum? This means that there are new people joining the Dimensional Forum. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, it seemed that he was not the only one joining the Dimensional Forum. Obtaining the dimensional forum can be said to be the opportunity to turn over the last life of Uchiha Madara. He doesn't care what is behind the dimensional forum, what is the purpose of building the so-called dimensional forum. Uchiha Madara knows that it is because of the dimensional forum that he can change the fate of his life. Otherwise, his life will turn into a sad joke like the future he sees. Hehe, Black Zetsu. No matter what, Uchiha Madara won't let Black Zetsu go. It's just that there is still a place for Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara is not in a hurry to get rid of Black Zetsu. Even if it can't be solved, Uchiha Madara can completely seal that guy with his own abilities. It will never be possible to split the moon to save the mother. As the price of cheating for so many years, Uchiha Madara about the infinite Tsukuyomi plan has to start to re-examine how to execute it. The power of the tailed beast must be obtained, because it is related to the 10 Tails sacred tree, and the origin of chakra, the chakra fruit. As a native of the Hokage world, Uchiha Madara cannot destroy the vitality of the earth under her feet in order to plant a sacred tree. However, this does not mean that Uchiha does not covet the power of the tailed beast. If the 9 Tails Jinchuriki becomes one, the power they possess can change the world. He no longer wants to rewrite the world with infinite Tsukuyomi, but becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki and embarks on the path of unifying the ninja world. P.S. It's a little late today, the first one will be delivered. I want to collect it, ask for flowers, and ask for a very good evaluation ticket. I am very grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Tony the King of Swords. Unity of the ninja world is the right way. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara would not be able to better integrate the power of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara already knew the origin of the Tsutsuki clan and the origin of chakra in the Hokage world, so Uchiha Madara felt nervous. Leaving aside Tsutsuki Kagaya, in the future that Uchiha Madara saw, 3 more Tsutsuki came to the world of Hokage. Although it is only a fragment of future information, it does not appear to be too complete, but Uchiha Madara is deeply aware of the horror of Tsutsuki. The so-called sacred tree is derived from the creation of Tsutsuki. Tsutsuki relied on the power of constantly planting divine trees in other worlds and devouring the planet of life to grow himself. How could Uchiha Madara be careful about such an existence? However, now that he has the power of the dimensional forum, Uchiha Madara has the confidence to deal with Tsutsuki. Because the dimension forum, which can connect to the world, is more powerful than the so-called Tsutsuki clan. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara received too little information on Tsutsuki. If you want to know more, Uchiha Madara can only get information about the Tsutsuki clan through existing intelligence. At the same time, Uchiha Madara also knows one thing, that is, the dead Sage of 6 Paths is still monitoring the world. I must have power beyond Sage of 6 Paths. Only beyond the power of the Sage of 6 Paths can Uchiha Madara be confident against Tsutsuki Kagaya, including any members of the Tsutsuki clan who may come to the world of Hokage. Hashirama, I will prove that I am right. His philosophy cannot pass on true peace. Humans curled up on small planets cannot obtain a better future. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has set his sights on the world outside the world of Hokage. The land of fire and the land of water meet. Am I suspected? Black Zetsu's mood became low, and he always felt that something was wrong with Uchiha during this time. Not only was something wrong, but Black Zetsu felt that Uchiha Madara's attitude towards him had become a little stiff and cold. Humph, if I didn't have to rely on your strength to save my mother. Black Zetsu snorted coldly, gritted his teeth. It wasn't because of this that Black Zetsu wouldn't be so shy in front of Uchiha Madara, and he was suspicious of Uchiha Madara for being so saddened. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu seemed to be even more annoyed. I hope I'm more mindful. He sighed and didn't think any further. Now Black Zetsu's task is to choose a suitable heir for Uchiha Madara. After all, Uchiha Madara is old. His old age is just the power left by Uchiha Madara, and he must find a suitable person to pass it on until the moment when Uchiha Madara has a chance to resurrect. Black Zetsu just needs to wait quietly for Uchiha Madara to die, and then secretly control and influence Uchiha Madara's successor, so that he can execute his plan as he wishes. Pure Black Zetsu, completely unaware that Uchiha Madara knew everything at this time. He was kept in the dark and still worked hard for Uchiha Madara. The world of Hokage is beginning to change in a direction that Luoxia does not know. The changes in the ninja world have nothing to do with Luoxia at present. The time flow rate of the world to which the members of the Dimension Forum belong is completely different from that of Luoxia. Unless the Dimension Forum is connected, the time flow rate will tend to be the same. God's Lair World. Luoxia released the transformation of the King of the Devil, and the power brought by the King of the Devil is extremely powerful. Luoxia in that posture really feels what the power of the devil is. That is the power of destruction and creation, the power of time and space. Only the true king can possess the miracle power of the master. This power, even if I deal with the so-called god of disobedience, I am completely worthy of it. And with this power, the so-called last king is nothing to Luoxia. It's time to think about how to release the seal of the monkey god Kun as soon as possible. With this power, Luoxia can't wait to rely on Shi Wang's ability to erase the history of the last king. However, when Luoxia just walked out of the room, the wind suddenly rolled up outside the shrine. An uninvited guest approached Nanao Shrine. A strong atmosphere of depression and terror spreads in all directions. The swaggering Tony broke into the Nanao Shrine, and the main entrance of the shrine was blown and shattered by the sudden storm. Ha ha ha, I feel it, it's really powerful. The King of Swords, Tony, let out a hearty laugh at this moment, and said to Luoxia in front of him, "My new compatriot, go all out to fight me." "Hold it." Tony put down the big sword on his shoulders and pointed at Luoxia in front of him. A sharp sword edge formed in his eyes, heading straight for Luoxia. Ruined. Amakusa Dongma, who came quickly, fell into the ice cellar at this moment, and his mood was extremely bad at this moment. The King of Swords, why did he appear in Fuzhang? According to the information he obtained, there was no record that the King of Swords would arrive at Fuzhou. At this time, Amakusa Toma felt the coming of a nightmare in an instant. "Are you declaring war on me? Salvatore, the sixth king?" Luoxia looked at Tony indifferently, as if looking at an idiot. In a sense, Luoxia, this guy is indeed an idiot, and he is a guy who gets into trouble everywhere to compete with others. "It's too cold, my dear friend." Tony scratched his head, his words seemed a little lost. "I came across 2 oceans in order to reach Fuzhang as soon as possible, and I abandoned Andre just to meet you. I don't remember when I made you a close friend." He smiled naturally, his eyes instantly became cold at this moment, an endless killing intent poured into Tony. "P.S. Today is really busy, the 3rd update will be delivered as usual, and the remaining updates will be made up tomorrow, and an extra update will be added." Asterisk. Chapter 17 The King of Time, the King of the Devil's Time. How did this idiot become the Demon King who killed gods? Looking at the idiot in front of him, Luoxia pursed her lips and let out a sneer. Tony, who didn't know what he had done, felt the strong killing intent brought by Luoxia, but Tony smiled like a husky, looking very excited. He felt joy in his mood, his body trembled slightly because of the excitement, and the majestic mantra like the sea surged out from Tony's body. Boom! Suddenly, Tony didn't react. A repulsive force just bounced Tony away in an instant, causing him to fly 100 meters away, directly out of the boundary of the 7 Heroes Shrine, and at the same time interrupting his spell mobilization. Toma Amekusu and Yuri Banlagu, who heard the movement, had just arrived at the battlefield where the two were, and the magician in the shrine had seen such a scene. That is. Amakusa Dongma's eyes immediately fell on Luoxia. The golden belt appeared on Luoxia's waist, and everyone didn't realize what was going to happen. The next moment, everyone saw an extremely shocking scene. Luoxia's hands were placed on both ends of his golden space-time drive, and the ground behind his feet cracked open in an instant, revealing the huge logo of the King of Demons. With the sound of domineering blessings sounding out of thin air, the magma bursting out of the ground cracked and flowed over the entire demon sign. Blessing moment. The most benevolent, the most good, the supreme, the most powerful. King of the time of the devil. With the instant solidification of the lava and the demon symbol, gold and black armor covered Luo Xia's body in an instant. The unparalleled terrifying pressure spreads in all directions. This power is... Toma Amakasa seemed to realize something, his voice trembled at this moment. Luo Xia's power was much stronger than that of a god's lair. Is this power Luo Xia originally possessed? He had seen the so-called Demon King, but he had never seen a king like Luo Xia. As if Luo Xia was born to be king. Becoming a king is Luo Xia's natural destiny. Perhaps, the Lord Demon King is the unique and supreme king in this world. At this meeting, Dongma Amakasa seems to have been completely convinced by Luo Xia. At the same time, Toma Amakasa also understood what happened to the previous sense of oppression. Is that Luo Xia testing his strength? The king of the devil, the king of time. Watching Luo Xia's successful transformation, Wan Li Guyuli also understood the meaning of being a king when he meets the devil, a king who was born to be a king. Are you really a god's lair? Even more shocking, it was Tony. The power he had never seen before made Tony feel a sense of danger. Not only is it dangerous, he feels that as long as Luo Xia is willing, the history of his existence, or the history of himself becoming a god's lair, will be completely erased. As long as Luo Xia thinks about it, then it can really be done, because this is the authority of the King of Time. God's lair? You could say that. Luo Xia let out a laugh, and looked at him dangerously, but Tony felt his hair stand on end. I am still the most benevolent, the most good, the most supreme, the most powerful king of the time of the devil, the King of Time who destroys time and space and creates everything. Are you scared? Tony, the King of Swords. Luo Xia's words made Tony shake his head. But he smiled excitedly. No, I'm excited, and I'm even more looking forward to fighting with you. Haha. Luo Xia snorted lightly, and his eyes fell on Tony. Then, I will do as you wish. Witness the mighty power of the King of Time. Boom. Before Tony could react, Luo Xia's fist had already landed on Tony's body. In the blink of an eye, the environment around Tony has changed, from Nanao Shrine to Tokyo Bay. It's amazing, how could it be possible to do this? Realizing what kind of opponent he was facing, Tony immediately adjusted his state. Oath. I don't allow anything that I can't cut off. This sword can sever everything on the earth, and it is an invincible blade in the world. The power of power is instantly liberated at this moment. He held the big sword in his hand, and the big sword turned into a dazzling silver color, slashing towards Luo Xia like a swirling cloud. Tony's power can cut everything in the world. Interesting. Luo Xia raised her hand and touched the silver blade. It's too weak, you make me unsatisfied, Salvatore Tony. Luo Xia's words were like a mockery of Tony. You came here with all your hard work just to fight me. Field, then now I have fulfilled your wish. Unfortunately, you let me down. As soon as Luo Xia's voice fell, the magic sword built by Tony's power in the next second was easily smashed by Luo Xia's right hand. Boom. Tony's body flew out like a broken kite in an instant, the blood in his mouth spurted out, and his body fell straight to the ground. The blood in his mouth spurted out, and his body fell straight to the ground. For Tony, this was the first defeat. Tony, who tasted defeat, felt his weakness for the first time. However, if he lost like this, Tony really felt unwilling. The authority of Blessing of Steel worked, repairing Tony's injuries. He held the broken sword, and the power of power worked again. I don't allow anything that I can't cut off. This sword can sever everything on the earth, and it is an invincible blade in the world. The magic power like a mountain torrent was fully vented at this moment, and the broken magic sword was regenerated under the power of power, and Tony used his full power output in the true sense. P.S. The third update, asking for flowers, asking for collections, asking for very good evaluation votes, I am grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 18, The King of Devils, Kills 1. What is power? That is the authority that only the gods in the sky can control, the embodiment of natural phenomena, conceptualized as the real authority of the gods. Tony's power tier silver arm can tear everything and cut off everything. Simply put, it is the terrifying power that can split things in two and cut everything. Even Tony himself couldn't understand how terrifying power he was able to form with his full power output. At the moment when the power is activated, his flesh and blood hand will become a real silver arm. Even if the object being held is not a sword, it can be constructed and forged by the power of power and become the ultimate artifact that cuts all things. My dear friend, witness my power, ha ha ha. Tony let out a hearty laugh, and what he was looking for, the god-killing demon king who came from the ocean, was a fun and dripping battle. Whether it was defeat or death, Tony was satisfied. His eyes revealed only the fiery fighting intent, that is, Luoxia himself was a little moved. Should I praise your arrogance, or laugh at your stupidity? Luoxia shook his head, looked at Tony in front of him, and couldn't help showing a speechless appearance. This guy is really so clueless. Then come on, show your strength with all your strength, god-killing demon king. Under the cover of the magic armor, Luoxia is completely fearless. What's more, Luoxia can easily defeat the King of Swords Tony by using his own power, even if he doesn't use the power of the devil. It is rare to encounter such a suitable opponent, which can give Luoxia the power of magic. How could he miss this opportunity? As soon as his voice fell, Tony, who had a fanatical fighting spirit, suddenly attacked Luoxia at this moment. At this moment, he is the strongest sword demon king. The vast and inconceivably huge magic power turned into a torrent of silver sword light, and fell straight to Luoxia. Boom! Luoxia raised her hand, and her right hand abruptly pressed against the silver dazzling sword light. The powerful hedging air current spread in all directions, directly extending for thousands of meters. What? In the next second, Tony's eyes froze. This time Luoxia still resisted Tony's sword light with one hand. Drink! The impact of the sword light was offset, and the huge repulsive force spread to the surroundings, hitting Tony directly. Tony landed on the ground, the big sword inserted into the ground to stabilize his body, but at this moment, the invisible gravity was pressing on Tony's body. What? The authority of steel's protection continued to operate. In order for Tony to resist the sudden oppression of gravity, he stood up and clenched the great sword in his hand. He still had a fanatical fighting spirit, which continued to show in Tony's eyes. He turned into a beast and charged straight towards Luoxia. His blood seemed to tremble at this moment. His power has the power to change the continental plates. Today's Tony has only reached the limit that human beings can achieve. It's just that he has not surpassed human beings, and he has not understood the conceptual power of the power he has acquired. Even so, Luoxia had to praise Tony's bravery in his heart, because he was indeed a pure warrior. In pursuit of the ultimate battle, satisfy your mad and ardent desire to challenge yourself. Unfortunately, I have no interest in fighting you anymore. Luoxia's voice just fell, and he swiped on the golden space-time drive. The final moment. When the devil hits, the king must kill. Putting on the armor of the king of demons, Luoxia jumped into the sky, turned into a golden flame, and met the king of swords, Tony. It belongs to the powerful coercion brought by the power of the devil, and it approaches the king of swords from top to bottom. Tony only resisted for a second, and the great sword in his hand shattered in an instant, and the brilliance like the sun fell on Tony's body. Boom! The power of the King of Time, which can end everything, just burst out in an instant, and this time Tony really fell to the ground. The world is at peace now. The power of Blessing of Steel is not invincible in itself. Under the power of Luoxia that can end everything, the Sword King Tony just turned into fly ash in an instant. The power of killing gods is indeed powerful, but how can it be compared to the power of demons that can destroy time and space and create the world? Luoxia snapped her fingers, which belonged to the power of the King of Time, and made time go backwards in an instant. Am I dead? No, why am I still alive? When Tony opened his eyes, he thought he was hallucinating. He remembered Luoxia's attack that he couldn't resist. He was turned to ashes by Luoxia's kick like this, and his memory was shattered here. Then, when he woke up, he found that he was still alive, and the whole person was stunned. You are indeed dead, but I erased the time when you died, which is equivalent to your being rescued by me. Luoxia dismantled the armor of the Demon King, looked at the awakened Sword King Tony, and let out a funny laugh. Since you are alive, let's talk about the conditions. Do you choose to surrender or die again? As the price for your loss, I have already taken your life. Your life now belongs to me, Tony, the King of Swords. Luoxia's indifferent words made Tony's eyes widen. He didn't expect Luoxia to come out like this. In that case, it's really okay. Tony scratched his head, showing a look of distress. It's just that, it's not easy for me to explain to Andre, but who made me leave Andre and just want to trouble Luoxia? Paying such a price was considered light for Tony. P.S. For the first update, ask for collection, ask for flowers, and ask for a very good vote. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Let Master Luo Hao be a concubine? Just treat it as the kindness of the Supreme King, not to mention Luoxia has no intention of taking Tony's life. If it really kills him, Luoxia is also worried that it will affect the appearance of the last king and the power of the last king. The number of God's layers determines how strong the last king is, and the God's layers of this period happen to be the largest number of God's layers in history, and the strength of the last king far exceeded history. Don't you want to? Luoxia said indifferently, staring at Tony with hair. In this case, Luoxia would not be a compulsive character. He raised his hand and could destroy Tony with his strength at any time. Really, I'm too arrogant, ha ha ha. Tony shook his head, although his face showed helplessness, but he felt satisfied. Then I will surrender to you. One king surrendering to another king is nothing to a character like Tony's. What's more, Luoxia has a power beyond Tony's. I don't know if this power is the power to kill gods. Tony has indeed recognized the power of Luoxia. However, is that power your original power? This kind of power is simply more terrifying than the so-called disobedience. Tony's eyes are full of curiosity about Luoxia's ability. What do you say? Luoxia chuckled, and now the power of magic is Luoxia's power. With this power, Luoxia can easily destroy everything. Destroy time and space, and even rebuild the world, but in that case, you have to touch the mythical rules of this world. In that case, it will trigger a battle with the myth of the whole world. If he really fights, he is a little worried that the whole world will collapse. What's more, Luoxia is only at the beginning of the master's power to meet demons. Luoxia feels that his power to meet demons actually has more room for improvement. What terrifying heights will he reach when he masters the mythic power of the entire world? In Luoxia's heart, there is actually some expectation. Tony was a little speechless. He sighed and just accepted his fate. Who let himself be defeated by Luoxia? The current Tony is the loser, and the loser has no right to negotiate conditions. Then, after watching it for so long, it should have appeared. Luoxia turned his gaze away from Tony and looked into the distance. An uneasy figure walked out from not far away. It was Liu Yinghua who came across the ocean and arrived in Tokyo not long ago. It feels more terrifying than the master. Liu Yinghua's expression was stiff. He couldn't help swallowing, feeling extremely nervous at this time. Junior Liu Yinghua, I have seen the seventh king. He wiped the cold sweat on his face and gave Luo Xia a big gift, with a sincere and humble expression, for fear that he might provoke Luo Xia. Liu Yinghua didn't give Tony a salute, because Tony had a carefree temperament and wouldn't care about it. What's more, the stronger player on the scene is Luo Xia, the seventh king. As for Luo Xia's strength, Liu Yinghua had a hunch that it was enough to beat 10 of his own masters. I recognize you, you are the apprentice of the East Sect Master. Tony looked at Liu Yinghua, and immediately asked Liu Yinghua, why did you appear on the land of Fuzhang? 2 years before becoming the King of Swords, Tony had only suffered losses at the hands of 2 gods' layers. The deity who robbed Marquis of Waban and retreated, but he was also very embarrassed. And almost lost to the hands of Luo Hao, the leader of the East. Since then, Tony has vowed never to step into the Xia Kingdom again. Land. Until today, 2 years later, I met Luo Xia and tasted the first real defeat. Tony's question made Liu Yinghua's lips dry, but fortunately he quickly adjusted his breathing and said to Luo Xia, return to the 7th king, and the 6th king, Junior Liu Yinghua Feng Teacher 5 Prisons Holy Sect Small Gathering, I don't know if the 7th king can admire his face, come to Lushan Small Nunnery to gather. When Liu Yinghua finished speaking, Luo Xia's face showed a playful expression, and then said, you said that woman is looking for me. Cough cough, yes. Liu Yinghua said cautiously, and his words were a little unfavorable at this time, my teacher heard that the 7th king, you and your teacher are from the family, and you are talented from the Xia Kingdom, so I invite you here. You go to Lushan Nunnery. Don't go. Before Liu Yinghua finished speaking, Luo Xia directly interrupted Liu Yinghua's words. If that woman of your teacher wants to see me, then come to Fuzhang to see me. He chuckled lightly, his tone was extremely arrogant. That woman, what qualifications does that woman have for me to personally go to Mount Lu, just because she is it the leader of the holy sect of the 5 prisons? Although I was born in the Xia country, I don't have a cold for her. Luo Xia's words made Liu Yinghua almost kneel on the ground, some offensive words even he dared not say to Luo Hao. Bring my words to the woman, and come in person if you want to see my words. Let me see if the rumored Eastern Sect Master is a beauty. If it is a beauty, why don't you commit yourself to me as a concubine? That's right, Luo Xia was talking about his concubine, not his wife. How dare Liu Yinghua say such offensive words? Little, Junior. Liu Yinghua didn't dare to breathe, and lowered his head, not knowing how to reply Luo Xia. Why, don't you dare say it. Luo Xia smiled, her words a little playful. He suddenly remembered that Luo Hao had been training his apprentice since he was a child, which caused Liu Yinghua to have a psychological shadow on women. P.S. The second update, asking for collection, asking for flowers, asking for very good evaluation votes, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 20 The beauty leader comes out of the mountain. Liu Yinghua, how dare he? If I really want to say, it is Liu Yinghua himself who suffers. Thinking of the tragic situation he may face, his face becomes extremely pale at this time. After all, once his teacher got angry, the consequences would be unimaginable for him. Why, don't you dare to send a message to that woman, your teacher. Luo Xia showed a playful expression and looked at Liu Yinghua playfully, would you like me to help you? As long as you want, I can give it to you against her power. Luo Xia's words were like a demon's voice to lure Liu Yinghua. Having said that, Liu Yinghua was still quite sober, and naturally he couldn't believe that Luo Xia could really give him the strength to resist the leader of Luo Hao. In all fairness, Luo Hao is still Liu Yinghua's teacher, and he still has the etiquette and awe of teachers and students. Junior, the younger generation will try their best to convey to you the 7th king, please don't embarrass the younger generation. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Luo Hao, his body trembling with fear at this moment. All right. Seeing this, Luo Xia shook his head and stopped teasing Liu Yinghua. This guy was really afraid of Luo Hao to the core. If you have nothing to do, you can leave as soon as possible. I hope you can fully convey my words. As soon as Luo Xia's voice fell, Liu Yinghua, as if receiving an amnesty, got up and quickly fled the scene, as if he was afraid of being caught by Luo Xia. Those who didn't know thought that Luo Xia had done something horrible to Liu Yinghua. Seeing Liu Yinghua's departure, Luo Xia's expression was a little funny. I wonder how that guy will convey my words. Luo Xia pursed her lips, really looking forward to meeting the leader of the East. In a sense, Luo Xia is indeed interested in the Oriental leader, because she is a traditional ancient woman. It's just that I don't know whether it's because of the influence of the rivers and lakes habits, or because of being a god's lair. Luo Hao's character is not ordinary cruelty. Ah, it's over. Liu Yinghua ran for a kilometer before taking a breath and wiping the cold sweat off his body. Just thinking of Luo Xia's previous instructions, Liu Yinghua's face showed a crying expression, because he really didn't know how to convey it to Luo Hao. If I say it so bluntly, I always feel that the master killed me. If Luo Hao was provoked, Liu Yinghua might indeed be affected. Killing is naturally impossible to kill Liu Yinghua. After all, he is the only apprentice of the leader of Luo Hao, but in that case, Liu Yinghua will have to passively be the sandbag of the leader of Luo Hao. Oh, I can only go back. Luo Xia had already refused, and Liu Yinghua couldn't get any results in Fuzhang. He could only think about how to answer Luo Hao when he returned to Xia. In that case, Luo Hao would probably run out of Lushan Nunnery and teach Luo Xia, the arrogant junior, a lesson. Lushan, a small nunnery on the mountain. Liu Yinghua finally returned to Lushan Mountain, and knelt down outside the Lushan Nunnery. Apprentice, Liu Yinghua, please meet the master. Liu Yinghua said, letting Luo Hao, who lives in seclusion in the small nunnery, speak up. Has the 7th king of Fuzhang come to Lushan Nunnery? Reporting to the master, that king refused your invitation. Liu Yinghua, who hesitated, didn't know how to speak. And his words were a little anxious. And he said something offensive to you. The apprentice doesn't know whether to say it or not. Liu Yinghua's words made Luo Hao suddenly interested. I'm interested in this. Luo Hao laughed, but the tone he revealed was very indifferent. I'm curious, what did he say too much to make you so nervous? That king, not only refused your invitation, but also asked you to go to Fuzhang by name and surname. If you want to see him, you will be sincere if you come to see him in person. And, I hope to marry you as a concubine. As soon as Liu Yinghua finished speaking, Lushan Nunnery Nero Hao's voice was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, and a strong sonic airflow hit Liu Yinghua's body from the inside out. Wow! Liu Yinghua's body almost didn't stabilize and hit the big rock outside Lushan Nunnery. Very courageous. Luo Hao walked out of it. She was wearing a white hanfu, and her black hair that was comparable to silk was braided into 3 braids. In terms of beauty, Luo Hao's beauty is definitely a peerless beauty. It's just that the character is much more difficult to get along with. As a king who is above the top, and there is no suitable man to catch his eye, Luo Hao has been single for more than 100 years. I'm actually interested in the 7th king now. Yinger, you can accompany your teacher to run again, and let me see who has the courage to ask me to marry Luo Quilian as a concubine. Luo Hao laughed angrily. The 7th king of Fuzhang was too arrogant. Annoying her, this arrogance has to pay a price. She will make Luo Xia realize her mistake. Ugh! Liu Yinghua's face was pale. If he went to Fuzhang again, wouldn't he face the 7th devil again? He raised his head and looked carefully at the teacher in front of him, but he didn't have the courage to refuse. At this moment, he felt that his life had become dark. At this moment, Luo Xia still didn't know that the leader of Luo Hao was coming. However, the news that Luo Xia defeated Tony, the King of Swords, and made a king surrender immediately spread all over the world, especially the Europa Magic Association. The Southern European Magic Association immediately started an emergency meeting to deal with the sudden change. The surrender of one king to another has never happened before. For the Southern European Union of Magical Associations, the more important question is who will they worship? Because this Southern European Magic Association was originally built around the Sword King Tony, and the Sword King Tony was the leader of the Southern European Magic Association. P.S. The third update, asking for flowers, asking for collections, asking for very good evaluation votes, I am grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Southern European Magic Association. Milan, Bronze Black Cross Headquarters. The meeting of the Southern European Magic Association is currently underway, and the commanders of the 7 major magic associations are arguing with each other about how to deal with this unexpected situation, and they can't argue at all. Too capricious, is that still the king I'm waiting for? The commander-in-chief of the old lady looked a little unsightly. With a frosty face, he had given up hope for the continuation of the Southern European Magic Association. If the 7th king arrives in Europa, how will the Southern European Magic Association deal with this demon king? In the end, the King of Swords has not recognized the identity of the leader, and hasn't it caused us a lot of trouble? It was the commander-in-chief of the Lily City who spoke, and his tone seemed to be very strict, so the commander of the Wolf couldn't help but glance at the commander of the Lily City. However, don't forget how many benefits we have gained by relying on the prestige of the King of Swords. And if they didn't rely on the prestige of the King of Swords, most of the magic associations on the scene would still squeeze the summer under the Marquis of Vauban. It is precisely because of the birth of the King of Swords, Tony, that the Magic Association has the possibility of choosing from both sides. The benefits are good, but we have a lot of troubles to help him clean up. As a king, how can you easily yield to another king? The Demon King is the supreme divine on earth. No demon king will submit to another king's subordinates. The king has not yet come to Europa, so we panic like this. Diana sighed, and as the commander of the Bronze Black Cross, she was suddenly speechless. Then, Commander of the Bronze Black Cross, do you have any good opinions? The gaze of the old lady commander immediately fell on Diana. Everything, it's better to wait for the last thing to be settled first. Diana said, with a particularly calm tone, what's more, the King of Swords is still our leader, and the initial unity of the Southern European Magic Association is because of the King of Swords. Sir Salvatore. If he is willing to let the leader of the alliance, let the 7th king sit in this position, I have no opinion. Diana's attitude was obvious, which moved the faces of the others. Have we thought too far? The current leader is still Lord Salvatore. It's not up to us to decide to change the leader. The words of the Blue Fox commander are even more meaningful. The Southern European Magic Association was formed because of Tony, the King of Swords. To disband or change the owner, he had to go through Tony, the leader. No matter in name or in reality, Tony is still the leader of this Magic Association alliance, and he has the right to speak out. Everyone, can you listen to me? Erica Browntree, who was quiet on the side, spoke out calmly, interrupting the conversation of the commanders of the Magic Way. Princess of the Browntree family, what do you have in mind? The old lady commander looked at Erica, but his tone became a little stiff at this time. Even if you are an outstanding junior, don't look at the occasion. The tone of the Wolves commander also showed dissatisfaction at this time. Cough cough. Erica's uncle, Paul Browntree, coughed lightly. Everyone, listen to Erica, my niece may have some good advice. Paul, it's not good to protect your niece too much. The Lily City commander glanced at Paul and said casually, forget it, let's hear what the famous princess has to say. I also want to hear, Erica has any good ideas. Although the Bronze Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross belong to a competitive relationship, there are also corresponding cooperation between the two magic associations in some aspects. Otherwise, how could Diana allow Liliana to befriend Erica? Then I'll talk about it carefully. Erica smiled slightly and looked around. First of all, it is clear that the King of Swords Tony is still our leader, but the seventh king who can defeat the King of Swords is definitely not an ordinary person. Everyone, take a look at Green Niji's report. Erica handed the documents in her hand to the commander of the Magic Society in front of her, and the commander who had seen the documents couldn't help showing a moving expression. Defeat Shiva, the god of destruction. Before defeating the gods, he had incredible power. I don't know if he has become a god slayer before that. Besides, during the battle with the Sword King Tony, according to the blurred images taken by the satellite, it can be seen that the Demon Lord Master has a special transformation method. According to Princess Alice's speculation, in that posture the seventh king has the power to easily destroy the world. No god slayer dares to say that he can destroy the world. And in Luosia's report, Princess Alice directly gave the power to destroy the world. Doesn't she have the ability to blow up the earth? Everyone, you should understand what we are going to do next. Erica continued, the seventh king, I can't afford to offend you. In this Magic Association alliance, the Sword King Tony can still be our leader, but it doesn't prevent me from waiting for a new devil. As long as the Demon King needs me to wait, he can naturally do so without hesitation. What do you think? Erica's words made everyone look at each other in dismay. Instead of passively waiting, I suggest taking the initiative to show favor. In this way, you can also add some goodwill in front of the Demon King and leave a good impression. P.S. For the fourth update, I have decided my thoughts. I still have the last update, and I still owe the third update. Thank you for your support. Thank you. It's not really a dream for the big reward. Asterisk. Chapter 22 The Princess's Anxiety. Erica Browntree, a princess from a famous magician. In the future, the Browntree family still needs Erica to inherit. The girl's words awakened the commander of the Magic Society who was present. No matter what, Luoxia was still the Demon King. It is impossible to sit back and ignore the Luoxia Southern European Magic Association, but it is definitely beneficial to the Magic Association to take the initiative to form a good relationship. Because that Demon King is the strongest Demon King in the world. Also, I think the Commander-in-Chief of the Lily City is right. Although Tony, the King of Swords, is our king, don't forget how much trouble he has caused us. Erica snorted softly, feeling a little dissatisfied with the Sword King Tony for a long time. Now that we can have a better choice, why not choose another king? The girl's words made the others look at each other in dismay. You are really bold, from the Browntree family. The commander of the old lady smiled and looked at Paul with a playful expression. You have raised a good niece. Paul coughed, not knowing what to say. He knew that his niece had been arrogant since she was a child, and that she had reached the level of a great knight at the age of 16 because of her talent. It's a pity that Erica doesn't know what kind of terrifying monster the so-called God Killer is. I'll have to remind her later. Paul couldn't help thinking, otherwise Erica would suffer in this regard in the future. What he didn't know was that Erica also longed to kill the gods and become a real God Killer. This proud blonde girl did not know that when mortals faced the gods, all that was left in their hearts was fear. It is impossible even to stand up bravely and wield a sword to the gods, because one look from the gods will make mortals mentally collapse. A person who can become a god slayer, in addition to having the courage to kill gods, also has his own unique way to defeat gods. As soon as the meeting ended, Paul called Erica to his side. Erica, you did a good job just now, and it didn't cost me the guidance I gave you over the years. Paul smiled kindly, it's just that you are too sharp, so don't say some things so clearly. Tony, the King of Swords, is still the king I'm waiting for. I can't have any offensive thoughts. Paul's words made Erica's brows frivolous. I see, my uncle. It's just that Tony, the King of Swords, won't know what I said, so there's no need for my uncle to worry so much. Erica's tone was particularly casual. Listen to me, Erica. Paul's tone became serious in an instant, staring at the girl in front of him and said, "Do you know why a god's lair is a god's lair? A tyrant who can kill the gods and usurp the power of the gods in the sky." Erica asked Paul, not quite understanding the change in Paul's tone. "If you know it, then you should know that not all gods' lairs are so talkative." Paul sighed and said to Erica, "Although you are young, you have stepped into the rank of great knight at the age of 16. The highest point a magician can reach. However, becoming a god killer is not as easy as you think. I know you have that arrogant idea in your heart, but Erica, you'd better take it back. Although my uncle protected Princess Alice from the hands of the Black Prince Alak, but that was because the Black Prince Alak had no intention of fighting, otherwise the uncle would not be able to win the Black Prince. It was at that time that I knew that mortals and gods' lairs what a difference." Erica pouted at Paul's advice. "I see, uncle." Although what Paul said was right, Erica really couldn't hold awe in her heart when facing the god's lair, because the power of the god's lair was too simple. If she had the right divine tool, she might be able to kill the gods too. Don't get me wrong, it's not stupidity, it's the arrogance that comes from not seeing the real gods. In this world, it is impossible for mortal magicians to kill gods. Any mortal who can become a god killer, firstly, has the courage to kill the gods, secondly, he is recognized by Pandora, which triggers the launch of the Pandora ritual, and thirdly, he belongs to the person with the destiny of a tyrant who can successfully kill the gods. All three are indispensable. The goddess of fate approves, then becoming a god's lair is nothing more than a destiny that has already been delineated. However, the script in this world now has more variables like Luoxia. Great Britain, Green Niji Council of the Sages. Princess Alice, are you sure you want to go to Fuzang to see the seventh king? The old sage from the Council of Sages couldn't help but said, his eyes showed worry. In that case, your body may not be able to support it. Living. Princess Alice, she was the former speaker of the Council of Sages, but now she has taken a back seat and serves as an advisor to the Council of Sages. The princess of the magic world, who has been the chairman of the Council of Sages since the age of 16, has the title of White Priestess, and also has a strange scandal with the Black Prince Alec. In fact, since Princess Alice and Black Prince Alec are childhood sweethearts, it is understandable to have such a scandal. However, the two really have nothing to do with each other, and because of their frail health, Princess Alice has never even talked about love. This simple girl felt uneasy because of her ability to predict. That king has such terrifying power, I want to meet him no matter what. Princess Alice said, otherwise the uneasiness would become stronger. I foresee that king may become the world's the emperor. In that case, the whole world will be rekindled. In order to prevent such a future, the girl would rather sacrifice herself. P.S. For the first update, ask for collection, ask for flowers, and ask for a very good vote. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Wan Li Guguang. Princess Alice. There is no doubt that she can be called a genius of witches. In the Europa magic world, it can be said that the dream lover of many magicians once invited Paul Brauntree to come to Britain to help him fight against the Black Prince Alec. Because of this, it adds a bit of the color of a legendary woman. How is this possible? The Emperor of the world means that the entire world is under control, and the most powerful countries in the world have to surrender. Does that demon king have that kind of power and ambition? When the new report was issued, the old pedants of the Council of Sages and the magicians were all incredulous, wondering if Princess Alice's abilities were wrong. If it weren't for the strong insistence of Princess Alice, the new Grim Niji report would not have been issued at all, because it might affect others' suspicions about the intelligence of the Council of Sages. So, I want to find out what kind of character the Demon Lord is. She sighed and said to the crowd, the origin of that Demon Lord is too mysterious, and the power he possesses is too incredible. Already, in Princess Alice's heart, this unease became stronger. In my heart, I don't want to be hostile to that demon king. It's just that the future that Princess Alice foresees, not only the British magicians, but the entire Europa magicians will fight against Luoxia with all their strength. Although the Green Niji Conference of Sages was established relatively late, it was established in the Victorian era, when the British Empire was prosperous. However, the information on God's layers obtained by the Council of Sages is the most detailed, and the research on God's layers is also the most. If it really gets to that point, then it's time for the last king to appear. The god Zunivia has been following the trail of the last king, intending to awaken the ancient heroic god, the legendary last king in the data of the Council of Sages, the real enemy of the demon king. In history, no god's layer can die, because when the number of demon kings reaches a certain level, the last king will appear to kill all the demon kings who appear on the earth, and then sleep until the next era when the demon kings appear. Luoxia, who can defeat the King of Swords, will naturally be able to easily defeat the Marquis of Vauban, the Black Prince Alak, and the leader of Luo Hao. If it is as predicted by Princess Alice, if Luoxia really has the power to destroy the world, the only one who can deal with Luoxia is the King of the End. In any case, it is certain that Luoxia is showing affection now. I hope that Lord Demon King doesn't really plan to become the Emperor of the world. Princess Alice needs to determine what kind of character Luoxia is, and then she can give a response plan after judging the corresponding preferences. Or, let Duke Jaeding's family and even the Council of Sages become subjects under Luoxia. As long as Luoxia needed it, Princess Alice felt that she could meet all his demands, including Princess Alice herself. Do you need to notify the Black Prince Alak? A magician said, still quite worried about the safety of the former speaker of the Council of Sages. Maybe that adult comes back, there is a way. Don't call him, he's following the trail of the god Zunivia now, and it's useless even if he goes back to Britain. In today's world, Luoxia is the strongest demon king in the world. No one in this world can be Luoxia's opponent. What is the strongest? That is the invincible man. Fuzhou, Tokyo. Luoxia's influence is still going on. Although he is in Tokyo, he can subdue a king, which is enough to shock the magic world. What's more, the mysterious power displayed by Luoxia has added a lot of mystery to Luoxia, and made many magicians have more fear for Luoxia. The servants of Nangxiang Shrine are therefore more humble and respectful towards Luoxia, because they know how terrifying Luoxia is. Sister, elder sister, is that the demon king? Wan Li Guguang has returned to the home of the Nangxiang Shrine, but when she came back, she found that her home had become the palace of the demon king. Wan Li Guguang was both curious and fearful about the legendary demon king. He didn't know Luoxia's appearance and thought he was a very scary guy. Lord Demon King doesn't seem to be that scary, and I feel very handsome. Light, use honorifics for Lord Demon King. Wan Li Guyali grabbed Wan Li Guguang's hand, for fear that Wan Li Guguang said something wrong and angered Luoxia. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, I won't be a man-eating demon. Luoxia laughed and eased the atmosphere. Your sister is much cuter than you, Wan Li Guyuri. Wan Li Guyuli lowered his head. The pressure brought by Luoxia made Wan Li Guyuli dare not look directly at Luoxia. Since you are back, then during this time, you will be like your sister, stay by my side and serve as a witch, Wan Li Guguang. He did not continue to look at Wan Li Guyuli, but set his eyes on Wan Li Guguang. Do you want to be your servant witch? Great! A smile appeared on Wan Li Guguang's face. The little girl who was immersed in Luoxia's appearance didn't think it was a bad thing to serve Luoxia at all. Beside Luoxia, Sei Gongzhen pushed her glasses and seemed to want to say something, but she swallowed the words when they reached her lips. Master Demon King, have you taken a fancy to Wan Li Guguang's ability? There are some vague guesses in Sei Gongzhen's heart. After all, Luoxia's eyes have no other thoughts about Wan Li Guguang. Could it be that Luoxia is planning to move the seal of the monkey god Kun? P.S. The second update, asking for collection, asking for flowers, asking for very good evaluation votes, thank you very much. Chapter 24 The leader and the beauty come in person. She Gongzin felt a little more uneasy in her heart. In fact, Luo Xia stayed at Nangxiang Shrine for this purpose. Because of Yuri Wanlagu's younger sister, and Yuri Wanlagu himself, Luo Xia chose to stay at Nangxiang Shrine. His idea is very simple, that is, to let Wanli Guguang release the seal of the monkey god Kun, and Wanli Gu Yuri as the sorceress who prepared the ceremony. But now that the witches are here, Luo Xia needs the dragon-slaying saber and the blood of the ancestors. Otherwise, the conditions for liberating the monkey god Kun have not been reached. The dragon-slaying blade is easy to say, go to Zishan Temple and ask for it from the Zhufazhong family. Luo Xia, the blood of the ancestors, is not so easy to get. What is the ancestor? That is the posture of the goddess of earth degenerating into a human being, from the supreme goddess of the earth. Because of the devaluation of the myth, she was defeated by the hero god of steel and pushed down from the throne of the gods. If it is said, the god of disobedience is a distorted existence, returning to the original posture and power from the mythology distorted by humans, and has a posture and power distorted by humans. The ancestors distorted their own existence, and carried out reincarnation at the cost of the status of gods and godheads anyway. In order to survive, they could only reincarnate as gods. After releasing the reincarnation and returning to its original appearance, the ancestors could only change back to the dragon snake instead of the mother goddess, because the ancestors had already been pushed off the throne and were no longer qualified to be gods again. In Luo Xia's memory, the leader of Luo Hao should be prepared, so if the blood of the ancestors, Luo Xia should be able to get it from the leader of Luo Hao. Take her away. He didn't see Wanli Guguang for a long time, waved his hand and let Wanli Gu Yuri take the little girl down. She Gongzin, haven't you done what you urged? Waiting for Wanli Gu Yuli to leave with her sister, Luo Xia continued to speak, but her tone was also indifferent. I'm really sorry, Lord Demon King. Se Gongzin said quickly, I'm asking people to prepare the information about the personnel of the official history committee that you want, but I haven't had time to prepare them yet. I will deal with it as soon as possible. In addition, this is the information you want about the Green Niji Sage Council, please take a look. The intelligence of the 6 gods layers in the world, except Luo Xia, is also recorded in the intelligence. It's really amazing, Council of Sages. Luo Xia's expression was subtle, She Gongzin was slightly taken aback, and immediately felt that Luo Xia's expression was wrong. Can my information be obtained from the Council of Sages? His words made Xia Gongzin hurriedly lower her head and said to Luo Xia, that's right, because the source of the information comes from the Council of Sages in Britain. The former speaker. You should know the information about the former speaker, Princess Alice, because she has an excellent precognition which, and in modern times, the intelligence collection about God's layers is also the most monitored is the Council of Sages. And please don't get angry about this. She Gongzin's mood suddenly became uneasy. I'm talking like a cruel and terrifying violence Kun. Seeing this, Luo Xia couldn't help but smile and said softly, I just find it interesting for the rumored Princess Alice. Also, you are my subject now, and you will only be loyal to me. You should understand, She Gongzin. Luo Xia continued, staring at She Gongzin. She Gongzin nodded, in fact she still didn't quite understand what Luo Xia meant. You. Just as She Gongzin was about to speak, her tongue stuttered, and she swallowed halfway, as if she understood something. There are some things that I don't need to say too clearly, you know. Luo Xia pursed her lips. It seemed that because of her nervousness, Se Gongzin felt her body tense and her breathing was short and uneasy. Although you are very beautiful, I don't like you wearing glasses very much. If you want to be a beauty, change your clothes. He laughed jokingly. Se Gongzin's kimono is also a bit conservative. Such a beauty trick, how could Luo Xia fall for the trick, not to mention vulgar fans, etc., completely out of Luo Xia's eyes. I understand. She Gongzhen lowered her head. She wanted to continue to say something, while Luo Xia looked out of the shrine. It's coming quite fast, it seems that there are new guests arriving. Luo Xia's words made Xia Gongzhen stunned. She raised her head and looked outside the shrine. Outside the shrine, the beauty leader, who is lightly dressed and simple, only brought her own apprentice to walk with her, and set foot on the land of Fuzhang again after 100 years. Patriarch Luo Hao's beauty and majesty put a lot of pressure on people. Humph, it's really unpleasant to come back to this Japanese land. The house girl who had lived in her house for 100 years looked around in disgust, and let out a light hum, and the sound of dragon and tiger roaring was released, almost shaking the entire shrine. The King of Swords Tony had only left for a few days, and the leader of the East came to Fuzhang. The magicians of the shrine, including Sei Gongzhen himself, were unable to express their suffering. I can only pray that the two will not fight like this when they meet. Otherwise, the official history committee will need to pay a lot of money to repair the city. Sect Master Luo Hao, when I saw you today, you are indeed very handsome. Luo Xia walked out in a leisurely manner, his eyes fell on Luo Hao. I didn't expect that you would really come as promised. If there is a poor reception place, don't take offense. Master, Master! Gasping for breath, Liu Yinghua almost fell to the ground. He struggled a lot to keep up with Luo Hao's footsteps. See, I have seen the seventh king. Then, I happened to see Luo Xia walking out. In the eyes of the seventh king, am I only good looking? Luo Hao didn't know whether to laugh or be angry, so he glanced at Luo Xia and said, I heard that the seventh king wants to force me to be your concubine, is there such a thing? Her tone was as if she was questioning Luo Xia. The sect leader has the beauty of Shenyu Luo Yan. I have been fond of it for a long time, and I am even more happy when I see it today. Xia Gongzhen, who was standing by the side, felt bad when she heard this. Luo Xia's mouth had a deliberate smirk. If it is my concubine, this king will definitely let the beauty leader enjoy the joy of fish and water. I don't know the sect master, can I have a wish? At this moment, Luo Xia's words directly lit the fuse, causing Luo Hao to explode with anger. P.S. For the third update, I want to collect, ask for flowers, and ask for a very good evaluation vote. I still owe 3 updates, and try to make up 2 more tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 25 The Demon King Who Despised the Leader. More than being angry, Luo Hao swore that he had never been so despised by others. I am the leader of the 5 Prisons sect, the strongest god-killer demon king today. An angry Luo Hao snorted softly, and the ground seemed to shake at this moment. The people around didn't dare to breathe, and Sei Gongzhen felt that the sky was falling apart, worried that the two might fight again at any time. In that case, the consequences would be unimaginable. But no one has the courage to mention that I am a concubine, so I, Luo Quilian, are not in the eyes of your 7th king. Whether in the east or the west, concubines are low-level existences. The identity of concubines in ancient times was not a wife, but a commodity bought and sold at will. The angry Luo Hao really wanted to beat Luo Xia. The king of martial arts is unwilling, and I am not someone who is difficult for the strong. Luo Xia pursed her lips and said, facing Luo Hao, it seems that if you are committed to me, you will be wronged by the king of martial arts. Luo Xia's words continued to stimulate the beauty leader in front of him. You're so brave, then let Gu see how capable you are, the 7th king. An angry Luo Quilian, the whole body's mantra started to work at this moment. Fi Feng's 12 palms raised her hands, and took advantage of the trend in Luo Xia's direction. Seeing Luo Hao's attack, Luo Xia also punched at this time. The fist and the palm intersected in an instant, and the air wave suddenly erupted. Under the collision of the two forces, a strong shock wave was formed, spreading in all directions. Luo Hao's pupils suddenly dilated, and before she could react, Luo Xia repelled her whole body. Just the moment the fists and palms met, the terrifying repulsion force rushed out of Luo Xia's body, leaving the leader of Luo Hao with no chance to react. At this moment, the two have begun to really fight. At this time, Shi Gongzin, naturally did not dare to stop, and ran away quickly. Because she clearly knew that this was not a battle that she could touch. Elder sister. Wan Li Guguang was dragged by Wan Li Guyuli, for fear that his sister would get involved in the Demon King's war because of curiosity, because she might lose her life if she was not careful. Don't go out, Xiao Guang. She hugged her sister, feeling a little anxious in her heart. If you get involved in such a battle, your sister won't be able to save you. That Demon King and Master Luo Hao are both today's one of the strongest god slayers. If you are accidentally affected by the aftermath, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. If the Demon King fights, he has no scruples about the destruction around him. You completely angered me, Seventh King. Luo Hao stared at Luo Xia in front of him, noticed the change in Luo Xia's eyes, and his eyes turned into Rinnegan's attitude at this moment. In Luo Hao's eyes, it was equivalent to the activation of a special power. Just to my liking. What Luo Xia wanted was to provoke Luo Hao, otherwise how could she have tried her best to fight Luo Xia? This time, he is not going to test the power of magic, but the power of Rinnegan, and the ability of Hashirama cells. Rinnegan and Hashirama cells, when Luo Xia got the Uchiha Madara skill card, were directly bound and turned into his skills. Dash boom! At this moment, the gust of wind swept through. And Luo Hao began to sing an ancient song. Drunken lying on the battlefield, Kun Mo Xiao, how many people have fought in ancient times? This is the launch of the great law of power, dragon, yin, and tiger roar. With the sound of Luo Hao's song, the huge storm constructed by the power of power turned into a violent storm and suddenly hit Luo Xia. Shen Luo Tianzheng. It was still the power of Rinnegan, the powerful repulsive force formed by Shen Luo Tianzheng, which directly countered Luo Hao's Dafa, which made Luo Hao obtain the Dafa of Longjian Huxiao, which had absolutely no effect on Luo Xia. 12 palms of Fifeng, Danfen Chao Yang. The magic power was concentrated in the palm of his hand. Luo Hao lightly raised his foot and stepped forward. As the king of martial arts at the peak of the martial arts, he unfolded his true force at this moment. The golden mantra gathered in Luo Hao's palm. The next moment, the air burst into a roar. Oh! Seeing this, Luo Xia immediately showed a funny smile. He knows that the current leader Luo Hao has begun to use his most powerful one-style power, Hercules King Kong. The power obtained by the two Buddhist Ren Wangzun who defeated the pair of Ahung, can store the power of the King Kong warrior in himself, and obtain the unparalleled King Kong power. Shot in Luo Xia's direction. Boom! Big black sky. The storm rolled up in an instant, and the frantic storm turned into a wind wall, directly blocking the attack of the leader of Luo Hao. Then, a more terrifying storm, in just an instant, pressed down on Luo Hao. What? This time, Luo Hao really showed a look of horror. In the atmosphere, a violent roar sounded, and the sudden gust of wind was even more ferocious than the dragon roaring and tiger roaring Dafa performed by cult master Luo Hao just now. The turbulent storm danced wildly, bringing Patriarch Luo Hao into the center of the storm. Da Haitian, capable of manipulating molecular-level storms, is stronger than Master Luo Hao's roaring dragons. Facing the terrifying storm, the leader of Luo Hao, who was at the center of the storm, reluctantly used the magic power of his whole body, and at this moment finally shredded the huge terrifying storm. Afterwards, a 50-meter-high angry-eyed King Kong appeared under Luo Hao's call. However, Luo Hao hadn't been happy for too long when the 50-meter-high angry King Kong collapsed at a touch, and 10 times the terrifying gravity pressed down on Luo Hao's angry King Kong. Click! The huge angry King Kong collapsed in an instant under the terrifying magic power. Cough! The collapse of King Kong Lux was something Luo Hao had never encountered before. The collapsed Vajra warrior's damage was directly reflected on Luo Hao's expression. At this moment, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Luo Hao's mouth. P.S. First update, thank you for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Surrender and King. I'm a little disappointed, is your strength at this level? Luo Xia opened his mouth and said, swept away his expectations for Luo Hao. Maybe it's because Luo Xia is too strong, even if Luo Hao stepped into the world's first martial arts, how can he compare to Luo Xia? His power is unmatched by Luo Hao. Looking at Luo Hao's appearance, Luo Xia felt a little more pity. If the King Kong Lishi collapses, Luo Hao will also suffer heavy losses. It was undeniable that Luo Hao, who activated this power, possessed unparalleled Vajra power, and combined with his martial art Fifeng 12 Palms, which had reached the peak of martial arts, he could burst out terrifying power. You can also summon 2 Vajra warriors to fight, but if the Vajra warriors are injured, Luo Hao will also suffer feedback and get the same damage. Damn it, you guy, are you really just a god slayer? Luo Hao gritted his teeth and said with a look of unwillingness on his face. Because of the power Luo Xia showed, it looked like a new god killer, and the new god killer couldn't be as terrifying as Luo Xia. What do you think, King of Martial Arts? Luo Xia didn't answer Luo Hao directly, but secretly thought that this woman's feelings were too keen. He is indeed a new god slayer, but he has the power to surpass god slayers. I used a little more power, I'm really sorry for the King of Martial Arts. Luo Xia said with a hint of apology. Her tone looked very sincere and humble, as if she was really apologizing to Luo Hao. He used more power than Rinnegan just now, and accidentally used a little magic power. Under the pressure of strong gravity, Luo Hao's King Kong warrior was naturally unable to support it and collapsed directly. His magic power gradually replaced Luo Xia's other powers and became Luo Xia's strongest power. Haha! Luo Hao let out a chuckle, looking at Luo Xia with a meaningful tone, is this power of yours really the power to kill gods? From Luo Xia's body, Luo Hao felt a power different from that of the God Slayer. That power is far more terrifying than the mighty power of the God Slayer. Accurately speaking, this is my own strength. In this regard, Luo Xia did not hide it, and answered Luo Hao before him. Haha! Without the power to use power, does it have a terrible power comparable to power? At this moment, Luo Hao calmed down, thinking about how to deal with it next. The battle between her and Luo Xia caused the earth to shake and the magicians of the Official History Committee to tremble. The battle of the God Slayer is unscrupulous, and it is the task of the magician of the Official History Committee to maintain the defensive barrier to prevent the battle of the God Slayer from affecting the city. But now the magician of the Official History Committee, this moment really can't hold it anymore. God Slayers, are they also called monsters? If they weren't monsters, how could they be called God Slayers? They are the lucky ones who can only be born by 1 in a billion mortals. The bitter magicians of the Official History Committee can only reluctantly clean up the mess to prevent the battle of the God Slayer from having a greater impact on Tokyo. Gosh! Liu Yinghua, who was hiding in the distance, had dry lips. He didn't think that even his master would not be Luo Xia's opponent. Luo Xia didn't even use the armored stance he used to deal with the King of Swords, Tony. So he easily suppressed the leader of Luo Hao. Isn't it just a matter of one hand to use that stance to deal with Luo Hao? It's not clear how strong Luo Xia's status is, but Liu Yinghua also knows one thing, that is, Luo Hao is definitely not Luo Xia's opponent. If you continue to fight, you can only ask for trouble, you just don't know how Luo Hao will choose. If you want to continue fighting, I can accompany you at any time. Luo Xia opened his mouth and said. Rinnegan's posture was rewritten at this time, changing back to Tensagen's posture. The next moment, the power of terror was released from Luo Xia's body, and boundless terror radiated from Luo Xia's body. The terrifying aura emanating from Tensagen seemed much more terrifying than Rinnegan. I lost. Although this was very difficult for Luo Hao, Luo Hao still said it, because Luo Xia did have the power to defeat Luo Hao in one breath. With such great power, you are indeed qualified to be called the Demon King, and you are also qualified to be the man of my martial arts king. For Luo Xia's words, Luo Hao only approved half of it. It's just that our martial arts king really couldn't accept Luo Hao as Luo Xia's concubine. Because, I am the devil who killed the gods in the sky. Even if I become your woman, I don't want to be subservient to others. Luo Hao's words made Luo Xia want to laugh, because it was just a joke that he deliberately angered Luo Hao. You don't need to be so troublesome, I just deliberately angered you, and I didn't mean that to you. Luo Xia shook his head and answered Luo Hao. However, if you lose, you will have to pay the price. Luo Xia's eyes were sharp and he said to Luo Hao, just like Tony the King of Swords, surrender to me, are you willing? Submit, surrender. Luo Hao frowned, and suddenly became a little tangled. As my sister-in-law, swear allegiance to me to the death. Luo Xia continued to add a few words, and the tangled expression on Luo Hao's face softened a little, which was considered to be an approval of this condition. So, I would like to. Losing in the hands of Luo Xia, after all, has to pay the price. If the elder brother is interested, the righteous sister can give up the position of the leader of the holy religion. She went on to say that, as a person from the Xia kingdom, she should go to the Xia kingdom to be the king. P.S. The second update, some are not in the state, sorry for being late today, so many more first. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Changes in question and answer space. There is no doubt that Luo Hao's words made him feel a little moved. Is the Xia kingdom the king? Luo Xia was born in the Xia kingdom, and naturally Xia kingdom is where he should be king. The defeated Luo Hao was convinced that his position as the leader of the Five Prisons sect could also abdicate to Luo Xia. If your brother is interested, you can take the position of my leader and become the martial arts leader of Xia Kingdom, Master Xia Kingdom World. Luo Hao, who was completely convinced, directly entered the role of his sister-in-law. Moreover, there has never been a person who can surpass himself by force in 100 years. Luo Hao became interested in Luo Xia for the first time. No. Luo Xia shook his head and quickly rejected Luo Hao's idea. I have no intention of returning to Xia country, you are still the leader of the holy cult of the Five Prisons. He said to Luo Hao, explaining his reason, what's more, I have something to deal with in Fuzhang. Important? What is the big brother's business? The righteous sister can stay here to help the elder brother. Luo Hao couldn't help but asked curiously, as long as Luo Xia instructed, then Luo Hao would not hesitate to use his power to help Luo Xia solve all the problems. You know about the Monkey King? Brother, are you saying that Sun Wukong, the god of Huxia mythology? Luo Hao was so angry when he mentioned Sun Wukong, as a god in Huxia mythology. It is a shame to be raised by Japanese people. Then, you should know the conditions for breaking the seal of the great sage Monkey King. Luo Xia's mouth showed a slight smile, and said to Luo Hao, the dragon-slaying saber, and the suitable yuan which are all by my side. What I'm missing is the blood of dragon and snake. The blood of the dragon and snake is the blood of the ancestors. Luo Xia needs to be reincarnated as a dragon and snake by the ancestors of the gods and sacrificed with his own blood in order to completely remove the seal of the monkey god Kun. Hearing Luo Xia's words, Luo Hao's face showed excitement. Since the elder brother intends to deal with the monkey that humiliated the country of Xia, how can the righteous sister just sit back and ignore it? The leader was overjoyed and replied to Luo Xia in front of him, about the ancestors. I know the traces of an ancestor who lived in the beautiful country. The earth. His name is God Ancestral Anshila, the leader of the sorcerer of the beautiful country. The words of the leader Luo Hao made Luo Xia ponder, and the memory of the god Anzila appeared in Luo Xia's mind. In my impression, Angela is not an important role, so Luo Xia is not very impressed with her in this world. Then it's up to you, Luo Hao. Luo Xia said to Luo Hao with a slight smile. Under the meeting of eyes, Master Luo Hao was a little nervous. She paused for a while, and said to Luo Xia in front of her, "Brother, you can just call me by my real name. Luo Hao is just the name I use to walk around the world. Luo Hao is just my character. My real name is Luo Quilian, and I was born in Suzhou, south of the Yangtze River." Luo Quilian said softly, her tone became much gentler at this time. "One thing, I want to ask my brother, are you really from the Xia country?" There was a little more curiosity in her eyes. For Luo Quilian, this was the thing she cared about the most. "My sister-in-law has never heard of her brother's deeds during the investigation of the Xia country. It's as if the brother suddenly appeared in this world." Luo Quilian's question made Luo Xia ponder for a while, and decided to tell the leader in front of her. "I'm from the Xia country, but I'm not the Xia country of this world." There was a smile on Luo Xia's face, which made Luo Quilian realize, no wonder Luo Xia has more power than a god's lair. "If you follow me, then I will let you witness the wider world, Luo Quilian." "He is not from this world, but from outside the world. Isn't it the Xia kingdom of this world? Another world, or is it the parallel world that is popular now?" At this moment, Luo Quilian seemed to understand something, and nodded lightly towards Luo Xia. "Since Luo Quilian recognizes you as her elder brother, she will go through fire and water, and she will do whatever it takes. You can do it if you want." Luo Xia just nodded. He knew that the current Luo Quilian was only subdued by Luo Xia because of force, but he would make Luo Quilian his most sincere retainer like was in the future. At the same time, an astonishing news spread from Fuzhang to the world. Following the defeat of the King of Swords, Tony became Luo Xia's subject, and the leader of the Xia Kingdom's martial arts King Luo Hao, who was also defeated by the 7th Demon King. No one could believe that cult master Luo Hao, who had been famous for 200 years, would be defeated by the 7th King. Among the 7 god-killers today, she is the most ferocious god-killer Demon King compared to the Marquis of Waban in Eastern Europe. She has been famous for more than 200 years. Such an existence has been defeated by the 7th King. It can be seen that the real strength possessed by the 7th King is more terrifying than imagined. I thought the report issued by the Council of Sages was just an exaggeration. The defeat of the King of Martial Arts made Europa's Magic Association have to examine Luo Xia's report more and judge the danger level of Luo Xia. I feel that Liu Yinghua is the most pitiful. I don't understand that Luo Xia has become Luo Quilian's brother and his uncle in less than one round of effort. Facing the 7th Demon King, Liu Yinghua felt more uneasy than facing Luo Quilian, for fear that Luo Xia would also have the same violent temper as Luo Quilian and use himself as a venting sandbag. It can only be said that Liu Yinghua thought too much. Now Luo Xia needs to deal with more important things. At this moment, the question and answer mist space. Luo Xia sat on the high platform, in the mist. He could feel that his mist space had obtained a new change at this time. The world of the misty space expanded at this time. P.S. For the first update, ask for collection, ask for flowers, and ask for a very good vote. Asterisk. Chapter 28 New members of the question and answer space. The expansion of the foggy space, the whole space becomes much more real at this time. It was as if, having transformed into a chaotic world in the early days of the universe, Luo Xia felt the rhythm of life in the huge mist. It's like recreating the world. Luo Xia looked around at the changes in the surrounding space, and suddenly understood the reason for this change, that is, his own strength has been improved. On his body, he possesses 2 major pupil techniques, Tensagen and Rinnegan, as well as the power of the King of Demons. Needless to say, Tensagen is in charge of the power of destruction and creation, while Rinnegan is the master's power of life and death. The power of the demon is also the power to destroy and create time and space. The chemical effect produced by the combination of these 3 special forces has caused special changes in the question and answer space. At this time, Luo Xia had a strong hunch that as long as time passed, the question and answer space would become a real world. It's not just the world, it can be regarded as a universe simply. Universe, I am looking forward to the changes in this space more and more. The corner of Luoxia's mouth showed a smile, and the change of space also caused Luoxia's large chair on the high platform to become a quaint bronze throne. Sitting on the bronze throne, Luoxia, who was enveloped in mist, became much more mysterious in the eyes of others. Just like the ancient gods who woke up from chaos, just opening their eyes, destruction and creation are completed in an instant. Can I upgrade the dimensional form to a third-level form if I consume my active invitation once? At this time, Luoxia suddenly thought of something and asked the dimension form. Can? The second-level form means that the dimensional form will hold 2 Q&A invitations. If Luoxia consumes her own active invitation, then 3 Q&A invitations will be held at the same time. Note, the promotion of the third-level form, the promotion of the form level again, is closely related to the power of the form owner. Through the corresponding form tasks, complete the real-world destruction and creation, and then you can get the promotion of the dimensional form again. That is to say, Luoxia needs to take the initiative to complete the task of dimensional form to improve after the third-level form. I understand, then consume it. Luoxia took a deep breath, with some anticipation in her heart, not knowing what the real destruction and creation Luoxia was talking about. Let's start today's invitation. Luoxia recited silently, the power of the dimensional form was running at this moment. Your active invitations are exhausted, a new Q&A invitation will be opened for you, the Q&A meeting function is enabled, and forum members can communicate in the Q&A space through the Q&A meeting. Search invitation successfully. The next moment, new members appeared in the question and answer space. This is... Drago looked at the scene in shock, and a whole new world opened up in front of Drago's eyes. Are you a god? Looking at the figure on the high platform, he couldn't help but murmured. Originally, he is now located in the Sabayati archipelago, the back garden of celestial dragons. Still Monkey D. Drago of Vice Admiral, now Marine Vice Admiral stationed at Sabayati archipelago. I am not a god, but a demon king who is in charge of destruction and creation. On the bronze throne, Luoxia looked at the first figure and showed a funny smile. This time, is it Luffy's dad? The future revolutionaries are now in the perplexity of life. Do you want to know your fate? Drago Dragon. And your fate? Drago's eyes noticed that word. You. In this space, is there anyone else besides him? At the same time, two groups of figures appeared in the foggy space. Those who can appear here are naturally Uchiha Madara and Xiaomian. Is there anyone else here besides me? Uchiha Madara looked at the scene in front of him in shock, but soon came back to his senses and realized that it is indeed impossible for him to be alone in this space. The unknown existence on the high platform can pull his body and consciousness into this space, so it can naturally pull people from other worlds into this world. Is that a human from another world? Xiaomian looked at the figure not far away in surprise, but she quickly recovered, and her eyes fell on the figure on the bronze throne on the high platform. Just as she was about to speak, she asked the figure on the bronze throne, but she saw three figures not far ahead, appearing in the question and answer space. Is this old man in the underworld? It was a strong old man who spoke, and even the voice of his old body was still full of vigor and majesty. On his body, wearing a red dragon robe and a black crown on his head, he looked around at everything around him. He felt confused about everything in front of him. Soon, he noticed the bronze throne on the high platform and saw the mysterious figure on the throne. I think this is not the underworld. It is also a middle-aged man in a dragon robe, but he looks much younger than the old man. He wears a black crown on his head, a tall and slender figure, and has an indescribable haki. However, compared to the existence on the high platform, this haki is much eclipsed. Should Dakin Zalong be regarded as the emperor of the second generation or the third generation of the Ming dynasty? Luo Xia immediately felt extremely interesting at the scene in front of him. Ying Zheng and Zhu Di all appeared in this question and answer space. The third person made Luo Xia feel more interesting. I wasn't on the plane originally. Yuan Degyu, who had a headache, thought he was dreaming, but pinched his face. Yuan Degyu realized that this was not an illusion at all. My God, where is this place? Looking at the misty space in front of him, Yuan Degyu's expression suddenly became very exciting. P.S. The second update, there is no way to do more because of the busy work in the past 2 days. The OD update will start tomorrow and make up the day after tomorrow. Let us save some manuscripts, and we will owe it more clearly. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Question and Answer Transactions, Dakin, and Daming. This is the misty space of fate. Historical heroes from different worlds, different times, and the protagonists of destiny will all appear in this foggy world of destiny. Pay the corresponding price, whether it is immortality, or establishing an immortal dynasty, or becoming a savior, knowing your own destiny and future. I can do it for you. Sitting on the bronze throne, Luo Xia's words seemed hacky awe-inspiring. Sitting on the bronze throne, Luo Xia at the moment seemed mysterious and noble, and his body was a little more dangerous and terrifying. Can any wish come true? The black-robed middle-aged man's breathing became much faster at this moment. Even if it is immortal, can Dakin be able to obtain it in this world for thousands of generations? Ying Zheng's question made Luo Xia, who was sitting on the bronze throne, smile and nodded lightly. Any wish. As long as Ying Zheng pays enough equivalent, Luo Xia can indeed achieve it, as long as he can pay the corresponding price. At the same time, Ying Zhen's opening made Zhu Di, who was not far away, stunned. Da Qin. Could it be that you are Emperor Qin Ying Zheng? Zhu Di's words made Ying Zheng frown and look in Zhu Di's direction. It's been almost 2,000 years since Dakin perished. Zhu Di's next words made Ying Zheng's pupil shrink, and he immediately showed a look of astonishment. His great Qin died? Why, Da Qin will die. At this moment, Ying Zheng's eyes fell on Zhu Di, and he really wanted to ask what happened at this time. You inspected the world, and Dong Sun died in the Xingtai sand dunes. Although you ruled the world, your empire soon fell apart and died in the second generation. I am the emperor of Ming dynasty 2,000 years after you, Zhu Di. His Ming dynasty was when the country was at its peak, and Zhu Di, who had succeeded in Jingnan, sat on the throne of the emperor. Just because he robbed his nephew of the throne, Zhu Di's heart has always felt quite uneasy. Da Qin and Daming, isn't this the historical emperor of Xia? Yuan Degyu was listening to the conversation between the two. At this time, he seemed to realize something. Could it be that this foggy space can really connect different worlds? I remember the Ming dynasty, which has been extinct for more than 500 years. The world Yuan Degyu was in was the earth at the beginning of the 20th century, and there is nothing wrong with saying that the Ming dynasty had perished for more than 500 years. What? Did his Ming dynasty also die? The Ming dynasty, which lasted for more than 200 years, was completely destroyed. Yuan Degyu nodded and told the emperor in front of him what he knew about the history of the Xia kingdom. However, Yuan Degyu does not remember much about the history of foreign countries, and only knows that the two dynasties perished the same. As for how it perished, Yuan Degyu did not remember. Being able to come to this world has already made Yuan Degyu feel incredible. He is just an ordinary person, how could he be drawn into such a world? Yuan Degyu's heart seemed even more confused. Can you tell me where this is? Why, we are here. Too much confusion was swirling in Yuan Degyu's mind. He raised his head and looked at the figure of the bronze throne, eager to get an answer. Here, you can know everything you know. As long as you pay the corresponding equivalent, you can propose an exchange. Do you want to know your future? Yuan Degyu, you are the protagonist of your destiny and the heir of light. Luo Xia did not hide it, but spoke directly to Yuan Di. Am I the heir of light? Luoxia's words reminded him of the sudden appearance of the pyramid and the giant stone statue in the pyramid. Excuse me, how should I exchange it? The confused Yuan Daegyu continued to ask questions. The appearance of monsters and pyramids made Daegyu, as a human, feel confused about the fate of human beings. Propose an exchange. You can generate exchangeable goods, you can know your future, and form a world record. Would you like to? Just as Luoxia finished speaking, Yuan Daegyu nodded in agreement. Propose the exchange is successful, check the exchangeable items of the questioner. Divine Light Rod, Diga Light, Super Ancient Gene. 3 ability cards appeared in front of Yuan Daegyu. Yuan Daegyu took a fancy to the 3 ability cards in front of him, and couldn't help being stunned at this time. When did he get these 3 ability cards? The future? You should be a god, so please tell me why Dakin perished, and whether I can rejuvenate me and restore my youth. Ying Zheng did not hesitate, and immediately asked Luoxia for a question and answer. Regarding the future of Daqin, Ying Zheng did not choose to ask Zhu Di directly, but asked Luoxia on the bronze throne. One is naturally because from Luoxia's mouth, Ying Zheng can learn more about the future. If Dakin really died in the 2nd generation, Ying Zheng might be able to change Dakin's fate through this place, so that Dakin can truly live forever. I also want to know, what will Daming's future be like? Seeing that Ying Zheng and Yuan Da Ancient Capital proposed a deal, Zhu Di gritted his teeth and handed over his ability card. Compared with Ying Zheng, who has hundreds of classics to exchange, what Zhu Di has is only the Yongle Grand Ceremony that has not yet been compiled, as well as the great luck of the Ming dynasty. Gold and silver are naturally impossible to enter the eyes of the gods. Apart from the unfinished Yongle ceremony, Zhu Di can only offer this exchange of luck. P.S. The first update. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for very good evaluation votes. Asterisk. Chapter 30 World Record, everyone is shocked. Monkey D. Drago looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep thought. In his hand, there are the familiar color, the armed color and the Conqueror's Haki skill card, as well as the skill details of the Marine 6 styles. If what the man on the high platform said is true, then through the exchange, Drago can indeed get the future he wants to know and solve his confusion. Tell my future, there are ways to change this unequal world. After thinking for a while, Drago also kicked out the trade invitation. At this moment, the new members who appeared in the Q&A space all sent out Q&A requests to Luoxia. Conqueror's Haki Experience Pack, and a layer of his own future luck, Darag is really willing. Luoxia murmured, and continued to look at the question and answer invitations submitted by the other 3. Ying Zheng gave the collection of hundreds of schools of thought obtained by the unification of the 6 kingdoms, as well as the practice method of his world, while Daegu gave Diga of light. Has the current Daegyu become Ultraman Tiga? Luoxia is a little strange. If he didn't become Ultraman Tiga, how could Daegyu have the light of Tiga on his body? The 3rd level form can materialize the future abilities of the protagonists of Destiny in different worlds, and materialize them into their own basic strengths. Then, the world of Dakin is not a problem. Why does the world of Daming appear, and can a world without any power be included in the dimensional forum? Luoxia can see that there is no special power in the world of Ming dynasty where Zhu Di lives. Dakin has 100 schools of thought and masters of different cultivation methods. This is the orthodox Daming world history. Through the orthodox Daming world history, the owner of the forum can connect the Daming world with martial arts power. Because you get 10% of Daming luck, it is recommended that you can help the orthodox Daming history, build a martial arts Daming, and rewrite the orthodox Daming history, which will also be of great benefit to you. The reminder of the Dimension Forum made Luoxia ponder. Rewriting history, extracting the power of time from history. His master is the time power of destruction and creation. If you want to continue to improve, then you need to strengthen yourself through continuous destruction and creation. Destroy the original history and create a new history. I suddenly understand the meaning of the power of magic. The corners of Luo Xia's mouth twitched, and she accepted a question and answer invitation from 4 people at one time. Then, let's each witness your future. The power belonging to the dimensional forum is turning at this moment, and the vast cosmic galaxy in the foggy space appears. Uchiha Madara and Xiaomian are surprised to see the changes in the world in front of them. At this moment, Xiaomian has a clearer understanding of Luo Xia through the display of Luo Xia's power. I don't know if such an existence can destroy Cupid and erase the history of magical girls. With the power of Kamen Rider Shi Wang, Xiaomian completely understood how powerful her Shi Wang was, but the incubator family she had to deal with was too terrifying. Cupid is immortal, and the incubator family that Cupid belongs to has created the history of magical girls from the beginning of human history. This time, Xiaomian did not want to simply save Madoka, but to erase the history of magical girls. However, she herself can reach the level of the King of Time, at most the level of the King of the Second Order. It is too difficult for Xiaomian to continue to rise to the level of King of the Chonghuang dynasty. She came here to ask for Luo Xia's help. Uchiha Madara's idea is much simpler than that of Xiaomian. He thought about using Luo Xia's power, but thinking of Luo Xia's unfathomable nature and the mystery of this dimensional forum, Uchiha Madara decided to save up his power to deal with the Tsutsuki family. It is only by knowing ourselves and our enemies that we can be victorious in every battle. There is still too little information about the Tsutsuki family Uchiha Madara. This time, I came to the dimensional forum again. Uchiha Madara has only one purpose, and that is to know the information of the Tsutsuki family. I don't know how the so-called Tsutsuki clan compares to Luo Xia. Uchiha Madara looked at the presented cosmic galaxy, and the vast cosmic galaxy was gradually enlarged, and one planet after another appeared in Uchiha Madara's field of vision. Hey, is this creating the world? Uchiha Madara's voice trembled, clearly feeling the horror and power of this creative power. At the same time, the formation of world records, please check the relevant world records. Revolution, to subvert the original order again. The future belonging to Drago was unfolding before his eyes. Not only did he see his own future, but Drago also saw the future of his son, Monkey D. Luffy. That kid, I didn't expect to be a pirate. Drago shook his head, feeling a little funny. In the timeline he was in, his child Luffy was just born, and he didn't expect to become a pirate directly when he grew up. And he betrayed Marine in the future, created a revolutionary army to subvert the order of celestial dragons, and became a revolutionary. I think, I understand the way I'm going. Revolution, then subverts the eternal order of the celestial dragons and rewrites the unchanging history of that world. Ying Zheng, on the other hand, accepted the history of his own Dakin world and understood why Dakin too died. Zhao Gao, Li Si, you mistake me. He was obviously most satisfied with Fusu, and what he hoped most was to let Fusu succeed him as the second emperor, but he never thought that after his death, Zhao Gao and Li Si tampered with his last photo, and let the most naughty and incompetent Hu Hai sit on the throne. The throne of the emperor. I became Ultraman Tiga. Daegya was shocked and didn't expect that he would become Tiga at all. Zhu Di was looking at the 200-year history of Daming. His breathing couldn't help but quicken. When he saw the emperor after him, he almost died of anger, especially when he saw the good deeds done by his great-grandson, Daming God of War, and felt a little sick in his heart. Not anymore. Then, the last Ming dynasty fell, and Chongzhen died in Meishan. Unexpectedly, my Daming continued for more than 200 years, and in the end, it was still picked up by the Hu people. Jianzhou Jurchen, damn it! Zhu Di clenched his fists, his face showed unwillingness, but his heart was angry with the descendants of future generations. In particular, he felt dissatisfied with the heir chosen by his good grandson. If there were no civil servants and military generals to turn the tide, wouldn't Daming want to repeat the disaster of Jingkong in the northern Song dynasty? P.S. Second update. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Q&A with Xiaomian and the old Madara. The three camps he has worked so hard to create are so completely defeated by Zhu Qiquan's stuff. Can Zhu Di not be angry? More importantly, he actually dared to kill Yu Jian? As the emperor, Yu Jian, the famous minister who had the power to turn the tide and save the world, was too rough and stupid in his actions. Thank God. Zhu Di bowed deeply to Luoxia and made a big gift to Luoxia. He knew that by knowing the future history of Daming, Zhu Di had already made a clear plan on how to manage this big future. It was just how to make Daming's country forever. At this moment, Zhu Di had no idea. I also ask God to tell me how to make the Ming dynasty last forever, for generations to come. In that case, Zhu Di will sacrifice everything. As long as Zhu Di can give, then let Luoxia ask for it at will. Zhang Shan is forever. Hearing Zhu Di's words, Ying Zheng's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of this. Ying Zheng, who completed the exchange, successfully obtained De Qin's future memory, and his body returned to youth, restoring the attitude of a young man. However, how to govern the Qin dynasty today has caused Ying Zheng to fall into trouble. As the first emperor who had just ruled the world, it was quite hard for Ying Zheng to maintain the order of De Qin and not collapse. Even if there is a net to monitor the world, the remnants of the Six Kingdoms are still trying to overthrow the Great Qin. It was only after the sixth generation of Dakin that he succeeded in ruling the world. Ying Zheng would never allow Dakin to fall apart completely after his death. Luoxia didn't answer the questions of the two emperors directly. In this space, only by paying enough equivalents can one realize the desire of satisfaction. Can you tell me the origin of the Tsutsuki family? I want to know more about the Tsutsuki family, an unknown existence. Also, I hope my body can completely return to its youthful state. The quiet Uchiha Madara spoke. At this time he couldn't wait. Luoxia, who was very interested, looked at Uchiha Madara who proposed the deal. He gave Three Tails Chakra, the power of the tailed beast Chakra, now in the hands of Master Uchiha Madara. In addition to the power of the Three Tails Chakra, Uchiha Madara also handed over the Konoha village ninjutsu scrolls that he had acquired. The points earned by Uchiha Madara have been exhausted. He is nothing more than strengthening his existing strength, but it is not enough to restore his youth. So, given the opportunity to enter the dimensional form again, Uchiha Madara proposed a deal to Luoxia. Compared with Uchiha Madara, the transaction proposed by Xiaomian is a night dial formed by the history of witches. When Kamen Rider Shi Wang combined the power of a magical girl, a very mysterious change has indeed taken place. But, what do you want to know? Luoxia was the first to answer Xiaomian and accepted the question and answer invitation from Xiaomian. Please also tell me how to eliminate the incubator family and truly erase the history of magical girls. All the night dials I have harvested can be dedicated to you. Xiaomian asked aloud. Now she is not satisfied with simply saving Madoka. She knows that saving Madoka is not enough. As long as Kyupi still exists, the people around Madoka will be fooled into becoming a magical girl. And then she will lure Madoka into a magical girl. Going back to the past history, Xiaomian is not to repeat the tragedy of the past. Her time is actually very short. Because of the appearance of the stage witch, it's only been a month. Erasing the incubator clan? That's not enough, Xiaomian. Luoxia smiled from the bottom of his heart, looking at the night dials collected by Xiaomian. One is the night dial of W, and the other is the night dial of Dragon Rider, all of which are sealed with the history of witches. Kamen Rider Shiki's power is far more powerful than you think. If you want to change the history of magical girls, then pay me more. Sacrifice your future power and pay for the time you keep changing history, then Gu will fulfill your wishes and erase the history of magical girls. Can she accept such a price? On Xiaomian's body, Luoxia could feel that there was more wool to rub. After all, history is constantly being rewritten, and Xiao Mian has accumulated a lot of the power of time to destroy the world. Now Luo Xia, who is the king of time, can clearly feel this power. Under the authority of the third-level forum members can pay and exchange not only the skill cards they own, but also the national fortune, luck of the world in which they live, and even their destiny and future. At this moment, Xiao Mian fell into a brief hesitation, and she fell into distress. After answering Xiao Mian, Luo Xia turned her gaze to Uchiha Madara. Your wish is fulfilled. Just the information of the Tsutsuki clan, Luo Xia can still give the whole Uchiha Madara. Is this the Tsutsuki clan? Starting from Tsutsuki Kagaya, and the information of the Tsutsuki clan that will appear in the future, all presented in Uchiha Madara's mind. The current Uchiha Madara completely understands the existence of the Tsutsuki clan. The Tsutsuki clan. The world of Hokage is the world of ninjas. In any case, Uchiha Madara will not let the Tsutsuki clan reappear on this land, and now he has to gain more power. My body has also become young again. After accepting Uchiha Madara's trade, Luo Xia also fulfilled Uchiha Madara's wish, and the aged Uchiha Madara regained his youth. At this moment, he once again returned to his youthful peak state. P.S. For the third update, ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for a very good vote. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Time Artifacts, History of the Years. For Uchiha Madara, it was a feeling that had never been done before. My body has finally returned to its best state. He took a deep breath, feeling content. Not only did his body function change from his 90s to his best 20s and 30s, not only that, but Uchiha Madara's strength was also enhanced like never before. To be precise, the influence of his Rinnegan and Hashirama cells has pushed Uchiha Madara far beyond his prime. But because of this, Uchiha Madara felt even more in awe of Luo Xia. The power of time is great, but also the most mysterious and dreaded. Moreover, Uchiha Madara could clearly feel that the mystery in Luo Xia became stronger than when he first saw him. Xiao Mian is still hesitating whether to accept Luo Xia's request. As long as you pay for me alone, you can change the history of Madoka and the history of magical girls. Xiao Mian frowned. She didn't make up her mind immediately, because she still had too many questions about Luo Xia. However, after hesitating for a while, Xiao Mian made a decision. If you can really destroy QP and erase the history of magical girls, then I will pay whatever price I pay. Even if it is, pay for your future. The transaction is established, the magical girl Madoka world is connected, and the history of the Witch of Xiao Mian is collected. To eliminate the stage which requires the owner of the forum to go to the magical girl Madoka world, erase the history of the magical girl, and eliminate the incubator family, you need to sign a contract and collect Xiao Mian to become the history of the devil. Generate a time artifact for you, the History Book of the Years. The History Book of the Years is not the History Book of the Chen-Long Adventure World, but it is similar in some aspects. Combining the power of Luo Xia's magic and the power of the Dimensional Forum, the time-based props are constructed. In the same way, it is possible to record the history of the Long River, and even tamper with the history. However, this premises that Luo Xia wants to control that world, and the destiny characters in that world, that is, the supporting characters related to the protagonist or the protagonist, voluntarily hand over their future to Luo Xia's hands. As long as Luo Xia fulfills Xiao Mian's wish, destroys the incubator family and erases the history of magical girls. Then in the magical girl Madoka world, Luo Xia can rely on the history book in her hand to achieve an incredible miracle, rewrite and erase history. Then, sign your name here, Xiao Mian. Luo Xia said indifferently, understood the function of the history book, and the moment he obtained the history book, Luo Xia presented the contract in front of Xiao Mian's eyes. Year's contract. A piece of contract parchment floated out in Xiao Mian's field of vision. After signing this contract, Xiao Mian's future belongs to Luo Xia. Can I think about it again? At the critical moment, Xiao Mian fell into a state of hesitation again. Can? Luo Xia didn't insist, he knew that Xiao Mian would make a decision sooner or later. In order to change the history of the magical girl Madoka world, he would turn to his power no matter what. At that time, it was time for the demon king of his time to appear. As long as you want, the contract will be presented to you at any time. As long as Xiao Mian is willing, she can sign the contract at any time. Verbally, Xiao Mian has agreed to deal with the Dimension Forum, so the current Luo Xia has obtained the coordinates of the magical girl Madoka world, and Xiao Mian's future history as a witch. It's just that Xiao Mian still has a future, and that is the future of becoming a demon. That future demon flame has the power to subvert the principle of the ring, which is equivalent to the ability to rewrite the real universe. Xiao Mian signs the consent form, Luo Xia will be able to obtain Xiao Mian's history of becoming a demon flame and turn it into her own power. Suddenly I feel so black. Luo Xia chuckled lightly, but in the eyes of others, it seemed like chaos had opened up, and a nebula-like mist appeared in the entire space. The magnificent cosmic nebula is displayed in front of everyone at this moment. Is this opening up a universe? Daegyu came back to his senses and saw the amazing scene in front of him, and he couldn't help showing a dull look. Could the unknown existence on the high platform be some gods in mythology? No, it may be a higher-end existence than the gods of earth myths. Being able to know that he has the future of everyone here, and that he has drawn humans from different worlds here, makes Daegu really doubt Luo Xia's special purpose. I want to ask you, are you a god? This space is a world, or is it a complete embryonic universe? Unable to bear, Daegu asked Luo Xia. Also, I feel very lost now, I don't know why I became Ultraman Tiga, all this is too sudden for me. Can you answer my question? Daegu's words made Luo Xia laugh dumbly. He didn't expect that the first person to ask himself this question would be Daegu. You can say that. Daegyu's reminder made Luo Xia nod lightly. As for why you became Ultraman Tiga, don't you already know? Daegyu. The future presented by the world record has been clearly displayed in front of Daegyu's eyes. Because Daegyu is the chosen successor, Diga's light has been passed on to Daegyu through super ancient genes. P.S. For the first update, ask for collection, ask for flowers, and ask for a very good vote. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Changes in the Worlds. The appearance of the monster, the giant in the pyramid. Daegyu thought there was nothing more magical than this, until he obtained the dimensional forum and learned about his future. Can I really do Ultraman Tiga and protect everyone? The future presented by the world record, although it is something that Daegyu will face after, but without personal experience, he still feels lost. I understand, thank you. Daegyu nodded to Luo Xia, and then asked Luo Xia, so, how do I exit this space? If you quit silently, you can return to your original world, but are you ready? You and Daegyu. Luo Xia can see that Daegyu has actually met Goerzan and Melba, and there is no doubt that he will soon transform into Diga. If this is the fate I have to accept, then I will never run away. Daegyu took a deep breath, he closed his eyes and meditated, a cloud of mist wrapped his body in an instant, and then Daegyu disappeared into the misty space. Sincerely, can you get out of here? Hearing Luo Xia's words, Ying Zheng immediately began to try. At the same time, the Dakin world. In the palace of Xianyang City, Ying Zheng opened his eyes again, and what he saw at this moment was the panicked ministers. When the ministers saw Ying Zheng's appearance, the originally noisy courtroom became quiet in an instant. Prime Minister Li Si boldly walked out of the court and saluted Ying Zheng, Your Majesty, where have you been just now? It disappeared in the hall, and it scared us half to death. Also, you seem to have gotten younger. Ying Zheng, who had entered middle age, turned into a young man's attitude, which made Li Si suspect that he had hallucinations in his eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Gao accompanied Ying Zheng to the left and right, and was surprised to see Ying Zheng's changes, where did you go before? Ying Zheng just glanced at Li Si and Zhao Gao lightly. He clearly remembered that the big one was because the two of them fell apart. Needless to say, Li Si was so stupid that he colluded with Zhao Gao to support Hu Hai, but was cut in half by Zhao Gao's calculations. This Zhao Gao? Ying Zheng frowned, not knowing what to do with Zhao Gao. Originally, he was looking at Zhao Gao's honesty, so he let Zhao Gao sit in the position of the chariot commander and control his carriage and jade seal. As the most trusted confidant, and the most detailed prime minister of the empire, he betrayed himself and chose not the heir he recognized. He did not choose to respond to Zhao Gao, but looked at the ministers under the stage. I saw Meng Tian and his stupid son Fu Su, as well as the important ministers in the court. Zhen, I just saw the immortal. He gave me back to youth. I also saw the future of Daqin after my death. Ying Zheng thought about it for a while, and then told his experience just now. The ministers were suddenly in an uproar, showing an incredible expression, just looking at the younger Ying Zheng, but realized that what Ying Zheng said was not a lie. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Hexi Your Majesty, Dakin has been blessed by the gods, and he will be forever, 10,000 years. Realizing what was going on, Li Si, Meng Tian and other ministers bowed their hands in salute and congratulated Ying Zheng. For Daqin, this was an unprecedented miracle. Is it forever, forever? Today's Ying Zheng thinks this is ridiculous. Because of the death of his great Qin too. The unification of the six kingdoms seemed to be too hasty, so that Ying Zheng did not see the hidden worries of the great Qin after the unification of the world. Perhaps, I should think about how to reform. This Daqin is about to change. What's the matter, can't you enter that space? When Ying Zheng just wanted to go in, he found a prompt popped out in front of his eyes. It will take 7 days to open again, and after 7 days, you will get free access to the space. Seeing this, Ying Zheng secretly said that it was a pity. Originally he wanted to go in again, and opened his mouth to exchange more information about Daqin's future from Luo Xia's hands and find a way to save Daqin. Never thought it would turn out like this. That's it. In desperation, Ying Zheng could only wait for the forum space to reopen after 7 days. Also returning to reality, there is also Zhu Di of the Ming dynasty. Grandpa, Grandpa, bypass me, how could I mess with you? Zhu Zanji, who had a bitter face, was called to him by Zhu Di, and he punished him well. He didn't understand what was going on at all, so he was beaten by Zhu Di several times, and the pain was extremely uncomfortable. Humph, this is what you should suffer. Who let him teach such a good son later? The 3 camps he brought out so hard, and the painstaking efforts in order to level the grassland, were completely defeated by the Hanin son after Zhu Zanji. It was impossible for Zhu Di to vent this anger, so he found his good grandson. The helpless Zhu Zanji didn't understand what happened, so he could only suffer on behalf of his future son. One Piece, Sabayati Archipelago. I think I've figured out how to subvert the order of celestial dragons. Flipping through the little red book in his hand, Durag's eyes lit up, and a whole new world opened up in front of his eyes. In the past, Durag was confused about the future. Marine's justice prevented him from turning a blind eye to the evil deeds of the celestial dragons, but Marine was the eagle dog who protected the celestial dragons. Feeling doubtful about his own justice, Durag saw another world, the real bloody justice. Revolution, subverting the order of celestial dragons. Another seed of bloody justice sprouted in Drago's heart. P.S. The second update, asking for collection, asking for flowers, asking for very good evaluation votes, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 34 belonging to the Demon King's Ambition, the third update book for collection. Magic Circle World. This contract. Looking at the contract in her hand, Xiao Mian was still unable to make up her mind, and there was a voice in her heart urging her to sign the contract quickly. However, the inner unease kept Xiao Mian from making a decision. Can I pay that price? Paying for her future in exchange for Madoka being saved and the history of magical girls being erased was worth it to Xiaomian. What she was afraid of was that her relationship with Madoka would be cut off like this. When I really need that unknown existence, I'll sign this contract. Xiaomian murmured, although she said that since she became a magical girl, Xiaomian has embarked on a road of no return. But for Xiaome Homura, she knew that the magical girl was the point of no return, so she felt extremely resentful for Kyubei who deceived her. The forum can provide her with powerful strength, but who knows what the Dimension Forum will make her pay for what she can't pay. After paying the price, Xiaomian did not know what consequences Xiaomian would face. Perhaps, without his power, I can save Madoka. Kamen Rider Shiking's power enables Akomi Homura to erase the history of witches and eliminate the existence of magical girls. It's just that she couldn't deal with Kyupi and erase Kyupi's existence, which made Xiaomian feel anxious. In any case, it is impossible for Madoka to continue to be a magical girl for Xiaomian who is reincarnated again. This is the breath of a witch. Just after exiting the space, Xiaomian suddenly raised her head and looked at the position not far ahead. The witch's breath appeared again. Compared with the witches she had seen before, this witch seemed quite dangerous in Xiaomian's eyes. No, I remember that Madoka met the first witch here. Xiaomian gritted her teeth and sensed the witch's breath. In the next moment, the time-space driver appeared on Xiaomian's belt, holding the dial of the King of Time in her hand, and then pressed it on the driver. Rider Time. Kamen Rider Tsio. Kamen Rider Time King. Shi Wang's transformation was completed in an instant. Xiaomian followed the witch's breath and disappeared into the alley. The power I've never seen before, it doesn't belong to the power of a magical girl, it's just too interesting, Xiaomian. Not long after Xiaomian disappeared, a white pom-pom appeared, looking at Xiaomian's departure, revealing a searching gaze. This white pom-pom is the Kyupi who created the magic girl. Let me see the power of Kamen Rider, Akomi Homura. The eyes of Kyupi Ruby seemed to reveal a trace of expectation. Hokage World. Hashirama cells have basically no effect on me now. Uchihamadara clenched his fists, feeling the strength of his youthful rejuvenation, a smile on his face. Also, the Hashirama cells are now fully aligned with Uchihamadara's body, and Uchihamadara can restore chakra with the help of natural energy through the Hashirama cells if Uchihamadara wishes. Chakra consumption is currently not a problem for Uchihamadara. It's just that Uchihamadara's current strength is too weak compared to the tailed beast level chakra, if he has to deal with the so-called Satsuki clan. God Tree. In order to obtain the sacred tree, Uchihamadara needs to gather the power of the tail beast. So there is no doubt that Uchihamadara must fight against the 5 kingdoms with the power of one person to win the tail beast. It's just that Uchihamadara, no matter how arrogant, doesn't feel that he can win the power of the tail beast with his own power. The current Uchihamadara only has Rinnegan, not the invincible 10 Tails Jinkra Ki. That guy Black Zetsu, see if you can use it. If you can't, manipulate his White Zetsu and let White Zetsu serve me. Uchihamadara said in a low voice. Now he already knew that Black Zetsu was not his shadow. Likewise, Uchihamadara is aware of one thing, and that is the difference between Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. White Zetsu, a biological weapon created by Tsutsuki Kagaya to deal with Tsutsuki. Although the strength is weak, each White Zetsu has the level of Jainin, and if it can be produced in batches, it is enough to subvert the entire ninja world. I just don't know if the so-called White Zetsu army can be strengthened. Just Jainin's White Zetsu army, how could they possibly deal with the Tsutsuki clan? Speaking of which, I don't know if I can use the power of the members of the Dimension Forum. Uchihamadara pondered for a while, and now there are 6 people in the Dimensional Forum plus him. Unfortunately, Uchihamadara doesn't know much about other people, and it is not clear whether he can trade with forum members and use their power. In addition, Uchihamadara also needs to consider one thing, that is, what is the idea of Luoxia who created this dimension forum? Having created such a world and drawing humans from different worlds into it, Luoxia must have her own purpose. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Madara is again caught in a bizarre brain trick. Luoxia, who got the dimensional forum, just wanted to use the dimensional forum to improve his power, and had no other purpose. But now, Luoxia has a clear plan on how to use the power of the dimensional forum. Moreover, especially under the premise of gaining the power to meet the devil, the role of the forum becomes clearer. For different forum members, it is a channel to change their own destiny and a stage to witness the wider world. But for Luoxia, the rewriting of the history of the established scripts in different worlds can allow Luoxia to absorb the huge power of time, and the power of time reaches an order of magnitude. Luoxia can truly become a devil in charge of the time of destruction and creation. Destruction and creation are all in his mind. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for very evaluation votes, the third update, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Changes in the Way of Invitations. In this way, Luoxia can be called the real king of time, the king of time who is in charge of destruction and destruction. It's just that Luoxia felt that he was only a little short when he reached that height. The current Luoxia can at most cause time rewriting around the world. It is not so simple for Luoxia to truly destroy time and space and create a world. Because he, the king of the time of the devil, has not really destroyed and created a world. The current Luoxia is equivalent to Zhuangwu when he just became the king of the devil. However, the current Luoxia has no way to truly destroy and create another world. At present, Luoxia is suitable for a complete destruction and creation, that is, the magical girl. World. The world of the magical girl Madoka, do you want to go there? Luoxia has the coordinates of magical girl Madoka world, and Luoxia can enter magical girl Madoka world at any time if she wants. It's just that there is a family of incubators who deal with that world, which is much more troublesome than Luoxia thought. With the technology that can convert human emotions into energy, it can be said that the incubator family itself has reached a very high level of strength. If Luoxia really had to deal with it, she might really suffer. Therefore, Luoxia is still hesitant to go to the world of magical girl, Madoka. Forget it, there will be a chance sooner or later. Luoxia shook his head. He was not in a hurry because he had already established a contract with Xiao Mian. Xiao Mian's deepest desire is to destroy the stage witch and save Shikame Yuan, otherwise she will not respond to the invitation of the Dimensional Forum. As long as Xiao Mian can sign that contract again, Luoxia will be able to collect Xiao Mian's history of becoming a demon flame. That way, Luoxia could totally get a terrifying boost. It is an incredible thing in itself that Xiao Mian, who has become a demon, can pull the principle of the ring, which has become a cosmic god, from the throne. This shows that Xiao Mian has the same power as the principle of the circle. But now, all Luoxia can get is the history of Xiao Mian becoming a witch. Let's take care of this world first. Withdrawing from the Q&A space, Luoxia did not continue the operation of the Q&A space after completing the Q&A transaction, so all forum members withdrew from the space after the transaction was completed. If you wait until you enter again, it will start in 7 days. Just wait 7 days. After 7 days, new invitations will continue to start, after which there will be no restrictions on forum access. However, the premise is that after Luoxia opens the question and answer space, other forum members can receive invitations to enter the question and answer space, because only Luoxia has this permission. By the way, for the invitation to the forum, there may be another way. Bold ideas came to Luoxia's mind, and it didn't take long for Luoxia to take action. Starting setup, invitation letter, editing quotes. Relying on the forum authority, Luoxia started to operate the dimensional forum and set up a new invitation form. Want to know your future? Want to change your destiny? Or witness the wider other world and realize the impossible wish, then with the help of the letter. you can get the opportunity to enter the Dimensional Forum. I am the Demon King of Destruction and Creation, the Supreme Defender of Time. If you pay enough price, I will be able to fulfill your wish. Several different paragraphs of the invitation letter were directly entered into the Dimension Forum by Luoxia. When the Dimensional Forum invites again, this time the Dimensional Forum is not a voice invitation, but a letter prompt. If you have the opportunity to be selected by the Dimensional Forum and choose to accept the letter invitation, then characters from other worlds can join the Dimensional Forum and become new forum members. After completing the setup, Luoxia felt satisfied. Now, let's deal with the God's Lair world first. Luoxia pondered, and now that he has returned to reality, he still has some headaches about how to deal with Luoquilian. Completely defeated by Luoxia, Luoquilian was convinced by Luoxia and became Luoxia's righteous sister. But for this righteous sister, Luoxia is thankful for not being sensitive, because Luoquilian really brings surprises to herself all the time. Moreover, although Luoxia rejected Luoquilian's decision to give up the position of leader. However, Luoquilian, who had a firm attitude, still stayed here and did not intend to leave Fuzhang, which made Luoxia a little stunned. Luoquilian's stay also made Fuzhang's families feel nervous. Because of the fierce reputation of the martial arts king, they were really afraid that Luoquilian would cause another trouble in Fuzhang. It is not only the families who are nervous, but Susanoo is the most nervous. He knows that Luoquilian hates the ape god Kun raised by the Japanese, and has always wanted to find an opportunity to return the ape god Kun to mythology. It's a pity that she has never found a chance. The most crucial dragon and snake blood is difficult to collect, and it is impossible for the elusive ancestor to come out by himself and be caught by Luoquilian as a sacrifice to unlock the seal. Princess Sita, this time I have to use your strength no matter what, otherwise let the monkey unlock the seal. The demon lord who finally appears in the world will reappear in the world in order to destroy the demon lord on the earth. The seal that he has kept for so long has become meaningless. I understand, my concubine will assist you. Realizing the urgency of the problem, Princess Sita nodded lightly. As long as that demon king steps into the netherworld, there is absolutely no chance for him to leave this world again. Princess Sita, she does not want the resurrection of the king of the last. The last king is Rama in Brahmin mythology, and Princess Sita is Rama's wife in mythology. P.S. Try your best to have 4 shifts today, ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for very good evaluation votes, I am very grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 36 The Last Appearing King. In the Brahmin epic Ramayana, she is Rama's wife. Rama exiled her and was also exiled to the forest to suffer together, and was also taken captive by the Rakshasa king. In this world, Princess Sita's experience is much colder than the Brahmin epic. She is the goddess of the earth. She is regarded as the goddess of agriculture in Plug Vechuo. In fact, she is a god related to the goddess of agriculture. However, with the advent of the age of the patriarchal lineage, the Earth Mother God was defeated by the hero god of steel, and she also became the wife of the last king because of the changes in human mythology. However, Sita would never accept this status, otherwise, she would not have crossed Fuzhang from Tianzhu to the wild Fuzhang 1,000 years ago, in order to guard the seal of the last king and not let the guy wakes up. The era when the king of the end last appeared was 1,000 years ago. And the sleeping place of the king of the last happens to be this land. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. Susanoo said to Princess Sita, although not as the Earth Mother, Princess Sita, who is now the ancestor of the gods, still has quite terrifying power. As long as Princess Sita can make a move, then the seal of the dragon snake will not be broken, and the last appearance king will not appear. So, what is the king of the last manifestation? That is the enemy of God's layers in history. God's layers will be born in every era, but those born God's layers are not the ones who died at the end of their lives. They were all defeated by the king of the end. However, Susanoo didn't know one thing, that is, Princess Sita was not willing to help him. With the power of that demon king, maybe we can really destroy the Rinnegan. Princess Sita thought to herself, for Sita, who hated the last king for thousands of years, had long hoped that there would be an existence to solve the last king. In mythology, although Sita is Rama's wife, in fact she has nothing to do with Rama. It is precisely because there is nothing to do, that Princess Sita feels quite annoyed, that is, because of the myth of human beings, she and Rama have been bound. Moreover, the King of the End is a hero who can fight with the power of all the gods in the world. When the number of gods layers reaches an order of magnitude, relying on the covenant law brought by the blessing of the gods, Rama, the last king, has more than the power of all gods layers. If there are more than 5 gods layers in an era, then the power possessed by the last king of the covenant Dafa is equivalent to the level of 5 or more gods layers. In other words, the strength of the last king is proportional to the number of gods layers in the world. I'm sorry, Susanoo, maybe I really have to betray you this time. Princess Sita blinked, and the thought of stabbing Susanoo in the back already rose in her heart. Likewise, when it comes to the last king, no one knows better than Luoxia. Luoxia wouldn't have thought of moving the seal of the monkey god Kun if he didn't have the assurance of victory against the last king. Brother, do you want to release the seal of the monkey god Kun to deal with the enemies of the god's lair? In the shrine, our beauty leader only knew the news of the king of the last, and couldn't help but feel very surprised that Luoxia mentioned the king of the last. The enemy of the gods is the god's lair, so the enemy of the god's lair is blessed by the gods. When the god's lair reaches an order of magnitude in a certain era, the last king will completely appear and destroy all the gods. God. I'm looking forward to the appearance of the last king now. The King of the End is the strongest steel in the world, possessing the divine sword of salvation that can destroy the world, and the power of the covenant and the immortality brought by the heroic god of steel. The King of the End has stepped into the level of invincibility in this world. It's a pity that the last king met Luoxia himself, who is the strongest opponent in the world. Although Luoxia is a god killer, he is completely unaffected by the god killer ritual, and without the blessing of Pandora, he has inherited the divine power brought by the disobedient god, as well as a huge and terrifying power. In this case, we will cooperate with you wholeheartedly, righteous brother. Luo Hao nodded lightly, for the so-called last king, the warlike spirit of the god's lair was aroused. However, is the righteous brother really not going to Xia country? At this time, Luo Hao couldn't help but speak. In Luo Hao's eyes, Luoxia is the most suitable god-killer demon king in Xia Kingdom. However, for Luoxia, he does not need to be king in Xia. I understand your kindness, but I have no intention of becoming king in Xia Kingdom. He shook his head and continued to reject Luo Hao's proposal. My purpose is not to control a country. If you are interested, when I need to perform the ceremony of summoning the god of disobedience, offer to me as a presiding ceremony. The Taoist nun of the Xia Kingdom is actually equivalent to the Witch of Europa and the Witch of Fuzhang. I understand, righteous brother. Luoxia's request, Luo Hao will satisfy Luoxia wholeheartedly. Yinger, do you understand your uncle's request? Luo Hao's gaze turned to his apprentice. Liu Yinghua now helped her manage the entire 5 prisons sacred religion, which was equivalent to a talker. Yinger understands that I will go back to find a talented Taoist nun for my uncle. Liu Yinghua wiped the cold sweat on his face, and said to the two in front of him, and at the same time he was relieved, that is, Luoxia did not really agree to return to Xia. Otherwise, Liu Yinghua's pressure would become even greater, and it would be even harder than when he was serving Luo Hao alone. P.S. The second update, asking for collection, asking for flowers, asking for very good evaluation votes, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Preparing to set foot on Southern Europe. Dealing with Luo Hao already gave Liu Yinghua a headache, and with Luoxia's words, Liu Yinghua felt that his life was dark. Cough cough. Luoxia almost choked when she heard the name of the uncle. Although Luoxia is indeed Luo Hao's righteous brother, but when Liu Yinghua directly calls him his uncle, he feels that Luoxia himself is being called old. Although he wanted to reject the title, Luoxia swallowed it when he said it. That's it. Luoxia accepted the title silently, and recognized Liu Yinghua, his nephew, with a smile, but he stared at Liu Yinghua, but Liu Yinghua couldn't help shivering. Fear of Luoxia. For fear of being eaten alive by Luoxia, Luoxia felt dumbfounded for a while. It seems that he is not some kind of evil spirit that eats people. Is it that scary? Indeed, Luoxia is not a man-eating evil, but a terrifying god-killer. In addition, because of Luo Hao's shadow, Liu Yinghua was naturally a little more afraid of Luoxia. Luoxia, who understood the situation, didn't say much, and just let Liu Yinghua go. Luo Hao didn't choose to stay at Qixing Shrine for too long. There are still many things for Luo Hao to deal with the holy sect of the 5 prisons, but what is more important to her is to catch the ancestors and unlock the dragon snake seal. To be able to complete the promise to Luoxia as soon as possible, but what about Luo Hao's obligation as a sister-in-law? The members of the shrine's official history committee were all relieved at this time when the beauty leader left. The most stressed Xia Gongxin, because of Luo Hao's stay, the whole person was worried during this time. That demon lord has finally left the shrine. Gong Kao Dongma wiped the cold sweat on his face, and the leader of Luo Hao made a day at the shrine to make Gong Kao Dongma feel like 3 autumns. After all, everyone knows the brutality of the leader Luo Hao. However, it is estimated that because of Luoxia's face, Luo Hao at the shrine restrained his temper well. Because this is Luoxia's territory, without Luoxia's permission, Luo Hao will not hit Luoxia in the face or touch anyone at the shrine. Although Cult Master Luo Hao has left, our 7th king is actually the most troublesome. Shi Gongxin sighed, her face could not help showing sadness, not knowing how Luoxia would arrange herself next. The uneasy Shi Gongxin waited until the time to meet Luoxia again. Shi Gongxin, you are here. Tasting the exquisite dishes on the table, Luoxia raised her head to look at the arriving Shi Gongxin. I tell you one thing, arrange a plane for me as soon as possible to go to Southern Europe. Luoxia's words made Shi Gongxin stunned. Are you going to Southern Europe? Is Luoxia going to leave Fuzhang and visit the domain of the King of Swords, Tony? Yes, I'm going to set foot in Southern Europe and receive the Southern European Magic Association. The Sword King Tony surrendered to Luoxia, so the Southern European Magic Association he owns is Luoxia's thing. In addition, there is also the face of the god of disobedience that may appear soon. Shi Gongxin understands. Realizing what was going on, Xia Gongxin nodded and began to arrange for Luoxia. Luoxia, who has been staying in Fuzhang for a long time, finally wants to leave Fuzhang and set foot on another land. The 7th king is coming to Southern Europe. And the amazing news spread from Fuzhang to Southern Europe immediately, which caught the Southern European Magic Association by surprise. However, the quickest response was the Red Copper Black Cross, because the first place Luoxia was about to arrive was Sardinia, which happened to be the jurisdiction of the Red Copper Black Cross. Here, it is guarded by the Red Copper Black Cross to ensure that he will not be eroded by the disaster of the god of disobedience. Is the news accurate? Erica. When Paul heard the news, he felt a little weird. He didn't expect Luoxia to suddenly visit Southern Europe and chose Sardinia. The news is correct, and this news was sent out by the Demon King on his own initiative. Erica nodded lightly, her expression suddenly showing a tangled look. Uncle, in this case, how should we receive that person? What about the Demon King? If Luoxia arrives, then the Bronze Black Cross can't sit idly by, and naturally it has to show something. In what form? In any case, we must receive them with the highest etiquette, determine the airport where the Demon King is waiting, and contact the official history committee to see if we can make preparations earlier. With the arrival of the 7th Demon King, the Red Copper and Black Cross had to cover everything and take care of the Demon King's needs. Never seen Paul in such a tense posture, Erica realized the authority possessed by the Demon King for the first time, so Erica looked forward to seeing the Demon Lord more and more. The legendary seventh devil, the most powerful seventh god killer today, doesn't know what kind of person he will be. The Bronze Black Cross operates efficiently under Paul's orders, in order to welcome Luoxia, the upcoming seventh Demon King. Bronze Black Cross, Milan headquarters. Diana, who had just learned the news, felt a pity in her heart. Pity. The Bronze Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross belong to each other. If the Bronze Black Cross is placed on the Demon King's thigh, the Bronze Black Cross may be replaced by the Bronze Black Cross. If it is suppressed, it may dominate the whole of southern Europe. By the way, Lily, go to Sardinia quickly and see if you can cut off the beard before Lord Demon King's plane arrives, and get to know Lord Demon Lord one step before Erica. At this time, Diana's hope was placed on her apprentice, Liliana Kranica. If you can become a trusted knight of the Demon King. Diana's heart had great expectations for Liliana. Did Erica get to know the Demon King first? Lilia's face suddenly became troubled, and she had to have that opportunity. P.S. The third update, asking for flowers, asking for collections, asking for very good evaluation votes, I am grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 38 West Heaven Palace. Diana's idea is very good, and it only takes Lilia's chance. It's a pity that Diana's idea is doomed to fail when she doesn't know about Lord Demon King's actions. I will confirm with the official history committee first whether the Demon Lord will actually arrive in Sardinia. Diana said easily to Lilia here, and she already had a detailed plan in her heart. I see, teacher. Liliana nodded lightly, hoping for the Demon King. Not as brutal as the Marquis of Vauban. The shadow of 2 years ago made her still have a certain fear of the god-killing Demon King. 2 years ago, she was forcibly recruited by the Marquis of Vauban and became the witch who presided over the summoning ceremony by the Marquis of Vauban. At that time, 200 of the more than 300 people present died directly, and the only survivors were either crazy or dementia. It was Liliana's luck that she was lucky to be alive, and her body was intact, and she didn't become a lunatic or dementia. However, Luoxia did not set foot on the plane to southern Europe as Diana thought. Instead, he stopped, chose to stay in Fuzhang, and turned to Rizao Zishan Temple in Fuzhang. This is a temple dedicated to the deity of Tokugawa Ieyasu Toshoda, and it is also a seal place to restrain the monkey god Kun. Luoxia can clearly feel that there is an extremely large leyline magic power here. The incantation arranged by the monks of the Tiantai sect combined the magical power of the sanctuary from all over Fuzhang to form the divine power of Dongzhao de Quanxian, which bound Sun Wukong. Otherwise, it would not be so difficult to break the seal of the monkey from the outside world. Because the power of the entire Fuzhang is gathered, it is equivalent to the fact that this seal is maintained by the leyline magic power of the country of Fuzhang. Luoxia needs to have the power to destroy Fuzhang if he acts strongly. It's just that, Luoxia will have no time to play. If he really wants to destroy the entire Fuzhang in one go, it will be a big loss for Luoxia. So I haven't tried to break the seal, otherwise I wouldn't ask Luo how to help him find the dragon snake earlier so that he can unlock the seal of the monkey god Kun. Moreover, especially to restore the monkey to its strongest form, the appearance of the dragon snake is also crucial. The original Luoxia planned to continue to wait for the successful capture of the dragon snake. However, now Luoxia has no patience to wait any longer. No one expected Luoxia to visit suddenly. So much so that when he saw Luoxia, the young master of the Jufazhong family who stayed here was completely stunned. Kufuzuka Mikihiko has seen Lord Demon King. In a panic, he bowed his head and saluted. The surrounding shrine staff dispersed at this moment. His words seemed humble and sincere to Luoxia. I don't know why the Demon King came to visit. He wiped the cold sweat from his face, and was quite flustered by what Luoxia brought. You can lead me to the place where the monkey was sealed. Luoxia chuckled lightly, staring at Jufuzuka Mikihiko in front of him. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was going to the sealed place of the monkey god Kun, and Kufatsuka Mishihiko's cold sweat poured out, as if he realized something. "Lord Demon King, are you going to see the monkey god Kun?" Kufatsuka Michihiko said, "Although it is not impossible, but to enter the sealed land, you must first cross the corridor between reality and the world. You need to make some preparations before I can take you there." No, I don't know why the Demon King went to the seal of the monkey god Kun." Jufuzuka Mikihiko asked tentatively. In fact, he already knew what Luoxia wanted to do. "Do I still need to report this to you?" At this moment, Luoxia's words made the surrounding air instantly cold. At this moment, Kufatsuka Mihiko's lips also became a lot dry, and the pressure brought by Luoxia made him almost unable to breathe. The endless power was so overwhelming that Mihiko Kufatsuka could hardly breathe. At this moment, he truly felt the terror of the Demon King. "If it's difficult for you to take me in, then I'll come in by myself." Luoxia couldn't help but smile. His eyes turned purple, the whites of his eyes and pupils turned into circles, and black hook jade appeared in the circles. The power belonging to Rinnegan is running from Luoxia's body at this moment. "I feel it, this is the position." Luoxia chuckled lightly. Rinnegan's own Huangchuan Hirazaka activated, and before Mihiko Jufuzuka could react, the whole person stepped into the black space. It crossed the barrier of the enchantment and entered the corridor of reality and the world. It is also the real seal of the monkey god Kun. Not good. Luoxia disappeared from his field of vision before Jufuzuka Mikihiko could react. No, the Demon King really wants to unseal the seal. The unease in his heart grew stronger at this time. "You mean, Lord Demon King is suddenly going to West Heaven Palace?" On the side of Kiksheng Shrine, Saya Gongzhen learned that Luoxia was going to Zishan Temple. "In that case, why did you tell me?" She was a little furious, looking very angry. What if the Lord Demon King intends to forcibly break the seal of the monkey god Kun? "I think this matter should not be told to you carefully. Then the seal of the monkey god Kun is not so easy to lift." Amakase Toma wiped the cold sweat on his face and explained to Sei Gongzhen. "If Luoxia wants to move the seal of the monkey god Kun, the appearance of the dragon and snake is a necessary condition. Even the master Luo Hao, who is the king of martial arts, also feels a headache when facing the seal of the monkey god Kun." Idiot, if the Demon King really made up his mind to move the seal of the monkey god Kun, then something would have happened. Sei Gongzhen's face immediately showed distress. According to the character of the Demon Lord, it may be that he found some more effective way to lift the seal, otherwise he wouldn't make a trip to Zishan Palace on purpose. Now count the time, Luoxia has already arrived at Zishan Temple. No, it won't. At this moment, Amakase Toma's complexion turned pale. However, without the manifestation of the godhead of the dragon and snake, the monkey god Kun can't lift the seal. Maybe he doesn't need the godhead of dragon and snake. Saya Gongzhen's words made Amakase Toma realize the most crucial question: what if Luoxia simply wanted to lift the seal of the monkey god Kun? P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for very evaluation votes, thank you very much. My physical condition is a bit poor today, so the update is a bit late. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Pupil Technique. All things return to zero. There is no doubt that Saya Gongzhen was in a panic. Although he knew that Luoxia had been planning to move the seal of the monkey god Kun, he didn't expect him to be so sudden. Shouldn't he wait until the dragon snake was caught before he would act? And, could it be that Luoxia really found a way to break the seal directly? In fact, Sei Gongzhen guessed well. Otherwise Luoxia would not have taken the initiative to come to Zishan Palace and enter the corridor between reality and the world. Although this is the corridor between reality and the world, it is not something that ordinary people can enter, and only after passing through the corridor between reality and the world can really step into the world of the ape god Kun. The premise for ordinary people to enter this world is that they need to take precious elixir to make their spirits reach the point of efficient activation before they can step into the secluded world of suppressing the monkey god Kun. Otherwise, the vitality will be gradually swallowed up. However, Luo Xia, who was a god's lair, was not impressed in the secluded world. Moreover, with Rinnegan and Tensagen 2 pupil techniques, Luo Xia can return to the real world from here at any time. Really stepping into this world, Luo Xia was attracted by the scenery here. The blue sky appeared in the field of vision, symbolizing the reality that this is not the material world. Not far away, a building that looks very much like the palace of Daxia appeared in Luo Xia's field of vision, which is the foundation of the Baimaen spell. He could feel that the ley line magic power of the entire Fuzang was concentrated, forming a seal that restrained the monkey god Kun. It is said to be like a palace, but it is a rather luxurious stable. Under the eaves of the stables, the side walls are engraved with monkeys from one end to the other, monkeys with closed eyes, monkeys with closed mouths, monkeys with their ears covered, and monkeys sitting, monkeys looking at the sky, lying down monkey. A series of monkey families, a dozen or so in total. To deal with the god of disobedience, we must deal with the source of the myth, and it is easy to find a way to deal with the god from the myth. Take monkey, for example. In Journey to the West, he was named by Ma Wen to raise horses in heaven. The stable is both a building and a ceremony, restraining the power of Monkey King. So that the magician of Dongying can borrow the power of Monkey King for his own use. In the corner of the stable, the lazy monkey was lying on the licorice. It's a god killer from the same town again. It's really rare. The golden monkey said, and he woke up from his sleep. Are you here to play with me? The lazy monkey seems to be used to the life of drunken life and dreaming of death, so the monkeys enjoy the days when they can stretch their hands to eat and open their mouths. As the god of Daxia mythology, it's really sad for you to show this posture, monkey. Luo Xia looked at Sun Wukong with a bit of pity in his eyes. Do you want to be free? Monkey. He asked the monkey, so the monkey couldn't help but look at Luo Xia. Can you set me back to freedom? It's just a spell to seal me here. One is that I need to wait for the appearance of the enemy's dragon and snake godhead, and the other is there is a treasure sword with weakened style. And the third is a witch with corresponding abilities. If the three conditions are not met, what can Luo Xia do to help him unlock the seal? The dragon-slaying knife is actually located deep in this stable. There is an ancestral hall across the shrine, and there is a treasure sword hidden in the ancestral hall, the dragon-slaying knife. That is the key to unlocking the key to the Baimawen mantra, and the real key enshrined in this western heavenly palace. Theoretically, the dragon-slaying knife is really needed, the witch to remove the seal, and the appearance of the dragon and snake godhead. Luo Xia smiled slightly and responded to the monkey in front of him, it's just theoretical. However, with his ability improved, Rinnegan's power is just right to erase the spell of Baimawen, release the monkey's restraint, and make the monkey return to the original Monkey King. Hee. The monkey smiled when he saw it. If you really have a way to let me escape from here, I will thank you very much. However, the moment I regain my freedom, I will quickly run back to reality, but you can't stop me. The monkey Luo Xia does not care about it, and needs to be restrained by the spell of Baimawen, that is, it is still the grand monkey in the myth. I know, but if I can really lift your seal, can you return to your strongest form? In Luo Xia's heart, he was a little curious about this. If his memory is correct, he needs the most crucial reason for the appearance of the dragon and snake godhead. The dragon and snake godhead can restore Sun Wukong, the hero of steel, to his strongest form. The enemy of the hero god of steel is the dragon snake, which is the earth mother goddess who has become the ancestor of the gods. It seems so, I'm not sure, but if I can regain my freedom, the original power will return to me. The monkey's words made Luo Xia smile knowingly. In that case, let me help you. Luo Xia, who is helpful, can't wait to use the power of Rinnegan to break the seal of the monkey god Kun. Stop! The boundless fog seemed to be enveloped at this moment, accompanied by a burst of thunder. Don't touch the seal of the monkey god Kun, the price is not what you can bear, Demon King. The old man's voice was low, as if to convince Luo Xia not to be impatient. He is the man of Susanoo, Suzan Mingzun of Fuzang mythology, and the most important Fuzang Sanyu. You are. Luo Xia raised her head and looked at the old man in the distance. Listen to the old man's advice, don't touch the seal of the monkey god Kun, no matter whether you have the power or not. The old man walked slowly towards Luo Xia, comforting Luo Xia in front of him. If it unlocks the seal, the world will face a huge catastrophe. Does that have anything to do with me? Luo Xia shook his head. Susanoo's persuasion was of no use to him. Let me try and remove the shackles of the Baimawen spell on you, monkey. As soon as his words fell, a huge power appeared in Luo Xia's eyes, which belonged to the miracle power brought by Rinnegan. How can it be? Susanoo was taken aback, and the spell that restrained the monkey quickly collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The stables built because of the Baimawen spell were disintegrating little by little at this moment. P.S. In the second update, my physical condition is a little bad today. I will try my best to adjust and update it. Please support me during the new book. Asterisk. Chapter 40 The Power of Shiva Karma Dance. Do you know what exactly you did? Susanoo, angry. The anger of the gods erupted like a torrent, and the majestic magic power poured out at this moment. The disintegrating Baimawen spell was forcibly broken down by him, but Susanoo stopped it, but it couldn't keep up with the speed at which the Baimawen spell collapsed. Damn it, I can't spare you, goddamn devil. At this moment, Susanoo, he wanted to vent all his anger, and the mighty divine power surged from him. Mage, princess, I need your power now. At this moment, Susanoo, the god of disobedience, called out. The first person who appeared in Susanoo's field of vision was a black mage in a black robe. Is the body a Buddha's mage? Luo Xia blinked, thinking that the scene in front of her was quite interesting. Did she just want to stop him? A god who does not obey, plus a mage who is a Buddha in the flesh, is like dealing with him, a god-killing demon king, which is too funny. Mage, you stop the collapse of the Baimawen spell, and I will solve the damn demon king. In any case, Susanoo would never allow Baimawen's spell to be destroyed. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable for him. I understand, Mr. Yu husband. The black-clothed mage nodded lightly. He presided over the arrangement of the seal of the monkey god Kun, and now it is still the black-clothed mage who keeps the Baimawen spell from collapsing. Dragon-slaying sword, borrow my divine power, restrain the god Kun, and suppress the evil spirits. The black-clothed mage sang loudly, and the dragon-slaying knife hidden in the ancestral hall was called out by the black-clothed mage, flew from a distance and fell into the black-clothed mage's hands. The magic power of the sanctuaries of Fuzang was mobilized at this moment in an attempt to continue to maintain the seal of the monkey. It's interesting, although I didn't expect you to do this, but do you think you can stop me? Luo Xia joked and looked at Susanoo. Humph, Demon King. Susanoo snorted coldly and said loudly to Luo Xia, with me here, you can't break the seal of the monkey god Kun. Besides, without the power of the godhead of the dragon and snake, do you think you can completely liberate the power of the monkey god Kun? Only when the key dragon snake godhead appears, can the monkey become the strongest monkey king. Now, you have stepped into this place without knowing your life or death, trying to break the seal of the monkey, then leave your life here for me. In Susanoo's hands, his sword, Tiankong Yunjian, appeared. Tiankong Yunjian has followed Susanoo for thousands of years, but since he hid in the secluded world, he has not experienced a real battle again. Using the divine sword again, this time Susanoo aimed at the arrogant Demon King. Go to hell, Demon King! Holding the heavenly Kong Cloud sword in his hand, Susanoo is no longer afraid. The tyrannical and amazing magic power surged from Suzanu's body, and at this moment he once again turned into a terrifying god of disobedience. The divine sword broke through the sky, and a devastating storm was formed under the dance of the divine sword, sweeping towards Luoxia. Today's Suzanu has turned into the most terrifying god of disobedience in Fuzhou mythology. In the ancient Fuzhou mythology, he is the master god of the storm. The godhead of the storm can make him provoke strong winds and set off torrential rain. Although it is a disobedience of the island country, but also repeated collection of various myths, he can be a violent sea god, a master of the raging sea. He is also the god of fury, the god of strategy, and the god of conquest. Luoxia watched Suzanu attack so indifferently. Rinnegan watched Suzanu's divine sword and just said a word softly. Big black sky. The frantic airflow rolled up, and the majestic magic power turned into a terrifying and astonishing storm. The wind rolled up and turned into a sharp blade, which directly collided with the storm turned into by Suzanu's sword. Boom! The air let out a neigh, and the release of the mantra turned into an even more monstrous storm. At this moment, compared to the storm caused by Suzanu, a more turbulent storm was pressing towards Suzanu as if overwhelming. The air seemed to burst for a moment. It's so sad, is that enough for you? Luoxia's tone was full of ridicule towards Suzanu. Don't be too presumptuous, you're just a mere god killer. Suzanu gritted his teeth, the magic power of the gods surrounded him, and the true posture of the gods was liberated. The stalwart figure belonging to Suzan Mingzun replaced the original image of the old man. He seemed to have turned into a majestic god of war, and became a god of disobedience that appeared on the surface again. Suzanu's real magic power was completely liberated at this moment, and the horrifying magic power gathered on Tian Kanjiun's sword. Die! The violent hurricane rolled up again, and the storm godhead was the foundation of Suzanu, and Suzanu, who once again showed his characteristics of the godhead, held the Tian Kanjiun sword in his hand. The storm formed by the dancing of the divine sword turned into a frantic tornado that could devour everything. Shiva Karma Dance. Suzanu intends to kill Luoxia with all his strength, but how could Luoxia be defeated so easily? You should be fortunate to be able to witness my first use of this power, which is enough to destroy the world's karmic fire. Ignoring the storm caused by Suzanu, the monstrous flames formed like a mountain torrent, surging and surging towards Suzanu. This is the power that Luoxia has never used before, and this moment was used against Suzanu. Feeling the heat wave, Suzanu seemed to see a vision of Shiva, the god of destruction. The power that surpassed the ordinary, and the power that the gods could understand, slammed into Suzanu in front of him. Boom! The unbearable power of karmic fire erupted in an instant, and the flame-driven storm spread in all directions. Wow! Suzanu's face immediately turned grey at this moment, and the blood of the gods splattered on the ground at this moment. Not good. Suddenly realizing something, Suzanu looked down. The black-robed mage could no longer stop the monkey, the spell of Baimawen disintegrated, and the monkey rushed straight into the sky at this moment. The frantic airflow almost overturned the entire Sunshine Mountain. At this moment, Sun Monkey was finally free. P.S. The state was a little bad yesterday, and the update was relatively late. Today's first update is here. I ask for all support during the new book. Asterisk. Chapter 41 The Monkey King equals heaven. Ha ha ha, my old grandson is finally liberated. The black-clothed mage could no longer maintain the seal, and Suzanu's blood fell, indirectly destroying the prison formed by the Baimawen spell. He is a god formed by multiple myths. Although he is not an earth goddess, Suzanu also possesses the characteristics of a dragon and snake. The monkey rushed to the sky, stepped on the golden auspicious cloud, and recovered his real name. Thank you, fellow godslayer. The free monkey thanked Luoxia. It's just that his eyes became extremely crimson in an instant, and only the pupils turned golden. That was the golden eyes of monkeys. The whole monkey face also turned into an ugly and ferocious appearance in an instant. The huge and terrifying magic power surged on the monkey's body. As the strongest steel hero god, the monkey released his most powerful power. The poor Susanoo was only affected by Luosia's power, and the angry karma formed by Shiva's karma made him almost unable to compete. The stalwart body that turned into the legendary Su Zhanmingzun gradually weakened at this moment, and then the whole person fell into the ground. It's just a young god's lair, how could he have such terrifying power? Susanoo's face was horrified, showing an unbelievable expression, if there is the power of Princess Sita. The god's face showed unwillingness, only the black-clothed mage appeared to assist him, but Princess Sita disappeared. I don't know where the princess is. The black-clothed mage looked embarrassed, and with the destruction of the Baimaen spell, the black-clothed mage himself was also affected by the damage. Run away. If he couldn't fight, Susanoo had no choice but to run away. Frightened, he didn't dare to stay here for a moment, for fear that if he was accidentally stared at by a monkey, he would die on the spot. Because he presided over the ceremony to seal the monkey, and let the black-clothed mage arrange the great spell to seal the monkey. Saving one's own life is the most important thing. This is what Susanoo has learned since the age of God. Otherwise, in the era of the appearance of multiple gods' lairs, Susanoo would have been crusaded by other gods' lairs long ago. Even the gods are afraid of death, and as a disobedient god Susanoo, he is naturally afraid of the collapse of the foundation he has built in the world. In the last era of the appearance of the last king, if Susanoo was not hiding in the world, his own divine power would also be borrowed by the last king, causing him to return to the myth. It is precisely because he is so careful that he can survive to this day. Did I allow you to escape? Luoxia narrowed his eyes, and the endless power was released from Luoxia's body. At this moment, Susanoo felt the real terror. My body can't move. At this moment, Susanoo finally panicked. Luoxia ignored Susanoo, the most important thing to him was this monkey. Killing Susanoo and gaining the power of trash is useless to Luoxia, he is only interested in monkeys. Only monkeys are the goal of Luoxia's trip. This king will not kill you for the time being, because this king still needs people to witness my bravery and how I will kill that arrogant monkey. At this time, I saw that the monkey had liberated all his strength, and his eyes seemed to be shining brightly. Monkey, since I saved you, how can you thank me? He asked the monkey aloud, and the monkey who stepped on the auspicious cloud grinned, and his eyes gleamed fiercely at this time. It's time to thank you, my fellow god's lair, die under my stick. The wishful golden hoop rod was taken out by Sun Monkey, and the majestic and surging mantra burst out from the monkey's body. Remember my grandson's name before I die. I am a henchman of steel, a god born under the stars in order to crusade dragons and snakes. It is the Monkey King born in the stone, the god who is side by side with the sky, havoc with divine powers in the heavenly palace, infinite changes, thousands of thefts, greed for medicinal herbs, greedy wine, and stealing peach. My surname is Sun, my name is Wukong, and my name is Monkey King. Unusual divine power gathered on the golden cudgel and swung towards Luoxia. At this moment, Luoxia showed a little seriousness. It came just fine. Luoxia's Rinnegan turned scarlet, and the mighty black sky covered Luoxia's body. It was Shiva's illusion, another Rinnegan opened on his forehead at the same time, and the trident Bainika appeared in Luoxia's hands. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided in an instant, as if the muffled sound of a 10-magnitude earthquake caused the ground to crack. As the most powerful heroic god of steel today, the monkey's bravery surpasses all gods. Hey! However, seeing Luoxia showing Shiva's illusion, the monkey's eyes flashed a strange light. His body was quickly withdrawn like lightning, and Luoxia was still standing on the ground, safe and sound. Holding the trident Bainika in one hand, he looked at the monkey in front of him slightly provocatively. If you're at this level, I'm too disappointed, so can you be called the Monkey King? There is no doubt that Luo Xia's words directly stimulated the monkeys at this time. Then let you see the true power of my grandson. Just like Wang Yang's mantra released from the sea, the monkey's wishful golden cudgel instantly became bigger, like a giant mountain smashing towards Luo Xia. Luo Xia's trident rose at the same time, accompanied by a roar in the air, and a huge hole opened in the ground at the same time. Susanoo looked horrified when he saw the scene in front of him. He suddenly realized that Luo Xia possessed a power that was completely beyond his imagination. Sun Monkey is indeed powerful, but Luo Xia is stronger than Sun Monkey. P.S. For the second update, ask for collection, ask for flowers, and ask for everything during the new book. Asterisk. Chapter 42 The Myth of Journey to the West, the appearance of the three brothers. In this day and age, no god's lair can surpass Luo Xia. Because Luo Xia was originally an out-of-spec existence, it was impossible for a normal god's lair to grow to the current level in such a short period of time. Even Monkey himself felt a headache for Luo Xia. "You're really annoying, kid." Monkey looked annoyed, thinking that he could regain his freedom, but he never wanted to be entangled by Luo Xia, and he couldn't solve him in one breath. His expression was unhappy, and his body trotted backwards, trying to distance himself from Luo Xia, escape this small world, and run into the real world. "You can't escape, monkey." The trident danced, and the mighty thunderous power flew towards the monkey at this time. "Humph, you can play with my monkeys." The monkey opened his mouth at this time, grabbed a few monkey hairs and threw them into the air. One after another, the golden monkeys materialized under the power of the monkeys. "Monkeys, stop him for me." The golden monkeys flocked to Luo Xia, causing Luo Xia to raise his brows. "This little trick can't stop me." Shaking his head, Luo Xia sighed and looked at the plagued monkey with deep suspicion. "It's just that you really don't have the great Xia God style. Fleeing directly, you can't be called the Monkey King." Luo Xia's tone stopped, and the trident in his hand continued to show his power at this time. Boom! The mighty magic power surged out from Luo Xia's body, and the blue thunder light cut through the sky and jumped towards the monkeys who were surrounded by him. Thunder's Kamui blooms, and the mighty thunder's power sweeps away the monkey's monkey grandson. So that the monkey didn't react at all, and the monkey he turned into with a few hairs was gone. "I said, you can't escape." The next moment, the trident in Luo Xia's hand turned into about to shoot the god of love. "Game, stop here." The divine bow stretched in an instant, aiming in the direction of the monkey. The golden arrow pierced the sky, and the monkey felt the danger coming. Boom! With reluctance, the monkey blocked Luo Xia's attack, and his mood became extremely bad at this moment. "Rakshasa-kun, you are courting death." It was furious and was finally able to get free, but the monkey didn't want to continue entanglement with Luo Xia. At this time, Susanoo seemed to have seized the opportunity. The invisible restraint that belonged to Susanoo seemed to be lifted. Susanoo, who found the opportunity, gritted his teeth and gave Luo Xia a deep look. When the black-clothed mage didn't react, his whole body turned into a blur. "Red light, trying to escape from here quickly." "Master, you husband." The black-clothed mage's face was pale, and he didn't expect that the god Kun, whom he was loyal to, would abandon himself and run away. While Luo Xia was entangled with the monkey, Susanoo was able to escape smoothly. Realizing that he was not the opponent of the Demon King, Susanoo didn't want to entangle himself. As long as he went to the underworld, he believed that Luo Xia would never be able to find him. The netherworld is very big, and Susanoo does not believe that Luo Xia will find him. Anyway, as long as he hides in the netherworld for hundreds of years, in the new era, Susanoo will be a god of disobedience running rampant in the world. As long as he can live, he can be shameless to Susanoo. In theory, he is the heroic god of steel who kills dragons and snakes, but in fact he is also the godhead of demon gods, and he himself symbolizes the characteristics of the eight-headed snake with dragon snake. The earth goddess he once overthrew was Amaterasu, who symbolized the sun, and because of this, he got the chance to rule Fusang. I didn't say anything about letting you escape. Luoxia saw Susanoo escape, the bowstring in his hand continued to stretch, and the full bow gathered a majestic spell. Boom! The mighty golden arrow light broke through the sky, and the dazzling golden arrow light penetrated his divine body at this time. Susanoo, who has lived for thousands of years, is facing real death at this moment. Beheading the disobedient Susanoo male, transfer and absorb the magic power, and obtain the inheritance of the storm godhead, whether to inherit it. No. Luoxia directly chose to refuse. Susanoo's storm godhead was completely useless to him, even his divine sword, Tian Kong Yunjian, he was not interested. The storm godhead is broken, you absorb the power of the godhead, and the miracle ritual is ready to run. After killing Susanoo smoothly, Luoxia also felt the operation of the miracle ritual at this moment, but the new power has not yet been generated in Luoxia's body. Refused to start the ceremony immediately, Luoxia looked at the monkey. Rakshasa-kun, if you don't know how to live or die, don't blame me. The monkey shouted angrily, it put away its golden hoops, and 2 stone statues appeared in its hands. If you can't beat it, call someone. The monkey, who clearly understood this, began to sing the summoning spell. Bao Zhao contains the heaven and the earth, and the divine sword is suitable for yin and yang. The contract between my great sage equaling heaven and the righteous brother will reveal the virtuous brother. Come out, second brother Zhu Vunanj. Come out. Third brother, Sha Wujing. The great law of the covenant, which summons the covenant of subordinate gods, is presented at this moment. The 2 stone statues were thrown out by the monkeys, and with the influence of the spell, the 2 stone statues came to life directly. The 3 brothers of Journey to the West are all gathered together at this moment. P.S. For the 3rd update, I want to collect the new book, ask for flowers, and ask for a very good evaluation ticket. I am very grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 43, The 3 Gods Unite. In the East, the 3 brothers of Journey to the West are names that no one knows, no one knows. Needless to say, Monkey is the Monkey King. The second brother Zhu Vunanj was originally the Marshal of the Navy in the Heavenly Court, and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers were all under its master. It is also the help of Sun Wukong on the way to learn scriptures from the West. Although the branch house is often set up, in the myth of Journey to the West, the existence of Zhu Vunanj is indispensable. Luoxia looked around, and at first glance it was extremely ugly. Its appearance is ferocious, its fangs like wild boars are exposed at the corners of its mouth, and a thick black hair falls at this time. Although its body is prosperous, it is quite sturdy as a whole, and it wears heavy armor. The look of anger and ferocious eyes showed the power of the god of disobedience. Ha ha ha, I haven't been in this world for a long time, senior brother. Zhu Vunanj laughed out loud, feeling the free air of the world, showing a satisfied expression. Thanks to you, I can come back again. In this world, my old pig has to enjoy the beauty in the world. As he said that, Zhu Vunanj's expression became particularly wretched, and the wretchedness gave people a very terrifying feeling. Second senior brother really hasn't changed at all. I haven't enjoyed this world for a long time. I really want to taste the delicious food in the world. Sha Wujing said with a ferocious face. His laughter is actually much more terrifying than Zhu Vunanj. If Zhu Vunanj is ugly, as a water ghost with green face and fangs, the appearance of Rolling Shutter Admiral is even uglier. With dark skin, his body is as thin as a scabbard, but he does not show any signs of weakness, and his violent aura reaches into the sky. It opened its bloody mouth, and it was a more terrifying fang than Zhu Vunanj. Wearing a necklace of 9 skeletons around his neck, his expression was particularly gloomy and bleak. 2 idiots, if you don't defeat the Rakshasa-kun in front of you, you still want to live happily in this world. The monkey scolded lightly, causing Zhu Vunanj and Sha Wujing's eyes to fall on Luoxia in front of him. He looks so handsome, but he is a first-class beautiful man, he is even worse than my old pig. Zhu Vuninj let out a light snort, my old pig hates people who are uglier than me. Let me teach this kid a good lesson for senior brother. In its hands, a 9-toothed nail rake has changed, which is Zhu Vuninj's exclusive weapon, and its ability is not inferior to that of Sun Wukong's Ruyi Golden Hoop. Luo Xia just had a black line on his face. He heard what the pig said right. Second brother He Lao took action, seeing how powerful Isha was, and taught the Rakshasa Kun in front of the two brothers a lesson. Sha Wujing, also known as Shensha Shen, volunteered to take action. Before the monkey could react, Shensha Shen launched an attack on Luo Xia. Yan Ling sang, stirring the water in the sky. The general of the rolling shutter, in order to control the navy, all the evil spirits and monsters are driven out, and the rain can call the dragon. Experience the power of the general of the navy. The arrogant Shensha god called with divine power to form a sourceless water, the sky in the blue sky seemed to crack open, and a huge water column appeared under the Shensha god's feet. The water column turned into the image of a dragon and was stepped on by the Shensha god. Big black sky. The frantic airflow rose into the sky, and the water column summoned by the Shen Sand god was overwhelmed by the sudden storm. Sand Monk's body fell from the sky, and the original majestic Shensha god was disheartened by Luo Xia's sudden attack. Senior brother, second senior brother, save me. The flustered Shensha Shen was a little overwhelmed, and a golden light suddenly hit Shensha Shen. My old pig is here to help you, Lao Shat. Seeing this, Zhu Vuninj let out a loud cry and began to sing the word spirit mantra. I, also known as Jushan Shangfu Ling Kui Grandmaster Han Yuan Tegzu Tianpeng Marshal Zhen Kun, that is, the Marshal of the Emperor. Be my bravery to show the original 7 stars. Speaking, I saw Zhu Vuninj's body undergoes extremely violent changes at this time, and the body began to grow huge in an instant, and the whole body seemed to have turned into a mountain, growing to a height of 15 meters. At the same time as his body became huge, he grew 3 real heads and 6 arms just like Ashura, with 2 more identical pig faces on the left and right sides of his face, and a pair of arms on the left and right shoulders. 3 heads and 6 arms, holding swords, halberds, axes, and sticks, bows and arrows. Zhu Vuninj shot, the monkey naturally not to be outdone. Compared to Zhu Vuninj, the monkey's body changed more greatly, covering the blue sky. The monkey's huge hand just patted Luo Xia in an instant, and the air seemed to burst at this moment. However, just when the monkey was about to grab Luo Xia seemed to disappear. Boom! The next second, Luo Xia appeared behind the monkey, the mighty Mahakala formed a substantial form of Shiva, and the giant blue hand clenched his fist and landed on the monkey's body. Boom! The air was crushed in an instant, and the giant monkey was knocked down. The terrifying shock wave exploded when Luo Xia punched. Big brother! Seeing this, Zhu Vuninj attacked Luo Xia. Luo Xia's big black day grabbed Zhu Vuninj's 9-toothed rake, and punched again, landing on Zhu Vuninj's black armor. The next moment, there were obvious and terrifying cracks in the thick armor. What kind of monster is this guy? The monkey coughed up blood, its indestructible body was broken by Luo Xia, and it returned to its original humanoid monkey appearance. If it becomes huge again, the monkey has no spare power. Not only the monkeys, but also Zhu Vuninj and Shensha Shen didn't hold out a single round in Luo Xia's hands. If you're on this level, I'll be very disappointed. After all, they are important gods in Eastern mythology. Luo Xia is still looking forward to the 3 brothers, but Luo Xia is really disappointed by this performance. Second junior brother, third junior brother, let the Rakshasa-kun in front of you witness the true power I'm waiting for. It's time for the 3 gods to unite and slay the Rakshasa. The monkey said loudly. Understood, senior brother, it's time to defeat Rakshasa-kun. Zhu Vuninj and Shensha Shen looked at each other and nodded in unison. The monkey who was stimulated by Luo Xia was subordinate to the gods, and its body instantly dissipated and turned into slender light particles, which flew towards the monkey. Greeting Wolf, Jimin, Lucan, Wen Chang, Lian Zhen, Wuyukwu, Pa Jun. The 7 stars of Baitian. Fulfilling wishes. Absorbing supernatural powers, the monkey's power has grown rapidly. Snake. Dragon. Consecrate your flesh and bones to me. Flame. Burn iron to make steel, hammer. Beat steel to make a blade. Whoever cools down the blade. I'll improve the divinity of the sword god for me. The next moment, Monkey King once again turned into a 100-meter giant, Zhu Vuninj turned into a huge black pig and became the mount of the demon god, Shensha god changed into a dragon, and became a totem wrapped around the demon god. Rakshasakun, suffer. The white flames enveloped the 3 demon gods, charging towards them like a meteor shower. Finally, it can make me a little interested. Luoxia laughed loudly, her body turned into an afterimage, and she saw a burst of shouting in the air. Boom! The air was instantly squeezed out, and the collision of power caused boundless air waves to spread in all directions. P.S. For the first update, I want to collect the new book, ask for flowers, and ask for a very good evaluation ticket. I am very grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 44 The Goddess Captured Successfully, the second update book for collection. The fighting intent in Luoxia's eyes reached its highest point at this time. With the confrontation between him and him, the air and dust along the way seemed to be crushed at this time. Even if he transformed into the strongest demon god, the demon god was still pressed and beaten by Luoxia. The only remaining palace was shattered by the confrontation between the gods and the demon king, a deafening roar sounded, and a ring-shaped shock wave spread around. Monster! The mage in black, who was barely surviving, saw the scene in front of him with a pale face, and he had realized what kind of terrifying existence he was facing. No wonder, husband, you will also be defeated in his hands. How could such a god-killer be able to compete with the power of Susanoo and him, even with the help of Princess Sita? In the face of such terrifying power, he would collapse instantly. Boom! The air became solemn in an instant, and Luoxia's Rinnegan changed at this moment. The original Rinnegan, turned into a blue eye of reincarnation, like the majesty of a high mountain, presented on Luoxia's body, making the demon god feel the boundless terror coming. What kind of monster are you? The demon god gritted his teeth and said, is this guy really the so-called God's Lair? In the last era, even the God's Lairs of previous eras did not give birth to such terrifying monsters as Luoxia. Ha ha ha, this compliment is really suitable for me. Luoxia looked at the demon god in front of him, her blue pupils showed a dazzling golden color. I am the devil who kills the gods in the sky, and the king of time who manipulates destruction and creation. For the sake of being the great sage Monkey King, let this king give you a happy death. In Luoxia's eyes, although the great sage Monkey King of the God's Lair world is a parallel import among parallel imports, being able to die in Luoxia can be regarded as a gift from him. Golden Wheel. Reincarnation Explosion. The dazzling golden lightsaber slashed towards the demon god in front of him in an instant. The dazzling golden light stretched for thousands of miles, and the huge power evaporated the demon god in an instant. The integrated 3 demon gods were completely defeated by Luoxia. At this moment, the miracle ritual in Luoxia's body started again. The divine power of the 3 demons and gods was absorbed by Luoxia and turned into Luoxia's most fundamental power. The realm of life and immortality, under the operation of the miracle ritual, the conjuration ritual belonging to Pandora, reruns at this moment. The true power of the Demon King surged from Luoxia's body at this moment, and the power of the 3 gods generated a new power in Luoxia's body. Not just power, Luoxia felt the real coordinates of the realm of life and immortality. There is a vast expanse of whiteness here, and it seems that there is no end to it, and it is endless and empty, as if nothing exists. What a wonderful kid who accomplished such a great feat! The voice of pity and love sounded, and the gentle and sweet voice of the goddess made Luoxia raise her head, and her eyes fell on the little girl in front of her. It's more of an older loli than a little girl. The older loli is petite and cute, and no one would have thought that she is the goddess who presides over the ritual of killing gods. Because she doesn't look majestic. She looks like she is in her teens, but her immature appearance has an indescribable coquettishness. Mom is here to see you, my lovely child. With a sweet smile on Pandora, Luoxia opened her eyes at this moment. Sober, he stepped into this realm of life and immortality, and it was also the place where Pandora supported the ceremony. So that's the case, is this where the god-killing ceremony is located? With a funny smile, Luoxia looked at the white world in front of her. In fact, he never imagined that he would be able to enter this world and meet Pandora, the older lowly god. It's an excellent child, do you want any reward? Mom can give it to you. Pandora looked at Luoxia, who had sobered up, and her eyes showed her appreciation for Luoxia. Can you give me any reward? My lady goddess. Luoxia said jokingly, our lady goddess didn't seem to realize the danger of men. How about you? My goddess. Luoxia doesn't call Pandora's mother, although anyone who is blessed by Pandora to become a godslayer can be regarded as their mother by Pandora. However, he wouldn't want to have multiple adoptive mothers on his head. Moreover, Luoxia's power was won by the dimensional forum. When did Pandora give him blessings? You. Our goddess immediately showed a troubled look, not expecting such a scene to happen at all. Why, is it possible that I am not worthy of you? Luoxia's pupils were bright golden. Are you teasing Mom? It was the first time that Pandora met her when she was confessed by her own child and said that her cheeks were puffed up, and her round face with baby fat was particularly cute. I didn't tease you, who made you the master of the ring of usurpation? The corner of Luoxia's mouth showed a demonic smile. Pandora suddenly panicked, and felt a power that made her fearful emerge from Luoxia's body. Wanduzi, is this a sheep entering the tiger's mouth? Pandora, whose consciousness was not right, panicked, and her heart trembled at this time. Weak, poor, helpless. You, don't be a bad boy. Our goddess seems to want to continue to struggle, but unfortunately Luoxia did not give her any chance to resist. P.S. For the second update, ask for collection, ask for flowers, and ask for a very good vote. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Princess Sita. Pandora presided over the dark festival, challenging the gods who were dying, and it was through Pandora's sake that they got rid of the mundane body and became a mighty demon king. For the god killer, it is equivalent to the baptism of rebirth, so Pandora can indeed be used as the god killer's stepmother. However, this does not include him. Bad boy. Hearing Pandora's words, Luoxia couldn't help but want to laugh, and took a meaningful look at our goddess. I'm afraid you're joking. There is no doubt that Luoxia is indeed the demon king who kills gods, but he is also the demon king who destroys time and space and creates the world. He would not recognize Pandora as his stepmother, and it is also impossible for Pandora to restrain Luoxia as the godmother of the god's lair. I've been looking forward to meeting you, and it's so lucky to finally see you today. He also thought that he could not see Pandora in a normal way, because the means by which he obtained the power of the gods was not dominated by Pandora's rituals. He connected the ring of usurpation and completed the ceremony. But this time, it was Pandora that allowed Luoxia to seize the opportunity. What do you want to do? As the goddess who presided over the god-killing ceremony, Pandora finally panicked at this moment and realized that Luoxia was not a simple guy. Naturally, I lead the ritual of killing gods by myself. Luoxia responded to the panicked Pandora with a wicked smile. His magic power is still in the growth stage, and he needs to absorb more gods' power to go further and set foot on a new ladder. This time, being able to be introduced into the realm of life and immortality by Pandora is a huge profit for Luoxia. He made a lot of money, but it was Pandora who lost. The bitter-faced Pandora made people feel weak, pitiful, and helpless. Are you crazy? Hearing Luosia's words, Pandora couldn't help being stunned, and her eyes showed horror. Luosia, he actually wanted to lead the god-killing ceremony, could it be this guy? A crazy and terrifying idea appeared in Pandora's mind, which made Pandora a little unimaginable. You can't do that, I'm your mother, and only mother can lead the ceremony. Pandora couldn't help but said, but the tone seemed to lack confidence at this time. When facing Luosia, her bluntness became much weaker, and she was as slender as a mosquito murmured. So, as long as I have you, it's equivalent to a master's ceremony, it's like this. A wicked smile appeared, which made Pandora panic. Help, who can save her? There are bad children here who want to bully the lovely adoptive mother. The other 6 children, where are you? If you don't come, you will have another foster father. The poor and helpless goddess did not get any response. The power of every devil spreads out to the surroundings, tearing apart this piece of space belonging to Pandora, turning it into the prison of the goddess Pandora. If you sign this contract, you will be free. The power of the history book was activated at this moment, and a contract document was constructed in Luosia's hands and placed in front of Pandora. Can I not sign? Pandora asked hesitantly, just looking at Luosia's resolute gaze. She had no choice but to agree with a bitter face. Contract successful, Goddess Pandora. Owning the ownership of the Ring of Usurpation. The ritual of killing gods can be operated and transferred by itself in the future. You can use Pandora as the coordinates to freely travel to and from the world. The message that the contract was successful appeared in Luosia's eyes, and a smile appeared in Luosia's eyes at this moment. I'll be back, lovely goddess. Consciousness gradually disengaged, and Luosia returned to reality. Wow! When Luosia left, Pandora immediately cried aggrieved. Awesome! The awakened Luosia clenched her fists and felt the power in her body revolve. Her power of destruction and creation increased. Not only that, Suzanu's power and the magic power of integrating the 3 demon gods have formed 3 unusual powers on Luosia's body. What specific changes have occurred? This still needs Luosia's detailed experience. However, the power of the 3 demon gods and Suzanu no doubt has greatly enhanced Luosia's internal magic power. Luosia also felt a significant improvement when the magic power absorbed the magic power. So you're not dead yet? When he came back to his senses, Luosia's eyes fell on the black-clothed mage, which made the black-clothed mage holding the wreckage look panicked. Also, please don't kill the mage, he is also under orders, Lord Demon. The gentle and sweet voice sounded. Luosia's eyes were immediately attracted by the voice, and she noticed the appearance of the girl. The concubine has a lot of body, and I have seen Lord Demon King. The girl quickly reported her home and revealed her identity. Princess Sita. Luosia pursed her lips and looked at the beautiful woman in front of her. Speaking of which, she really had a lot to do with Tianzhu mythology. In Luosia's memory, Princess Sita was Rama's wife. Rama is the avatar of Vishnu in mythology. P.S. For the first update, ask for collection, ask for flowers, and ask for a very good vote. Asterisk. Chapter 46, Demands for Crusade against Rama? The memory of the ancient Tianzhu mythology immediately appeared in Luosia's mind. Give me a reason, Princess Sita. Luosia's gaze fell on the goddess in front of her, but Princess Sita felt a shuddering feeling, which was the fierceness of the Demon King. There should be some misunderstanding between us, Lord Demon King. Princess Sita said towards Luosia with a humble and sincere tone, the black-clothed mage was bewitched by Susanoo's man and offended you. Your Highness. Seeing that Princess Sita was able to speak out to save him, the black-robed mage shed tears of emotion. As everyone knows, Princess Sita just wanted to leave a good impression in Luosia's eyes, otherwise she would not suddenly appear in front of Luosia's eyes at a critical time. Just apologizing, but it won't quell my anger, Princess Sita. Luoxia chuckled lightly, her sharp eyes fell on her, and she stared straight at Sita with some hair. I have a question that I'm curious about. Why did Princess Sita in Brahmanism come to this small island country of Fuzhang? The god of Tianzhu mythology ran to Fuzhang, which made Luoxia feel that he didn't want to complain. Go back to the Demon King. Princess Sita nodded lightly and explained to Luoxia, I came here because of the seal of the last king, and because of the last king Rama, I came to this island to guard his seal. Susanoo and I are the gods who guard the king of the end, and the concubine is tired of guarding the seal of the king of the last. If you need it, the concubine will provide you with the king of the last. Where the seal is and tells you all about the last king. Princess Sita opened her mouth and said with a serious and sincere look. I think you should know about the last king. Sita's words made Luoxia dumbfounded. The last king is Rama. As for the identity of the last king, Luoxia's impression was Rama, which was successfully confirmed from Princess Sita, which made Luoxia nodded slightly. I do know about the king of the end, the hero who the world has entrusted with the responsibility of destroying the demon king. Likewise, he is the most powerful hero of steel in this world, no less than Sun Wukong. To be precise, Sun Wukong is not as powerful as the king of the end, and the strength of the king of the end depends on the number of God's layers. It's just that, as the wife of the last king, you actually chose to betray him, which makes me very curious. Luoxia's words made Princess Sita shake her head gently, and responded to Luoxia, Lord Demon King, to be precise, I'm not his wife. It's just a human-made myth twist. I became the ancestor of the gods because of Rama's fall. Because of this, Princess Sita hated Rama, the last king. Princess Sita in mythology is loyal to Rama, but in reality, Princess Sita hates Rama so much, otherwise, she would not have left so many descendants of witches in Fuzhang. The power of the Fuzhang Miko comes from Princess Sita. So, my concubine hopes to use your power to defeat the last king Rama. Not choosing to fight against Luoxia with Susanoo, Princess Sita, who stood up, made such a plea to Luoxia. In the ancient age of gods, there was a subjugation war between the hero and the demon king. In a certain era, there was a very powerful demon king, who defeated the demon god with 10 lives and gained powerful and terrifying authority. Relying on the power he gained, the demon king ruled many countries, set off years of continuous wars, and became the emperor of the world. Until, the demon king met the hero who subjugated, and the hero who was destined to annihilate all demon kings challenged the demon king. So far, only the ancient mythological written records. In ancient times, there were evil dragons who brought disaster to the sea, and the king bent his bow and arrow to break the heart of the evil dragon. In Ramayana, it is recorded that Rama defeated the 10 demon king Ravana, which is actually the recorded war between gods and demon kings. The only victim of this war is Princess Sita, the mother goddess of the earth. She became the sacrifice of the hero and the devil in battle, her own power was taken by Rama, and Princess Sita, who was completely degraded from the myth, naturally hated Rama. This was originally something that should not have happened. If it had not happened before, Princess Sita would still be the powerful and boundless goddess of the earth, not Princess Sita, the ancestor of the goddess who still had the power of the goddess of earth. Because of this, have you hated Rama? Luoxia suddenly understood the reason why Princess Sita hated Rama, and let herself belittle the hero who became the ancestor of the gods. How could Princess Sita not hate him? And her identity as Rama's wife is inherently false, a result of human mythological distortions. She avoided the hero who had always been her husband in name, and always hoped that there would be a god slayer who could defeat the mighty demon king. It's just that the last king with the power of the covenant Dafa is not something that any god slayer can deal with. To be precise, the god slayer cannot be the opponent of the king of the last. Under the constraints of the covenant, the king of the last can always be above all the god slayers. Originally, Princess Sita had already recognized such a fate, and it was impossible for the so-called god slayer to defeat Rama. Until now, she saw the appearance of Luoxia, the god-killing demon king in the world today, and in the future foreseen by Princess Sita. He became a violent kun that surpassed all the gods. Don't tell me, I will do the same. The hero who annihilated all the demon kings, but the enemy of the god's lair who usurped the authority of the gods in the sky, how could Luoxia let him go? P.S. In the second update, during the new book period, I am looking for collections, flowers, and very good evaluation tickets. I am very grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Destroy All Myths. Defeating Rama is an easy task for Luoxia. King, please don't be careless. Hearing Luoxia's words, Princess Sita became anxious, and her words were a little more worried. How many demon kings have been born in history? In some eras, a single god's lair did not appear, but in special times, multiple god's lairs appeared at one time. The first appearance of the king of the last battle was the confrontation with the demon king of 10 lives. Then, bearing the fate of annihilating all gods' lairs, he challenged the most powerful god's lair left in that era. It is a pity that the original hero did not have the power to defeat the demon king until Sita, the goddess of the earth, was summoned to the real world as a sacrifice for the hero. After absorbing the power of the goddess of the earth, the strength of the hero will increase rapidly, and he will have the power to defeat the demon king of 10 lives. Unlike what is recorded in the Ramayana, the real myth is that the 10-life god-killer protected Princess Sita. However, rather than protection, it is better to say that the hero cannot increase his own strength by killing the goddess of the earth. It is a pity that the goddess did not escape the final fate, and became the noble mother goddess and was degraded to become the ancestor of the gods. With such hatred, the goddess desperately hopes that someone can defeat the last king, Rama. That one has a powerful force that you can never imagine. Knowing what kind of terrifying power Rama possesses, Princess Sita's expression gradually became serious. Since you know the rumors about that person, do you know the Dafa of the Covenant? Relying on the great law of the Covenant, the Crown Prince will possess the combined power of the 7 gods' lairs today. Princess Sita saw it and had absolute confidence in dealing with Luoxia, the last king, but because of this, Princess Sita had to remind Luoxia. If you want to fight against that person, you must eliminate all the gods' lairs, otherwise, you will definitely not be able to compete with His Royal Highness the Prince in the promotion of that person. Treating Luoxia, Princess Sita still had some expectations in her heart. I understand, thanks for your reminder. Luoxia smiled slightly and said to Princess Sita, however, I don't think he has anything to do with you. Boom! Invisible repulsion, the black-clothed mage bounced off instantly. Just with a look, the black-clothed mage turned to ashes like Susanoo. For the sake of you not colluding with them, I can spare you Princess Sita. Moreover, being able to take the initiative to remind Luoxia of these things is enough to prove the goodwill of Princess Sita. Princess Sita, who was nervous at first, was relieved at this moment. When the black-clothed mage was dealt with, Princess Sita still felt nervous, for fear that the Rakshasakun in front of her would let herself be buried as well. But fortunately, Luoxia just solved the black-clothed mage, and didn't do anything too much to Princess Sita. I thought you were going to kill me. Princess Sita said lightly, expressing her gratitude to Luoxia. How could it be? Luoxia smiled, and his eyes fell on Princess Sita. Seeing it, you have expectations for me to destroy the king of the end. Then, as you wish, I will completely solve the strongest steel. When the events in Sardinia are over, Luoxia can try to deal with the last king. Are you confident enough to face the crown prince? Princess Sita said involuntarily, hoping that Luoxia would not be careless. The crown prince, in addition to possessing the sum of the power of the 7 gods' lairs through the covenant Dafa, also can borrow the power of mythical gods. Rama is the prince in distress in the Ramayana, so Princess Sita calls him her royal highness. Because of the twisted myth, she became Rama's wife. No one knows Rama better than her. He is the enemy of all demon kings in the world. Oh! Luoxia remembered that in addition to the power of the Covenant Dafa, the last King Rama does have such powers. If that's the case, then kill all the mythical gods, so that he can no longer borrow any power. Luoxia sneered, her arrogant and domineering words made Princess Sita lost for a while. Kill all the mythical gods? How could it be possible? In just an instant, Princess Sita had doubts, but seeing Luoxia's appearance, Princess Sita's doubts were immediately dispelled. Because he is Luoxia, the strongest god-killer king in the world today. Luoxia did not leave Princess Sita, but Princess Sita still left Luoxia with a lot of key information, that is, information about the last king. In addition to the information of the last king, there is also the true meaning of the whole world mythology. In the first world, natural phenomena formed the first gods. Rather than being gods, it can be said that they were protos born on the basis of planets. Under the influence of human beliefs, celestial spirits have transformed into disobedience in myths. In the constant changes of myths, they have formed today's huge realm of gods, that is, the realm of life and immortality, where many mythical gods and gods of the earth converge. However, due to the changes of human civilization, beliefs have gradually become more complicated, and new gods of disobedience are born from the beliefs of human beings, while the original gods have been living in seclusion in the vast and boundless world. If Luoxia wants to challenge all the myths, then he must have the terrifying power to sweep the world, and then he can truly launch a war of gods. For all the mythological challenges, Luoxia is sure to do it, knowing that it is impossible to do it, and resisting the power of the gods with the body of ordinary people. This is the Demon King who kills the gods. P.S. The third update, asking for collection, asking for flowers, asking for a very good evaluation, I am grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Tien Kanjiun, The Spoils of War. Sunshine West Temple. Here, because Luoxia and the monkeys' fighting influence has been turned into ruins, the big earthquake caused by the fierce battle has directly affected the reality. Back in the real world, Luoxia looked at the scene in front of him, he laughed loudly and showed a satisfied expression. Finally back to reality. Although the battle was short, Luoxia was quite satisfied and experienced an unprecedented battle pleasure. West Heaven Palace is ruined. Jufuzuka Mikihiko's face was pale, especially when he saw Luoxia, who appeared in reality intact. He realized that the seal of the monkey god Kun had been completely lifted. Luoxia has also successfully dealt with the monkey. Haha, sorry, I ruined your place, do I need to pay you compensation? Luoxia grinned and asked Jufuzuka Mikihiko to quickly refuse. Just kidding, how could he dare to receive compensation from the Demon King? The West Heaven Palace will be destroyed if it is destroyed, and the repairs are nothing more than getting funds from the government for repairs. No, Lord Demon King. It is an honor for the Jufazhong family to visit Zishan Temple. Jufuzuka Mikihiko said quickly, for fear of angering Luoxia, and his tone was humble and sincere. No, but I would like to ask, has the monkey god Kun been solved by the Demon King? He asked cautiously, trying to get a positive answer from Luoxia's mouth. You said that dead monkey? Although it is more troublesome to deal with, the solution is still very smooth. Luoxia nodded lightly, making Jufuzuka Mikihiko's heart a little colder. Speaking of which, I also met a guy who called himself Suzanu, and we solved it together by the way. It seems that he is the god of your Fuzu. Luoxia continued. His words made Jufuzuka Mikihiko's heart sink, and his face suddenly turned grey. Susanoo, was all solved by Luoxia? The deity of the god of disobedience at the foundation of Fuzang did not mean that from now on, Fuzang belonged to Luoxia's world, and they would also become the servants of the Demon King. Sayagongzan and Ameka Dongma just arrived, and when they heard Luoxia's voice, their eyes couldn't help showing horror. That's you. Susanoo's man doesn't know whether to live or die, and he dares to offend the Demon King. He deserves what he deserves. It is an honor to be given death by the Demon King. Shaegongzan responded, bowing her head and bowing to Luo Xia, in her heart because Luo Xia's words were so frightened that she was dumbfounded. Fuzhou is over, Susanoo is gone. To be precise, it is already on the way to the end, and the future Fuzhang will be under the rule of the Demon King. Luo Xia will become the only existence in this country with more than 100 million people. Next comes the real storm. The terrified senior officials of the Official History Committee, the King Kaiyuan family, the Liancheng family, the Jufazuka family, the Sayaka family, and the four major families all knew about the death of Susanoo. It should be a happy thing for them that the god of disobedience who has ruled Fuzhou for thousands of years has died, but if the god of disobedience is a demon king, they will not be happy. Among them, the most frightened is the King Kaiyuan family, because the King Kaiyuan family and Susanoo have a lot of involvement. For the King Kaiyuan family, they are the descendants of Susanoo. And each generation of heirs has inherited the ability to use the Tiankong sword. The holder of the heavenly Kong Cloud sword of this generation is King Kaiyuan Huina. However, although Tiankong Yunjian is held by King Kaiyuan Huina, she is not the owner of Tiankong Yunjian. The master recognized by Tiankong Yunjian was only Susanoo from the beginning to the end. Father, is there any news from Tiankong Yunjian yet? Some time ago, King Kaiyuan Huina lost the Tiankong Yunjian, and she guessed that Susanoo used it. It's just that Tian has not returned from Yunjian for so long. King Kaiyuan Huina was a little worried about what happened, and she couldn't help asking King Kaiyuan Long. I think Tiankong Yunjian will come back. King Kaiyuan Long said to his daughter with a bitter face. Also, our King Kaiyuan family may also decline because of this. Did something go wrong? Kaiyuan Huina became nervous, and she still didn't know the news of Susanoo's death. Master Yu, he is dead. The most critical factor in maintaining the authority of the King Kaiyuan family is Susanoo's male, and if Susanoo's male died, the authority of the King Kaiyuan family may also collapse. How come, Grandpa, he doesn't follow? King Kaiyuan Huina showed consternation, but she quickly thought of something, and her face showed a pale color. The only way in the world to defeat the gods who do not obey is the Demon King who kills the gods. Did that Demon King defeat Grandpa? Looking at her father's eyes, King Kaiyuan Huina got the answer. In this case, Tiankong Yunjian is also in the hands of the adult. Tiankong Yunjian became Luo Xia's trophy, and the foundation of King Kaiyuan's family, Susanoo, also collapsed. The panic in the King Kaiyuan family was only the beginning, and all the famous families realized that the innocence of Fuzhang had really changed. Each family is invariably courteous to Luo Xia, for fear that if Luo Xia is accidentally angered, it may suffer disaster. Because there is nothing that can hinder Luo Xia's existence on this land. At the same time, Luo Xia is taking stock of her gains. The Tiankong Yunjian is indeed in Luo Xia's hands. This is a divine sword that can be called the equivalent of the god of disobedience. Many of Susanoo's godheads were bestowed by Heavenly Cloud Sword, and their particularities were not like subordinate gods at all. Now, your master is me. After erasing the divine sword's will to resist, Luo Xia intends to reforge it into a new weapon, or as a fusion material for Luo Xia's new weapon. He didn't like to use second-hand weapons, especially the divine sword, which would resist the new master. If it wasn't for the specialness of this divine sword, Luo Xia would have destroyed the divine sword long ago instead of keeping it up to now. When the appropriate weapon is obtained from the Dimension Forum, Luo Xia will completely smelt it and turn it into a part of the new weapon. P.S. The first update, ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for a very good evaluation vote. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Zanpakut, Region Jaka. In fact, Luo Xia is also picking the right weapon. As the Demon King, Luo Xia, how could he not have a weapon in hand, so he has been looking for a suitable weapon in the Dimension Mall. It is undeniable that Tiankong Yunjian has some aspects, but it is not enough for Luo Xia. There are really few weapons that match my Demon King. Luo Xia looked at what the Dimensional Mall had to offer, and the only weapon that Luo Xia thought was a good one was the Deviant's Sword, or the Zanpakut in the Shinigami world. And Zanpakut Rijinjaka can be said to be the most suitable for Luo Xia. Rijinjaka. With Rijinjaka Bankai, Luo Xia can upgrade it into a residual fire sword, which can use flames with a temperature of more than 15 million, if it can be activated with the power of Luo Xia's power. Then, Luo Xia can explode with great power. Not enough, it's still too expensive to buy. If you want to buy it, you need at least 100,000 points. With Luo Xia's current point accumulation, it is impossible to buy Rijinjaka. The Deviant's Sword is even more expensive. The Pioneering Deviant's Sword directly reaches 1 million points. If Luo Xia can reach 1 million points, Luo Xia can purchase the most perfect noble phantasm, the Deviant's Sword. The most perfect stray sword is the one that truly possesses the power to open up the world, and it is a top-level divine tool in the mythology of the Moon World. It's a pity that the points he needs are quite expensive for the weapons he is satisfied with. Otherwise, Luo Xia would have already paid all the points for the purchase. Where would he have picked up Tian Kongjian's broken copper and iron? In Luo Xia's eyes, Tian Kong Yunjian can indeed be called broken. As a demon king, he naturally needs more chassis. If he only has one trump card, how could it be enough for Luo Xia? Speaking of which, Luo Xia's accumulated points are only 50,000 points, and it is not enough to buy more items. Perhaps, you can try to use this. Luo Xia's eyes suddenly lit up and thought of his replacement function. If I hand you over to disassemble it, I should be able to get a lot of rewards. Luo Xia chuckled lightly and clenched the Tiankong Yunjian in his hand. Today, Tiankong Yunjian's will to resist has been erased by him, and he can no longer resist Luo Xia. But naturally, the power possessed by the Divine Sword will also weaken a lot. Replace the Tiankong Cloud Sword and see what it can be replaced with. Luo Xia threw the Tiankong Yunjian in his hand without hesitation, and the replacement function was activated immediately. The replacement function is enabled, and the replaceable list is updated for you. Noble Phantasm, Deviant's Sword, pay 500,000 points to exchange. Cross Vajra, Brahmin mythological weapon, which can be directly replaced. Lei Zia Shengguang Ruyi, Jushan Ying Yuan Thunder and Universalizing Tianzun Ruyi, you can directly make replacement choices. The Sword of Oath Victory, pay 60,000 points to exchange. Eternal Gun Gungnir, pay 100,000 points to exchange. Zanpakut Rijinjaka, 50,000 points can be exchanged. The list of replaceable weapons made Luo Xia stunned. Among them, there is an option that can be replaced by paying points. Luo Xia needs to pay the corresponding points to be able to replace it with a suitable weapon through the replacement system. And Zanpakut Rijinjaka immediately caught Luo Xia's attention. Compared with the Rijinjaka obtained by direct purchase, Luo Xia needs Luo Xia's own training and running in with Rijinjaka if he wants to raise Rijinjaka to the level of a residual fire sword. If you buy it directly, Luo Xia can directly get the residual fire sword to unlock, and what you can get is to let Luo Xia exercise his Zanpakut ability. That seems to be fine. Luo Xia pursed her lips and replaced the Zanpakut obtained. Luo Xia can also rerun with Zanpakut, allowing Rijinjaka to produce a new Bankai evolution. To be precise, Luo Xia's residual fire sword ability will also increase rapidly, and Zanpakut's sword spirit will also be affected by Luo Xia, resulting in some rapid changes. Then choose Zanpakut Rijinjaka. At this moment, Luo Xia chose Rijinjaka without hesitation. Anyway, for him, the accumulation of points is just a matter of time. The replacement is successful. Congratulations on getting Zanpakut Rijinjaka. With the success of the replacement, the Tiankanjian in Luo Xia's hand immediately changed, and a brand new weapon appeared in Luo Xia's hand. There are all kinds of things. They are all turned to ashes. Rijinjaka. The hot fireworks appeared on the blade. At this moment, Luo Xia felt the throbbing of Zanpakut's soul. Compared to the Tiankong Yunjian, the weapon of Rinnegan is completely in line with Luoxia's. It seems that if I put my own will in it, Rinnegan will completely become a part of me. Feeling Rinnegan's throbbing, he felt Rinnegan's desire for Luoxia's will and strength. Try it. Luoxia's will and strength were instilled in an instant, and the next moment, the zanpakut in Luoxia's hands underwent a completely different change. The blade full of flames was dyed black. Even with the flames, it became pitch black. This black flame, as long as Luoxia waved gently, can use Rinnegan to destroy everything in the world. Ultimate's Ryatsu, at this moment, spread to the surrounding, so that the people in the shrine suffered a disaster immediately. You have to find the right guy to try the sword. Luoxia couldn't help but said that he was looking forward to the time when he went to Sardinia. He didn't know what interesting things would happen. P.S. The second update, asking for collection, asking for flowers, asking for very good evaluation votes, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 50 Reopening of the Forum. Because what Luoxia is looking forward to most is to meet Wells Lana. He is the god of war in Persian mythology, but in Brahmin mythology, Velas Rana is still the god Indra, who was once driven out of the position of god by Shiva because he challenged Shiva. Ashura emerged from Shiva's third eye. The mythology of this world is complex. Velas Lana has the myth of becoming Indra, so he can evolve into Indra himself. However, because of his high degree of self-admission to the identity of the Persian military god, Velas Lana walked on the ground as the Persian military god. I don't know if Wells Rana would think of me as Shiva for this. Thinking of this, Luoxia couldn't help but smile, looking forward to Sardinia. The authority he has obtained is related to Shiva, so it is only natural that Luoxia will be regarded as Shiva when he meets Velas Lana. At that time, perhaps Wells Lana might draw his sword. The military god who pursues defeat will surely get what he wants in Luoxia's hands and satisfy his desire for defeat. Susanoo was defeated, and the impact continued. The destruction of Rizao Zishan Temple has already given a warning to the senior officials of the Official History Committee, so each family has sworn allegiance to Luoxia in order to gain Luoxia's approval and still retain the right to lead Fuzhang. Luoxia had no interest in paying attention to these trivial matters, and left them all to Shi Gongzhen to deal with. To this end, Xia Gongzhen also worked very hard, directly from the head of the Tokyo branch of the Official History Committee to the identity of Luoxia's private secretary. Compared with the head of the Tokyo branch, doing a good job of serving Luoxia is very important to Xia Gongzhen. Luoxia uses Shi Gongzhen, and has no sympathy for his subordinates, because he is a black-hearted demon king. As a demon king, isn't it a matter of course to squeeze his retainers? Wang, the eldest daughter of the King Kaiyuan family, is asking to meet. Do you want to meet? After reporting on the follow-up work arrangement for Luoxia, Shi Gongzhen lowered her head and asked Luoxia. King Kaiyuanjia. Luoxia's brows raised, and then a smile appeared. Forget it, let's meet. He remembered that the family was a descendant of Susanoo, and now that Susanoo died, naturally, the King Kaiyuan family was naturally afraid of falling from their own power. With Luoxia's answer, Shi Gongzhen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and immediately called King Kaiyuan Huina over. It didn't take long for the girl King Kaiyuan Huina to appear in front of Luoxia's eyes. She was as beautiful as Wan Liguyuri. She was wearing the short-sleeved uniform of the academy. My concubine Hui Na, I have seen Lord Demon King. When Hui Na of King Kaiyuan came in, she knelt down and saluted Luoxia. Grandfather overstepped his own strength and challenged Lord Demon King. Hui Na, on behalf of the King Kaiyuan family, specially apologized to Lord Demon Lord, and begged Lord Demon Lord for forgiveness. The female high school student in front of her whispered towards Luoxia with a very respectful tone. Apologize? What kind of apology? King Kaiyuan Hui Na's words made Luoxia show an interesting smile. Hui Na is willing to present the posture of Pu Lu, even if it is just as your escort. Hui Na will have no complaints. The girl who offered herself a pillow seat can only pay for her youth and beauty as the price of apology from the King Kaiyuan family. From now on, the King Kaiyuan family will also follow the king's left and right, and under the king's command, you can drive as you please. In order for the King Kaiyuan family not to decline in the future, the girl can only rely on herself. If Tian Kong Yunjian is in hand, King Kaiyuan's family can also package King Kaiyuan Huina and Tian Kong Yunjian, but now Tian Kong Yunjian has become Luo Xia's trophy. Then, King Kaiyuan family can only rely on King Kaiyuan Huina, and King Kaiyuan family's loyalty. Humph, it's a good abacus. A glimmer of light flashed in Luo Xia's eyes, making King Kaiyuan Huina's head lower, and the Demon King's gaze brought enormous pressure to the girl. You should be acquainted with Wan Li Guyuri, and join her as my servant witch. If he really meant those things, then he would attack them sooner or later, but now Luo Xia has no idea and just gave her the status of a maid to pass the time. King Kaiyuan Huina, who had thought she would be rejected, immediately showed joy, and the stone hanging in her heart fell to the ground. What the girl didn't know was that she would probably fall into the cold palace like Yuri Wanlagu. After dealing with Huina and King Kaiyuan, this time Luo Xia really has no plans to stay in Fuzhang. On the Sardinian side, the god of disobedience will come soon. In order to wait for the god of war, Luo Xia needs to prepare early. Luo Xia, who has a full schedule, is naturally unwilling to delay any time. He wasn't quite sure about the exact time of the appearance of the war god, but as a hunch as the king of the devil, Luo Xia didn't want to delay for a moment, in order to see the war god as soon as possible. However, before meeting the god of war, Luo Xia has to solve another thing, that is, the reopening of the Dimensional Forum. And, new forum members joined. Forum space. Meet again. Uchihamadara opened his mouth and looked at Durag, who was the first to appear here. Drago nodded towards Uchihamadara, in response to the Uchihamadara in front of him, followed by Xiaomian, Degu, Yingzheng, and Zhu Di. God, it doesn't seem to be there yet. Yingzheng raised his head and looked enthusiastically at the bronze throne on the high platform. He waited for 7 days to come to this space again and see Luo Xia's appearance. Where is this place? Did I miss my family so much that I came to the afterlife? Butterfly Chan Ahui raised her head and opened her eyes to see a world shrouded in mist. The world after death, how is this possible? Could it be that he died suddenly while playing games? Suzuki Satoru's face suddenly turned pale. P.S. The third update, asking for flowers, asking for collections, asking for very good evaluation votes, I am grateful. Asterisk.